So this is live. All right, I think I am. Let me know if you guys can hear me out there. If anybody even gets on, because I know it's late. It's West Coast time. So in the East Coast, it must be like almost 11 o'clock. So yeah, so no one's going to check this out. I just really wanted to make a live tonight because I've never done one before and I just have time. I just finished recording a video. I've got the house to myself. So I was like, shit, I am just going to make a video. Yeah, okay. This seems a lot easier than the old Google Hangouts, which was like complete trash. I am legitimately just talking to myself. Yo, what's up, Vinny? What is going on, my brother? Oh, so he's on because he's from the West Coast like I am. So it's still early, man. It's like 7:45 for us, right, bro? all my East Coast fam and my Euro fan are like, they all sleeping and shit. So no, I literally just have never done a live before. So I was just messing around with the settings and I was like, screw it. I'm just going to go live. So I seriously don't know what I'm doing right now at all, but wonder if I can take that off. What's going on, man? I got slow-mo on and I just did that because I've seen other lives and it's like, man, people they're getting so many comments so quick and it's moving, but they also have probably like 20,000 more people watching their lives though. The Dead Recliner. That's a fucking amazing name, man. I really like that name. It's fucking awesome. Sweet. That's cool. Is my shit backwards to you guys, or am I just reading it backwards? Is it just not? I don't know. It's weird because when I make my videos, it doesn't look like that normally, but maybe this live shit is like not mirrored, I guess. Is it not mirrored? How does it work? How does it work? Oh yeah, it's not mirrored. Oh no, it is mirrored. That would be mirrored, right? Mr. Movie Buff 01, what's up, man? I'm chilling. Okay, cool. It's cool because yeah, it's weird because how it mirrors it on this one, but when I record my videos, when I hold shit up, it's like on the other side. I don't know. Yeah, I'm reading Necromantic backwards. Cool. Yeah, like I said, I'm figuring this shit out for the first time. I've never done this before. I've actually had a lot of people ask me to do lives, and I just really don't ever have the time. But wife is out of town with the kid at a hockey tournament this weekend, so I couldn't go. I had shit to do this weekend, appointments and stuff. So here I am recording. I did my top 22 of 2022 hip hop albums. Just right now, it's actually bouncing down right now. You can probably hear my fan on the microphone. So I'll have that upload. It'll be live tomorrow sometime, whatever. No, I have not seen Infinity Pool yet. And you know what? It's my most anticipated film of the year. I'm a huge Brandon Cronenberg fan. Like I've loved, both his films so far. Possessor was my number one film, 2 years ago? If you're aware on the podcast, I talked about that film pretty much all year. Antiviral, I loved. That's like just Cronenberg's take on his dad. I guess Possessor is too, really, but Taken by Madness. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. To be honest, we didn't even get Infinity Pool at my cinema because Avatar is in. And when you live in a small city like I do, with one fucking cinema, all we get is Marvel movies and fucking Avatar. So I doubt we're going to even get it, to be honest. I don't know if it's got like a huge, wide release. You think you get it. It's a Canadian film in Canada. Okay. I'm just figuring out this shit. I don't really. Here, I'll show this. I don't see why that was held for review. Maybe that's one of the settings. Shit, y'all live, and I have not even caught the podcast yet. Well, I mean, there was a podcast. The newest one was on Friday. It went up today. Is it Friday today? Yeah, it's Friday. What the fuck? Yeah, Salem's Lot 1 and 2, Stephen King, Volume 1. check out that show. It's really funny, man, because it's like we had some really good laughs on the show because most people know I'm a huge Larry Cohen fan, but my God, and I'll just leave it at that. Jesus, man. Do I sound okay? Because I have my mic like way the fuck up here. Yeah, you know what, Vinny? I think I heard it was limited too. And it's kind of funny too, because like most Canadian films that are limited play more in the States, it seems like. I don't know. It's strange. But I guess that's where the market is though, too, right? So yeah, History of Violence is was one of Cronenberg's better non-horror films, in my opinion. Some of his other ones are a little bit weird. Cronenberg actually has one of the most consistent and probably best um streak of films by any director in history, like going back to Shivers and stuff. Like he had like eight or nine genre films in a row that were all amazing. Like not too many directors have had that streak of good ones. I'm not saying directors didn't have that many, but that many in a row without a miss is incredible. And I'm not just saying that because he's Canadian. It's just facts. Well, my opinion. After the credits, was it on the? Did you listen to the podcast? Because I actually, it's funny too, because if you listen to it on Patreon or that stream, so when I edited out, I always do my farts at the end of the shows. Well, what had happened was I was editing that part, but I chopped this thing up so much that there was a couple pieces in my waveform that were like minutes away. So I bounced it down and I was like, oh shit. So I rebounced it, but I sent JP the wrong file. So there's like a 5-minute break and then there's a bunch of farts. There's like a hidden track of farts on there. It's hilarious. But if you watch it on my channel, I took that out because that's why the lengths are probably like 7 minutes difference. So I'm so stupid, man. So I'm sure somebody will point that out, but that was actually my bad because I did rebounce it, but I actually sent JP the wrong file. I actually never even told JP that either. If he's watching this right now, which he's not, he'll actually he'll find out. So yeah, Stephen King is he's great, man. I love reading Stephen King. I love watching the adaptations. I mean, it's like anything, right? There's good and bad ones, but you know. Right. Yeah, leave for sure. Oh, yeah, the podcast. How did you listen, Vinny? Was it on the Patreon or was it on my channel? Because if it's on the Patreon, it's like ridiculous. I think there's even like an overlapping of like SpongeBob saying 5 minutes later, and it's literally 5 minutes later the farts kick back in. That's the weirdest part about it. That wasn't even intended. It's really funny. I'm glad that more people are listening to the end. I think they just want to hear the disgusting noises. I don't know. I'm like a little kid, man. I'm 42 years old and I still like fart and dick jokes. I'm ridiculous. So it was like a bonus track. I literally started laughing after I sent it to JP. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna resend it because he'd already uploaded, I think. And I'm like, fuck it, screw it. People can laugh at the hidden track with SpongeBob 5 minutes later. So funny. Oh man, sometimes I just screw up. No, that was I did catch it though, but yeah, sent the wrong file. My bad. Sweet Patreon. Yeah, get it early, and yeah, we need to start doing a little bit more with that. But I think we will. Eventually. What is that? 22? Does that mean there's 22 people watching it? Is that what it means? 22. That's actually, I thought maybe it was gonna be like 5 people. Like I said, it's 8 o'clock on the West, and I assume it seems like most people that follow me are not from the West Coast. It's bizarre. Best score ever on a DVD or Blu-ray. Oh man, you know what? It's funny. I've had a couple, I swear, misprices on Amazon. I found more deals like online than I have on the wild because I can't really, where I live, man, I can't just go out and dig for stuff like people in bigger cities because there's more to choose from and stuff. Every once in a while I'll find some stuff, but I've found box sets and shit that have been. I remember the Ray Harryhausen box set from a few years back. I think it had 4 films in it. I think like retail, it was going for like 80 or $100. It was something ridiculous, and they had it on there for $19. So I bought it, and like the minute I bought it, I clicked back into it, and it was back up to $100. It was like it was a pricing mistake. They actually sent it to me, and I was like, "Oh shit, got it for $19." That was pretty good. So, I've had other ones. Like I remember finding the Bad Taste, the original Anchor Bay lenticular cover one time in a real shady, sketchy fucking pawn shop, and for like $1. I was like, shit. And like, I remember at the time online, it was going for like 50, 60, $70. I was like, holy shit. I'm not a reseller, but if you want to talk in terms of nice scores where it could potentially be a really good score, that was one that I remember because I was like, damn, that's a fucking score for like this area. Like I generally don't find shit like that ever. So yeah, a lot of the shit I do, I buy stuff from out of town, online, import from Europe, like all it. I spend a lot of money on shipping, just put it that way. I wish I could go out and do more out and about videos and stuff. Into Walmart we go. No, I'm joking. No, I wish I could do more digging videos like that and shit, but I don't have the places. I've done videos in the past and I've shown people the prices that we have to pay here, and they're just floored, absolutely fucking floored by the shit prices that we have to pay. Like there'll be stuff on Amazon.com for $12. It's $32 here. It's crazy, man. We are recording the 41 show, Vinny, on Monday. Yeah. So it's gonna be a weird one. Like I've watched, I think, every film you could. I think it was like 17 movies or something from 1941. It's a really weird year because all the movies were recorded pre-America going into the war. Like everything was pretty much filmed before Pearl Harbor got bombs, but they're all talking, like every movie has this one common theme where they're talking about being drafted and stuff, and then it's like the end of the year, Pearl Harbor, and then all of a sudden it's like bam, they're in the war. It's fucking weird, but it's they bring it up in lots of films. It's product of its time, I guess. So, oh, Grave Robbers is fun as hell, man. That's fun. Yeah, in New York. Whereabouts in New York? I know I probably asked you this before, but man, I love New York, man. I mean, I guess I just drove through there briefly, for Wasteland just a little while ago. Of course, Buffalo, but oh wow, that's a good score, man. Swamp Thing, nice. Yeah, and then now you're probably hating yourself too for spending all that money on CDs, right? MG Official. No, it's fun, man. I dig. It's funny, man. Like I buy a lot of movies, man, but I actually spend more time digging for music, man. It's just, it's always been a love of mine, but it is what it is. Yeah, there was $1 score, man, on that Bad Taste. It was crazy, man. And like that shit still doesn't even have a Blu-ray, man. It would really be nice to see somebody put out an amazing Peter Jackson box set with Meet the Feebles and Dead Alive and Bad Taste. Like that shit's amazing. It would be so good. Yeah, I wish I had a movie store, a used one, man, I could go into. Like those days are way past, man. Way past. Like I did, man. When all the Blockbusters, all the mom and pop stores around here, when they were closing down back in the day, I went and ravaged those things, man. They were just like, oh, he's back again. Yep. But yeah, I miss those days. Recommendations for Giallos? Well, it depends what he's seen and stuff. I mean, there's just every time I get recommended for Giallos is there's such an acquired taste in a sense. I've noticed over the last few years, like there's people that love Giallos and there's people that really don't like the slowness and the conceptualness of a Giallo. I have a hard time recommending them because depends. Like there's ones that aren't that sleazy, like they're more story based, and there's some that are just insanely sleazy. That I love the sleazier ones. I just think it fits a lot better. Like Strip Nude for Your Killer, man. I love that shit. There's literally like a muff in every scene in that film. It's hilarious. But I would go back. Like if you want to get into Giallos, start with like Girl Knew Too Much from Bava, like 63, I think that came out in. It's kind of considered to be, I think it is considered to be the first one. Start with the Bava stuff and then work your way up. And then you'll see the influence in like from Argento and Fulci and Martino and all those guys that, you know, learned from the master of Bava and stuff. I recommend all those. And Martino is one of the most underrated directors because he did six Giallos, and they're all good, man. 6 or 7, but like he did so many good ones. Oh, Blood Sisters, man. Oh, dude, you know what's funny about Blood Sisters? Joe Bob has a great commentary on the old Shriek Show DVD. It's really funny, man. It makes that movie so much better. It's literally funny as hell. The cool tutor. I think I did that in one of my videos one time, and people are giving me hate. Alex, good on you, buddy. Horror and hip hop. There's not too many of us, to be honest. It's like I met Ari the Rugged Man once, and he couldn't believe it that I was a huge hip hop and horror fan because he is too, right? And so we started bullshitting, and it was he was like, "Holy shit, that's pretty crazy." Yeah, I love digging for music. It seems like it's not easier to find the obscure stuff, but you're more likely to come across the movies now for some odd reason. It's really strange. All right, good. This thing is done bouncing, so that video will be up later. 1980. Oh yeah, we're old. 1980 makes us in our 40s. I know, I'm like ridiculous. I have like Funkos everywhere and toys and oh man. Yeah, half price books, man. I always used to find really good deals back in the day. I used to Skype and we used to go on there and stuff, but they never shipped to Canada. Half price books didn't. I mean, movie traders. There was a bunch of like Hastings. They never shipped to Canada. I used to get a lot of stuff actually. I used to do. I think I did some unboxings back in the day. Like Second Spin, man, was the joint, man. I would always find like original Anchor Bays in there, and I would always find like good, good obscure hip hop records in there. It was crazy sometimes, man. Like, and then Second Spin went under, and man, they used to have the craziest. They have like 40-50% off, and you get like 30 movies for like 40. That was when shipping was good too, though. Right, Vinny. Yeah, there's very few of us, it seems like, man. 8 the Chosen One. Yes, I do remember 8 the Chosen One. I'm not gonna lie, man. I always loved 8, man. I used to talk to 8 back in the day every once in a while. We'd bullshit and stuff. That guy was he was hysterical to me, man, because I'd never met anybody with so much damn insane energy. Like it just seemed like he could never stop. It's like he had ADHD and didn't take his meds or so. I don't know, or took something to even up his ADHD. It was crazy. He was entertaining as hell, man. He was entertaining. His music wasn't really my thing. I don't really remember, to be honest, but I always liked him, man. I think he's actually a decent actor too. He's done some stuff. So yeah, Crystal Plumage, Deep Red, Tenebrae Torso. Yeah, so I mean, those are all those are essentials and stuff like that. Just keep going along those lines. Just keep checking out all those ones. Try to get a record deal from Debrat. That's awesome. Yeah, man. I actually have all the 88 films releases of the Jackie Chan films. I think Shout might have something in there that 88 didn't put. I honestly didn't really look at the movie listings for the box sets, but that's cool that they're getting love in region 1 because I know not everybody is like region free where you can just buy shit from all over the world, not really worry about it and stuff. But 88's really slowed down. I think maybe they're at their ends with the Jackie Chan stuff. I'm not 100% sure. They've actually kind of slowed down in the Shaw Brothers stuff too, which they picked it up and now they slowed back down, which is kind of shitty, but I like those lines. I really love them. Yeah, I definitely have some weird shit in the collection. That's for sure. I'm a really big fan of like just like uber low budget. Like I'm a big shot on video fan. So like, and I know that's an acquired taste. And I never recommend shot on video films to people unless they like them, those type of films. But Yeah, I mean, shit, they're getting so much damn love with, with like Saturn's Core nowadays, and from Vinegar Syndrome sister label and stuff. Like some of those ones I've been reading about for years that are finally coming out. I never got a chance to see it. It's just crazy. Could have been signed to So Def. Wow, crazy. Yeah, because JD, man, he a picky motherfucker. That one. Yeah, shot on video is fun, man. Like I love the like, the 80s into the mid 90s kind of stuff. Like everyone was like putting their damn heart into it. I mean, I'm not saying everyone was good and there was ones that were like legitimately really bad. Um, but man, there's some really good films, like legit decent fucking shot on video films. Like it's crazy, man. Analog Nightmares is a great book if you really want to read up on it. That's a really good read. It's literally like 1982 to 1995 of the book. And yeah, so it literally chronicles everything, man. If you want to learn about shot on video, it's crazy. The worst Blu-ray by a big distributor. Oh man. I don't know. Maybe oh man, what was the release that Trauma did that was really bad with the Grannies one, man? That Blu-ray looked worse than the DVD, man. That shit was horrible. I actually never got it, but I saw clips of it and I was like, holy shit, dude, that's the high def transfer on that shit. I don't know. I'd have to really think about that actually, because honestly, man, the last bunch of years, there's been nothing but like, I mean, there's transfers that are better than others, but you also have to chalk it up to elements, right? Sometimes the elements aren't the worst. It's not really generally the company. Sometimes it might be they just do a shoddy job, but violent shit, yeah. And Polonia Brothers, I love the Polonia Brothers, man. Yeah, see that's what I'm talking about. Like really, like good heart, put a lot of heart into the films. Like Cannibal Campout, they didn't do that one, but Cannibal Campout's one of those films that like just has so. I think that was a McBride film. I think McBride did that one. So much heart in those films, man. And that one just has the most disturbing ending ever. It's like it's so uncalled for. What's up, Bobby? Saw Necrophiles. Oh man. Dude, I did a review for Necrophiles during 31 Days this year, and I've been wanting to see that movie for years and years. I never wanted to pay the out of print price for the DVD because I missed it back in the early 2000s when it's been out of print forever. And and then of course the Visual Vengeance, they just put it out on Blu-ray, and that's a great label, by the way. I know Vinny knows what's up. Great releases, Rabbit Grandies. Yeah, so that labels they put that out, and it's just ridiculous, man. Even the menu's amazing. The menu's fucking awesome in that. But yeah, it's good like low budget shit right there. For Zoo Wars from the Magic Mountain, that's a good release. That's a good release, actually. I mean, the thing is with Scream Factory in the last like 6, 7 months, 8 months, even like the last year, they jumped on this 4K bandwagon and they're just re-releasing all their films. They've been putting out very little new films. It's really frustrating. I mean, I know that they have Dr. Giggles is coming out, which is finally coming out because they put all the other films from that terror box or whatever it was. So that's cool that's coming out. But yeah, a lot of the 4K films, I'm just like, what the fuck? And I was complaining about this on the podcast too. I noticed that a lot of the 4K titles are US only. And it's funny because they're can only get them from the site or on Amazon and stuff like that. But yeah, they literally won't ship like Black Christmas to Canada, which is ironic in a sense that it's a Canadian film. But all the Blu-rays, they were all US, Canada, worldwide. And then for some reason, these 4Ks are more regional, which is odd because 4Ks are region free. But there's a bunch of them that, like Company of the Wolves, the 4K isn't available in Canada. I'm like, what the fuck? It's really odd. I have no idea what's going on with Scream Factory. They're the only company I've noticed that are doing 4Ks that are having just US only releases, and they're doing a lot of exclusive things that are just really pissing off everybody because Evil That Men do the Bronson film. I've been wanting that film on Blu-ray forever, and they put it exclusive, sold out in 5 minutes, but I couldn't order it anyways because it was US only. So, and it's exclusive to the site. So they literally had no chance of getting it. I don't like to rely on my American friends for my collecting ass all the time. I kind of got out of doing that because it's just I feel bad when they always try to help me out and shit. Yeah, where the fuck did John McBride go? Like that guy literally fell the hell off, man. Like I don't know, it's crazy. I've been good, Bobby. I've been good. Yeah, I've been good. Uh Darkness, Vampire Arrow, with the rights of yours. I mean, yeah, I know. You know, it's funny. I was just having this conversation. It might have been off air actually with JP or Dave or somebody. Yeah, but I remember because I was like, what the it just dawned on me. I was like, shit, man, the Darkness got announced by Arrow and then just like nothing. That was literally 6 years ago. You're right, man. You're right. And what the hell's up? I have the DVD and it's fine. It is what it is, the barrel DVD. Those things are actually quite rare to find. So I could watch it, but like I was really wanting to see what they're going to do with that transfer because it looks pretty muddy. And I want to see the features too. It's got a really interesting history to the film, how they made it. And it's a very ambitious zombie film, man. Like for how they made that shit, it's impressive. It's impressive. Glad you liking the necromantic shirt. Yes, Visual Vengeance is awesome, man. Oh, dude, Adam Chaplin, man. When Adam Chaplin first came out, man, that was my introduction to the studio. Shit, man, what the fuck's it called? I have all their movies too. It's crazy. But anyways, they I couldn't get over it, man. I was like, these effects are so crazy because they do digital stuff, but it looks like they practical and digital, and it has this aesthetic to it that's just like nothing. But you're right, it's like Riccio on steroids. It is. All their movies are like that, gory as hell. And actually, that's what used to get me in shit all the time because I used to use clips from their movies in my old intro that you guys have probably seen, and I get flagged in every fucking video. I just got tired of putting the video up, man, or the intro, and I like that intro too. It's fun. Yeah, the Vestron video Blu-rays, they're not only pricey here, they're like impossible to get. For some odd reason, like all the newer ones that are coming out, like the Silent Night, Deadly Night, The Dentist, aren't even available in Canada. They're literally considered imports. I have a buddy that owns a shop here in town that imports the things, but they're not even on his list of availability to order yet, even to import. I know they're like $12 down in the Walmarts in the States, and they're 32 here. It's ridiculous. It's even 40. I think Gothic came out, it was like 40, 45 bucks. Oh, that's awesome. Todd Sheets films on Visual Vengeance. That's amazing. That's gonna be me. I'm a big Todd Sheets fan. I love his older stuff, man. I even like some of his newer stuff. A lot of people don't really care for it, but I mean, we've even reviewed Todd Sheets films on the podcast, and I'm like, fuck it, whatever. He's fun. I've always liked Todd Sheets, man. He's just got heart, man. He's trying to make good movies. That's what I like about Todd Sheets. Yeah, Dead Alive on DVD. The problem is with DVD, it's such a bad transfer. If they could find some real elements to that, you could probably make that shit a lot better. The Crystal Lake TV show. Honestly, man, I never get hyped for TV shows because I don't really have the time to get into them. But it does sound intriguing. I'll put it that way. Nothing against Kevin Williamson and TV and Crystal. It's just I just don't have the time, man. I really don't. Oh, so the Jean Rollin doc is not going to be released physically? Oh, fucking stupid, man. I love me some Jean Rollin, man. I always talk about how much I love Jean Rollin. And I think JP actually watched the Jean Rollin doc last year, and he said it was really good. So yeah, I need to see it. Oh, that's crazy about Teacher and Bone Thugs. That's crazy. From Tetro Video? No, I have not. Not that I know of, anyways. Unearthed didn't put out Adam Chaplin. No. That would be cool if they actually picked up the whole catalog. What the fuck is the name of the company? Why am I just tripping balls on that? Okay, this is really bugging me. They're from Italy. I'm just having a brain fart right now. Necrostorm. Jesus, man. Why am I so stupid? Necrostorm. I even have Necro written on me. What a dummy. I would love to see Unearth put out the Necrostorm stuff, man. That would be cool. They could pick up the rights to release it in region 1. I think all the DVDs and Blu-rays are region free anyways. Yeah, because they do that. It's all in-house stuff. It's a independent studio, right? So they make it they make it region free. So you can order that stuff. Yeah, I'm bummed about the Dentist too. Actually, JP even said he's like, yeah, we should do the Dentist 1 and 2 when it comes on Blu-ray. I'm like, well, if you want to send me a copy, I'll pay for it. Fuck. It's so stupid. He's like, it's $12. I'm like, yeah, it's $12 for you. It's 35 for me. Yeah, Moonchild, right? I know. I was so pumped to see Moonchild from Visual Vengeance, man. It's awesome. I never actually saw the Crow TV show from. No, I never saw it. I do vaguely remember it. It didn't last very long, did it? Yeah, Barbarian will be getting a Blu-ray release for sure. Studio film. Yeah, I love Night Gallery, man. Night Gallery is awesome. And that's the thing. Like, if I'm gonna watch old TV shows, it's gonna be Tales from the Crypt and shit like that. Like, I mean, I think we did season 1 and 2 on the show. But there's lots, man. Like, I will pop in. I'll even watch like old episodes of Outer Limits, man, and shit like that. Like, I like older ones, yeah, where you can just kind of watch whatever. Man, I honestly don't understand that Dinklage and fucking Kevin Bacon in the Toxic Avenger remake. That just man, I don't know, man. That just seems weird to me. That's weird casting. Don't I have a record store? I don't personally own one. No, I mean, kind of in my house, I guess, but I don't actually have a record store now. I do have the Aftermath Genesis Unearthed DVD. Man, dude, like Aftermath is insane. It's insane, man. I rewatched it. What did I rewatch it for? Was it for the 2005 show? It's just crazy, man. Cannibal Holocaust is sick, man. It's a great movie. Rest in peace to Ruggero Deodato. Yes, actually, I just recorded that video. Irish Mad Dog 87. I just recorded the video before I jumped on here, so it's all bounced down. I just need to upload it. I'll make it live at like midnight tonight or whatever, something like that. I just need to upload it. I just don't want to do it right now. Only take 5 minutes, anyways. I think it's like I kept it under an hour, which I was surprised. I think my goal was to be under an hour, and it was. So to the Velma show, I didn't, but I heard it was bad. I heard it was super bad looking, and I'm a mad huge. I know people always give me shit about Scooby Doo for some reason. I don't know why I always catch mad fucking hate about Scooby Doo. It's like I love Scooby Doo, but yeah, that Velma shit, man. Ugh, I don't know, man. What the like? Why the Velma? Why make the Velma show? Why make that spinoff? I don't know. Yeah, man, I'm trying to remember the Crow TV show. I can't remember it for the life of me. When was it on? Was it in the 90s or was it in the 2000s? I have no idea. Oh, where the dead go to die? Yeah. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucked up shit. Visitor Q does not have a Blu-ray in region 1. I don't know about the world. That definitely needs one, yeah, because even I think what Tokyo Shock put out that, right? Back in the day, Shriek Show's sister or sub label. I have the DVD. Visitor Q is a fucked up movie. Takashi Miike, Mike, however you want to pronounce him. I love Miike so much, man. I literally have like probably over 50 of his movies on DVD and Blu-ray. Like that guy's catalog is massive. He's like the Asian Franco. But like no, not in quality though. I meant in quantity. His quality is a lot better than a lot of Franco stuff. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean it like that. Yeah. I'm actually quite surprised, and I know I talked about this with a couple of people that The Crow wasn't remade sooner. I mean, it's been what, 30 years? No, it came out in 94. So, yeah, close to. I mean, it's pretty close to 30 years. So, um, yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that no one ever readapted that because it's based on a comic, right? Sooner, considering how the first production went. I mean, not to make fun of it, but it didn't really go as planned. Again, limited YouTube chat character count. I have no idea what that means. Like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing with this live. I guess I've been on for 35 minutes. 42 people watching now. Oh, crazy. Um, have you ever seen Lake Mungo? Yes, I've seen Lake Mungo. It's a good movie. It has slight issues in the narrative that are forgivable, but it's a good one. I like the way they did it, man. It's got a nice realism to it. Mr. Sensitivity. I don't know who the fuck this clown suit is. Not sensitive at all, man. You got to go take your meds, buddy. Man, we just had a huge conversation about horror fans and the mentality of a lot of horror fans. Man, there's a lot of messed up people out there. How many tattoos do I have? I have no idea. I've never actually counted. Not a clue. I'm surprised it took that long for the hate to start rolling in. Shit. I'm fucking lacking, man. If I'm not getting more hate than this, man, I'm not relevant. Hate is a good thing, man. It's a fucking good thing. I always stress it. If you're not getting hate, nobody's watching, man. Nobody's watching. No, he died during the making of The Crow. They had to finish the movie. He got shot on the set. Oh, the letters. Oh, really? 200 letters? Yeah. I don't think I've ever commented on it live before, so I don't even think I ever noticed that. Yeah, there's some really good imagery in Lake Mungo, man. It's fucking awesome. Oh, dude, you know what's funny? I watched that review the other night of Amityville Karen. I think it was the Wet Movie One and whatever that other fucking guy's name is. I was just curious because I thought it was really funny that those guys were going to be reviewing Amityville Karen because they're buddies with well, so-called buddies with Cool Duder, and man, they tore that shit, man. But like honesty is honesty is a good thing, and that's something that really lacks in a lot of those big mainstream YouTubers is the honesty in reviews, man. I mean, people lie in their reviews all the time to keep getting free shit. I mean, it's pathetic. It's so transparent. It's really pathetic, actually. I mean, I've been kicked off of mailing lists, and companies have kicked me off their reviews because my reviews were too honest. I tore them assholes, and it's fine. I'm not going to sit here and fucking lie about it and be like, oh, I recommend this movie. It's my name up there, man. So, but I thought it was really funny that they actually just blatantly just said it was trash, but I almost want to pick the DVD up just to do a review of it, just to see what it's all about. Cause like these reviews that are coming in sound hilarious, man. It's like, and you know what, man, nothing against Cool Duder, man. I'm not going to sit here and diss him and shit, man. But if you made a bad movie, made a bad movie. It is what it is. Right. I mean, you got to own up to that shit. I mean, you got to take the criticism if you're going to be putting your product out there. It's like, if you're going to get into that game, rest in peace to Kid and Play, man. I would love to see Kid and Play play. That would be amazing. They put on a good show. Second to none. Wow. DJ Quick at that. I haven't seen Luke solo, but I've seen Luke play with Two Live Crew, and I went to the X-rated show in Vancouver, and there was literally girls 69 on stage. It was the most fucking insane thing I've ever seen on concert. It was in a strip club, and it was an X-rated show. It was for adults, but I'd never seen anything like that. I was like, holy! I was like, fuck! I was 20 years old. It was like it was crazy. I was like, what the fuck am I watching? It was nuts, man. I actually won the tickets on the radio. There was a local indie hip hop show that was giving away tickets to Two Live Crew, and they're like, call in with this. I can't remember if it was a trivia or if it was like a call. I can't remember, but I won tickets, and I'm like, I gotta go check this out. For more marathon videos, to be honest, man, our lives are so crazy. Like Dylan got married, he's got a kid now, so his life, and he works shift work. That's the biggest problem. It's not that he got married and has a kid, which is probably part of it too. But he works shift work, and it's really tough to actually line up dates to get anything going. Like we literally can't get any. And in the summertime when we generally would do the marathon videos, like this past summer, I was home maybe a handful of times all summer. Um, it was crazy. Like I literally was not home at all. It was insane between traveling for entertainment and vacations and stuff. But kids all-star baseball, like fuck it, man, having kids is a lot of money and it's a lot of time and energy. Oh yeah, it is on Tubi. Yeah, right. It is on Tubi. That's right. Someone said that. Did you watch it, Vinny? That's hilarious. I kept hearing from multiple people that it seemed like everything was improv, like there was no script. And I'm like, if you're not an improv actor, when you improv when you're not an improv actor, it comes off as being horrible. Improv actors have to be fucking witty and snappy and decent, right? It's tough to do, man. It's really, really tough to do. Yeah, I saw the 555 came in printing. I have the DVD. I need to grab McCall, the Indian Freddy movie. I missed it first time around because they really their stuff started becoming a lot harder to get, and the shipping from Massacre Video is brutal to Canada. So if there's any Canadians in here and you try to order stuff from Massacre Video, you know exactly what I'm talking about, man. It's brutal. It's so brutal. But yeah, I should probably get on that. I should probably order that one because I've been wanting to pick that up. I just rewatched Toxic Zombies. That movie sucks, man. And then that one came back into print too. But I meant maybe the transfer will bring it up half a point. I don't know. Yeah, second to none. Yeah, I've got a couple of their albums. I was just wondering if DJ Quick was at that show. Oh, it wasn't you. I'm responding to someone else. Dude, you're like Vinny. It's funny that you say that you feel like you're scamming people for the Indiegogo because you feel like no money went into the film. And I've heard that from so many people. So many people. I'm like, that's Cool Dude to me doesn't seem like someone that's scamming, but you really don't know. Yeah, you don't know. There Will Be Blood is amazing. Barry Lyndon is an acquired taste, man. That movie is slow, long, and I love Kubrick too, man. But that movie, poof, it's good though. It's a good movie. You kind of have to be in the mood for it. Review dark dramas on the podcast. Some of my don't know. Don't know. I can't imagine because I think JP, like, he would either just not get it. I don't know if he'd be able to do that. So Hellbent? Yeah. Yeah. Luke was horrible. Actually, when I saw Two Live Crew play, I mean, it was the group and it was high energy, man. Crazy energy. Like, I was blown away by the show. And I'd seen a lot of shows even at that point, but that shit, it was just like, it was very adult. Yeah, Messy Barb's cool. Yeah. Yeah, however you say it, the McCall Hall. I don't know. It's a Freddy, it's an Indian, it's a West Indian ripoff of Freddy, and it has like sing and dance moments. It's the weirdest shit ever. It's crazy. That movie just needs an edit job. If they actually took out, and I know that's very accustomed to like the Bollywood stuff, the singing and dancing and stuff like that. It makes complete sense. That's how they make movies and stuff. But I think in that type of genre film, I don't think it's actually works well. If they had to cut some of that stuff out, that movie actually would be pretty decent for just a blatant ripoff. Swamp zombies. Worse than toxic zombies. It's a great double feature. My camera's too close to my face. How? Oh, it's the physical media Mac gaming. Shut up. It's an hour and 40 minutes. Crazy. Holy fuck. But that goes back to something, man, that we've mentioned so many times, even on the podcast, about like indie filmmakers, like making their films way too long because they shoot a ton of stuff and they don't want to edit it. So they make these like 2-hour fucking indie films that have so much filler in them. It's like, come on. What's the most well-known horror movie you haven't seen? That's a good question. Oh my God, I can't, man. Me and Dave talk about this all the time because he actually has so many blind spots, and it just shocks me some of the blind spots that he has. Because Dave is one of the most knowledgeable people about films I've ever met, and he seems like he's seen everything, but then he says something like he hasn't seen some crazy thing. Like, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Most known, not too many. I have the Criterion Naked Lunch, so I'm fine with that. I don't need the Arrow. No, I haven't seen Infinity Pool, and I don't think we're getting it here either, because fucking Avatar's in there, man, taking up a couple screens, and I have one cinema in my small town, and we never got it. So it opened up last night, I believe, right? So I never got it. So pissed off about that, man. So pissed off. The Bell Stars are nice. Man, Kino always knocks her shit out the park, man. I have not seen Clerks 3 yet. I really need to get on that, man. I love both Clerks movies. Movies are getting longer. It's funny that there was a lot of movies from 2022 that I felt were 100 minutes to like 120. So like, hour 40 to 2 hours that is longer. That is longer. And a lot of them just definitely didn't need to be that long. Video DVD. And there was an interview with Heather Hunter on there. Oh, that's amazing. Classic 90s porn star. I love H2 by Rob Zombie. I know it's not a popular. I'm not going to say it's a great movie. I just personally love it. Like, I saw it in the theater, so I saw the theatrical, then I got the Blu-ray, saw the uncut, or the director's cut, I guess is what you want to call it, and then I've just watched it so many times for various reasons, podcasts, personal reasons, like things that I kind of get what he was doing, though. That's the thing. Once you watch it so much, you kind of understand it. $2 billion at the box office. Didn't Megan just knock it out the number one spot? I saw Megan in the theater. That was pretty standard. It's not a bad movie. It's just it's A to B. It's A to B to C, man. It's constructed just like an early 90s killer doll film. Exact same movie that you've seen 100 times, but it's not bad. The effects on the doll are really good. UFO documentaries, I'll watch them if I can. Yeah, I love UFO stuff, man. I like watching stuff on conspiracy theories. I'm not a conspiracy theorist myself. I just think they're entertaining as hell. Yeah, man. I want to see Infinity Pool. It was my most anticipated film of the year. And like, I'm totally not going to get to see it in cinema. It's brutal. It's kind of like when X came out, like my anticipated film was Pearl, and we never got it here either. So I had to wait for it to come out on Blu-ray. It's crazy. Just crazy, man. I'm surprised that actually Amazon doesn't surprise me at all, because they're horrible now. You remember the 2-day shipping with Amazon? Like, from the day it shipped, it would be 2 days. No, I haven't gotten a Prime package in 2 days in years. Well, there you go. Halloween 2, man. It's funny how that movie's starting to get so much love. I've been noticing. I mean, there's still some haters out there, but it is what it is. It's a movie, man. Everyone's not gonna like the same shit. Yeah, that guy he's just a straight troll silhouette animator. Yeah. Ah, I love my haters though, man. I invite them. Some of them are just relentless though, man. It's like it's so funny to me, man. Just nonstop. Can't like they can dish it, but you say anything back, like, oh, you're getting sensitive. Fuck off, dude. I've been doing this shit for 10 years, man. I'm still here because I don't let it get to me. You know how many people I've known on YouTube that have quit YouTube because they cannot handle the trolls? Literally, I know so many people that are just like, fuck, there's no point. I'm like, don't respond to it. Who cares? So I do it out of pure fucking boredom a lot though. Because that's just my personality. I like to have fun. People think I'm being fucking obnoxious and rude and taking shit serious. Obviously, do not know me, man. I'm never serious, man. I'm like the most least serious person. It bugs my wife. I'm never serious about shit that I should be serious about. Honestly, I'll be honest. I can't stand the new Halloween trilogy in general, but I'm not a Halloween fan. You guys, if you listen to the podcast, you guys know I like Halloween 1, 2, and 3, and that's it. And Rob Zombies 1 and 2. I don't like 4 to 8, and I don't like the new trilogy. And I just don't like. I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan. I'm a Nightmare on Elm Street fan. I like that type of shit. And I love, for major franchises, I love Fri-Day. But Phantasm is my second favorite franchise behind Nightmare on Elm Street. I can watch Phantasm all the time. Cocaine Bear looks like the most ridiculous movie of the year. It's really funny. Like the trailer. I was sitting in the theater by myself and I bursted out laughing. Like I think there was one other person in there. I started laughing out loud. I'm like, that looks so ridiculous. It caught me off guard because I think I'd forgotten about it. So what's the best cereal? I don't know what the best cereal is, but one of my favorite cereals is Trix. Tricks are for fucking kids, right? I love Tricks, man. I always did. I'm like a huge cereal cartoon person. So like I'm the type of person I'll wake up tomorrow morning on Saturday morning and pop in cartoons from the 80s and eat cereal. I'm a fucking dork. I'm such a nerd. But best, I don't know. I mean, cereal's such an acquired taste. Like I have a lot of friends that don't like cereal at all, who used to love cereal. Their taste buds changed over the years where mine did too, kind of. Like I really love Trix though. Trix is like one of my favorites. Oh man. Yeah. The Loomis stuff. Yep. Why, thank you, Bobby. I think a lot of people, I mean, we've talked about this before, and it's like, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm popular because there's tons and tons of YouTubers that in the same realm of doing videos and of movie updates and music and stuff that are way bigger than me. Um, that get so much more. Like, I think it's just because like maybe it's the popularity. I don't know. I'm not saying like somebody like Cool Dude, or like if you read through the comments on his videos, man, I'm like, bro, people just chime in just to rip him a new ass. It's like it's ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's so juvenile, man. It's ridiculous. But the Buster Rhymes. Buster Rhymes with the drop kick. That shit still makes me laugh. It's so ridiculous. That movie's so bad, man. It legitimately is bad. Speaking of Messy Marv, we got Messy Marv up in here right now. You don't want to see Necromantic. Honestly, man, Necromantic's an acquired taste. It's actually disgusting. And it's literally about fucking dead bodies, but it's not just dead bodies, it's like rotten bodies, and the effects are nasty in it and stuff. And it's not everyone's cup of tea, but people seem to forget why Necromantic was made in the first place. it was protesting, the censorship in Germany at the time. They're like, Bergwright was like, "Yo, they were censoring everything there, having major censorship problems." And he's like, "Well, if you guys are going to censor my movies, I'm going to give you something to censor." And that was the statement. And that's why it came out so rugged. It's brutal. I actually like the second one more, to be honest. I think it's a better made film, and I think it's just a better movie. I do have a Necromantic 2 shirt also that the wife bought for me actually at Amoeba Records in Frisco, San Francisco. You know what? Oh, well, there you go. That answers the question. Maybe a bigger movie I've never seen is 120 Days of Sodom. And I even own it. I've had the Criterion for years, and I've never had the ambition to watch it for some odd reason. It's funny. I don't know what it is about that movie. I think it's because of the history, how the director got killed after, and like I think they're simulating eating shit in there, and eating poop isn't really enjoyable for the most part, even to watch. I wouldn't. No, I don't. I've never ate poop before, but there you go. There's somebody asked me a question. Big movie I've never seen before. 100 Days of Sodom. That's 120 Days of Sodom. That's a good one. Oh, the Tremors franchise for me, man. It's probably in my top 10, man. I'm not gonna lie. I like all seven movies. All seven movies are fun. It's like one of the only franchises I can think of that has that many movies that I literally like all of them. That's a feat. And the last one was sad, man. Honestly, like they kind of put a they should have a warning before that, man. You're gonna watch this shit, you need some tissues because it was sad. That's a good score, man. 5, $6 for those. Any Criterion for cheap, man, is a good score. Do I watch Mobilarity? Yeah, I love Steve, man. I talk to Steve all the time. I do watch his videos, almost every video. I barely ever comment on videos. I probably should more. And I'm so bad for that. It's because I watch YouTube videos so late at night that I'm just sitting there laying on my couch watching, and I don't feel like typing. But I watch Steve's videos all the time. I love Steve, man. He's a great personality for hip hop on the interwebs, and he's just a good dude in general, man. I've talked to him in the past personally and stuff, and I love Steve, man. He's great. Actually, he's in New York right now. He just flew from Florida to New York. I think he's in Queens because he's from Queens, I think. Right. So he's there for his birthday. I think I just saw his post on Facebook today. Speaking of him, does JP have any more fun factoids? What a fucking idiot. Fun fact. Like, when he started doing the fun facts, I was like, JP, shut up in my mind. But then it's like he started doing it so much it became funny. And I was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. Like fun facts of cockroaches. It's kind of funny. 87 was a different era. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you wanna put it on the scale of what's good and what's bad, Necromantic, I wouldn't say, yeah, is necessarily a great movie. The ending is yeah, the ending is outrageous, to be honest. It's ridiculous, I agree. But I personally love it. I personally love it. I've had a history with it. I've seen it so many times, and it's always one of those movies that, like, I've thrown on for buddies that aren't really horror fans, and they know that I have like this crazy collection. They're like, "Oh, what can you throw on?" Oh, well, let's watch Necromantic. I always show. I've been asked this question many times. What's a movie that you'd like to show people that aren't really horror fans that might kind of gateway them into horror? And I always say Gutterballs. I'm like, if you can get through Gutterballs, you're my kind of person because the movie's like Nicholson shot that super low budget and it has so much swearing. The dialogue is brutal in the film, but the gore and the kills are brutal. The effects are amazing. Rest in peace to my good friend Ryan. We were good buddies. And actually, that bowling alley that they shot and shut down a bunch of years ago pisses me off. Oh, there we go. There's Ghostwatch. I just said this the other day, I think in my last update, that I have a copy of Ghostwatch on DVD and I have the big brick edition of it that just came out. I've never seen Ghostwatch. I've known about it ever since back in the day. I've just never gotten around. So there's another one, another big film I've never seen before. Thank you for reminding me that I have no memory. Been to Italy 5 times. I've always wanted to go. Never been. Just the 30 post-up videos. I think did he go by a different name before, or am I thinking of someone different? I might be thinking of somebody different. I don't know if that rings a bell. There's not as many people that do music videos, like hip hop videos that I than there was back in the day. When I first started doing videos in 2012, I didn't realize that there was so many people doing it. I remember clicking around and going, "Holy shit, there's other people that do this stuff." But a lot of the people I got to be friends with, like Tom and Alex and all those type of guys, none of those guys make videos anymore. I'm kind of like the last man standing from that era, like me and well, JP, he makes videos every once in a while, but Dave has been doing it longer than me, like 3 or 4 years longer than me. Fucking crazy. Do I have any used props from actual movies? I don't think so. Like actual props from that were used in movies? I don't think so. Yeah, Silver Master from Demons, that would be amazing. She does leave him for the corpse. I had a girl in high school leave me for another girl. Classic. Classic stuff. I think the corpse is worse though. I think that's worse. Yes, I did know the remake in Roadhouse. I thought the casting of Jake Gyllenhaal was good, but Conor McGregor, I don't like that. I think it kind of cheapens it a little bit. I'm honestly not a big McGregor fan, to be honest. I find him just a little bit too much. He's very gimmicky, and it drives me nuts. But I respect his fighting. I've always liked him as a fighter, but as a person, eh. The Diaz brothers are my boys. I love those guys, man. Badass street fighters. Yeah, Terrifier 2 is fun, man. It's long, but it like really delivers on gore. And the funny thing about Terrifier 2 is that like it hints that it's going to tell you the core narrative, but then it sets it up for the third one. You spend like 2 hours watching this movie and it doesn't even fucking get into what's going on. I think Gutterballs actually held the record for the most fucks used in a movie. It literally was in the Guinness Book of World Records or something like that at one point. Like the one guy in that film says fuck like literally every second word. It's obnoxious, man. It's like Christmas Bloody Christmas. That was everyone's biggest complaint about that movie this year was the dialogue seemed so unhinged and so unnatural. But I was like, man, I know those people. In fact, I probably am that person when I start drinking a lot, saying F word a lot. But it is what it is. Everyone comes from different areas. People just talk different. I grew up in, there's a lot of hillbillies and rednecks and, fucking people like that. They just swear a lot. Scat porn. Jesus. That's like one of those things that's hard to believe that exists. Like even animals don't even poop on each other. Like legit animals do not take a dookie on their friend's head. It's crazy. What the fuck is wrong with humans? Yeah, I honestly, man, I like superhero stuff like DC animated films, but I can't get into anything Marvel live action and stuff. I've never really been into Marvel that much. I've always liked um who's this clown suit here? Get Off Wet moving. I wasn't dissing them, bro. I wasn't dissing them at all. In fact, I was giving them both props if you would fucking listen. Go take your meds, buddy. I would love to do another marathon video. Actually, Dylan's coming over tomorrow. I think we might actually do a video. I don't know. We'll do something. We'll do something. I haven't seen him in a while, man. It's like our schedules are fucking insane. All right, man. Yeah, Iris, the video will be up in a few hours. Whenever I get off here, I'll upload it and stuff. And then we'll go from there. We'll go from there. Yeah, Dave was somebody I watched for years before I even started my channel. And then I got to know him throughout the years, and then I eventually got to meet him just recently at Wasteland and stuff. But yeah, I've interacted with Dave for even before I started my channel in 2012. I want to say a couple years before that, maybe 2010 ish on a different account. Yeah, because when I started my account, it was a different name. So yeah, but yeah, I never made videos up until Moodz. I love this shit, man. Get off wet moving coolers nuts, bro. No one cares. Fuck. Some people are just so dumb. Really? Diaz brothers are from where you're from, Vinny? That's awesome, man. I love those guys, man. I literally like, oh man, they're so much fun to watch. I just, they're just, they're the personalities that, MMA needs, man. I love it. They all must die. I don't know. I don't know if I've seen that. Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Euro cult soundtracks. Oh my god. I don't even know. So many to name. Toe Tag, Fred is still making movies. He put out a movie called The Interview a couple years ago. It was in my top 10. Oh no, I didn't put it in my top because it's not really horror per se. It's really fucking good, man. Go check it out, man. It's called The Interview. He's still got some editions for sale. They're really awesome, man. They're all hand done, all handwritten. Like so much love put into those editions. They're absolutely amazing. Highly recommend the film and the edition. It's expensive. It'll be cheaper for, if you're American. But yeah, I love doing the marathon videos. They're fun. They're hectic to edit because there's like so much footage that like I got to go through and stuff. But yeah, they're really fun, man. I really like it sucks, man, because we had done one that some of the footage got corrupted. So we had done a Canadian themed marathon, and I still have a lot of the footage, but a lot of the us talking was done on a different camera, and the footage all got corrupted somehow. I have no idea what happened. It's the weirdest shit ever. I have no idea. I was transferring it over, and everything it got fucked up. It was weird. Oh no, it was in a program, and I updated the program, and all the footage got corrupted or something. It was really weird. I've never seen anything like that. So that was very disappointing. So I do have some of the footage I might throw into something, but I don't know. Have you ever seen the Curse of Dracula, aka No, I don't believe so. No. Oh man, the Bills game. It's funny that they saved their worst game for the biggest game of the season. Man, they just right from the start, man. That touchdown like deflated them, and then they just could never recover, man. And I'm not even gonna blame the weather. Obviously, the weather was a factor for both teams, but it just seemed like they couldn't get their footing defensively or offensively. And that's never happened all season. It's been one or the other. Sometimes the defense lets them down a little bit, and sometimes the offense does, but it's never both. It's never both. And I felt like this game was just both ends of the it was both ends of the spectrum, man. It's tough to watch, actually. Would you party with Jim Leahy and Randy? Yeah, if Leahy was still alive, Zach, I would. I've known lots of people that have met them and whatever, but I don't know. I don't think Leahy was like he was in real or in the program. I don't think he was that type of boozer. I'm pretty sure Randy eats a lot of cheeseburgers though. No, my buddy said that he had a shirt on when he met him. The Trailer Park Boys is like legitimately one of those TV shows that is so beyond creative. Like the fact that they got so big with doing that type of shit is it's like incredible. It's so crazy. Like it got so big that they had to film at different trailer parks all the time because people would come and bombard the filming and shit. It's just hilarious, man. It's pretty funny when you meet like Randy or like all the boys like Ricky and shit. Like they would stay in character. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah. What do I do for a living? I'm a business owner. Just leave it at that. Legit business owner. Like, I know it sounds vague, but why thank you. Yeah, I mean, I find recommendations from other people too. Like Extra the Mutilators is a guy I really like. Because he reviews a total mixed bag of stuff. And he he dives into like the lowest and cheapest shit sometimes, and like it's fun. I actually have a couple videos, movies in my new update that I recommended from him, so I got to check him out. So he's fun. I recommend his channel. Terrifier or 100 Tears? 100 Tears. If you're referring to Terrifier, the first one, 100 Tears by far. Yeah. Evil Laugh. Yeah, I actually just rewatched that movie on Blu-ray the other day. Killer Party is one of my favorites, man. I love that movie. It's just it has one of the greatest like 80s aesthetic to it. It's kind of funny too because they William Freud he started making that movie like years before it came out. So it's funny because some of the stuff does look a little bit older, but it was like I think he filmed it for like 3 or 4 years. It came out in '86, but like it started in like the early '80s. It's crazy. And that movie is cut actually. That's the cut footage is we believe is to be lost. You can tell when you watch it that there's some of the gore scenes were cut for the theatrical. I think it did get theatrical. What's my favorite Mondo release? Holy fuck. Um, oh man, that's a good question. There's so many good movies. Oh, I actually do not know. One of my favorite ones was Don't Open Till Christmas, the DVD that they had out now. Vinegar Syndrome's released it, so that's obsolete now. I used to watch this shit every year. Love that. Oh my god, Mondo. There's so many good ones. What's that? It's actually a modern movie. It's got devil in the title. Shit, man, I've talked about this one a million times. I'm really tired. I'm starting to fucking lose my mind. That one's really good too. I don't know, man. They've released so much good stuff over the years. Um, you know what I actually have? My wife bought me was the Mondo box set, the Bollywood box set for Christmas. It hasn't shipped yet, but I did get that one. So I'm really looking forward to that. Mondo is one of the labels that releases stuff that I've never even heard of. Like that's the I love that shit, man. I do a lot of digging, a lot of reading on stuff on obscure shit that doesn't have releases and stuff, and never fails, man. Mondo releases something that I've never read about. I'm like, holy shit, crazy. I did grab the Cradle Lake Monster Blu-ray. It looks great. Like watching that movie on public domain, I believe it was for years. Holy man, dude. It's like watching a different movie. It's insane. Vinny, I'll have to get back to you on the Mondo. I have to really take a look at it and see the catalog, see what I have. Some of my favorite rock bands. I love Amon Amarth. I think Amon Amarth's great. Like modern stuff, old stuff, man, I don't know. I love Maiden. I've seen Maiden in concert a few times. I love Amon Amarth though, man. Schizophrenic. Wow, haven't seen that one. What modern day rappers can? Oh man. uh, I will say, man, a lot of trap stuff, a lot of like I just can't handle it, dude. I can't do it for the life of me. It's just, I'm not gonna sit here and name names, but they know who they are. I did not get the Caligari Blu-ray that Mondo put out. I'll just wait for the standard that's coming out. I think was it a Blu-ray or 4K? Was it not a 4K? I pass on it. I'm like, you know what? I'll just wait for the standard. Like I do that with all the Mondos. I never get the red case ones. I always wait for the standards to come out because they're like $8 cheaper. I'm just cheap, but I don't really need the red case or the booklet inside. I just want the movie. So, and for me, it's just a lot cheaper. I mean, to be $8-9 cheaper just makes sense for me because I got to import them, right? So, what movie has better gore violence? Terrifier 2 or The Sadness? I would say gore and Terrifier 2, violence and The Sadness, though. The Sadness is just pure violence. That's the point of it. Like it's that's what it's feeding off of, right? And it creates like fucking just pure madness. The train scene in that film. I'm probably annoying the shit out of people. I keep rocking. Um, the um, the train scene in that film is batshit, dude. It's done classy and it's done so gory and violent and like I mean, there's even a scene where a chick gets her eye fucked with a dude's penis. It's like, have you ever seen the movie Header? Header, man. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I'd probably go with that. The Andy Warhol Dracula. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. The blue over the reds. Yeah, I think Lizard and Woman Skin. I think that might be one of the only ones. I think I have one or two of the red ones, and I was like, it's not really worth it for paying like $8 more for them. Like, whatever. Plus, they're thicker. When you're a collector, room is or space is everything. It's literally everything. So, I mean, that little couple millimeters makes all the difference in the world. No, it's really about the price. I mean, $8 is a big difference. But that's one thing about Mondo that I've always found really intriguing, that they put out really high quality releases, really interesting films, good transfers for very cheap, and they haven't raised their prices. Like, their Blu-rays are $20. Um, I mean, everything Vinegar Syndrome, all these companies, everything's like 30 now, $32. Like, they have not raised their prices. It's crazy. So, yeah, like 90s and early 2000s, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff coming out today, man. A lot of great underground stuff. I just did my top 22 video before this one, so it's very 90s centric stuff. Did I get the game or Death Game? I did order it. Yeah, I did actually order it. Can't wait to get it, man. I missed, like, when it had the pre-order for it. I completely forgot about it, and then it was like sold out. I was like, there's got to be a standard edition coming out, so I waited for that. Yeah, we killed Lance Kerwin. We totally did, man. Like, you know how many times we've talked about somebody on a podcast or reviewed a movie, and then like the next day someone from that film or director dies? Between us and Exploding Heads, we should probably stop podcasting. We're like killing off the entertainment business, man. Top 7 of 22, yeah. The Sadness is fantastic, man. When I first saw The Sadness early in the year, I was like, man, I can't imagine anything beating out this film for me, man. Like, it was just everything like most shit that I watched this year was, more decent than not, but just nothing great. Like, it wasn't a top heavy year, but I tell you, The Sadness sat at the top of that list, like, pretty heavy, man. Pretty fucking heavy. Pink Flamingos, yeah. I love John Waters. I'm a big John Waters fan, actually, man. The Rob Lowe miniseries, yeah. I've only ever seen. I think I watched it once. I can't remember if I watched it again, but I remember it being pretty shoddy. But yeah, we'll see. I can't believe they're doing Salem's Lot again. This is crazy. Yeah, Elio Carta. I'm pretty sure that they still have the rights on that too. I think they do. I don't know. I'm not sure. No, I actually stopped collecting VHS tapes. Like, I will buy some tapes of movies that I don't have or that haven't been released on DVD or Blu-ray. I'll pick them up on tape, but I'm not an avid VHS collector anymore. Back in the day, I was. Up until the early 2000s, I think, is when, I started getting into DVDs and stuff like that. It was, at that time, it was a space thing because I was moving around. I was young. And I honestly, packing VHS tapes around, man, was pretty tedious. It was like packing vinyl around back in those days. Oh my God. Just crazy. Heavy. Any puppet combo games? No. I don't play many games anymore. It's just time management, really. Thanks, Big Tubby. The 90s. You know what, man, James? I would love to do that, man. That was one thing that I was having a lot of fun with. I just kind of got out of it. I actually have lists for other videos to do too. Like, I made the list of things I was going to do on there, and then I never did them. But yeah, I would actually love to do that again. Maybe I will bring that back. No. I mean the movie Header, not Headless. Two different movies. Both great, by the way. Headless is fucking awesome. Actually, my boy Dave's in that movie from the podcast. Header is released by Synapse Films. It's fucking brutal. Yeah, two different movies, brother. Check it out. Header. I think it's still available. I think you can still find the DVD around. It's never had a Blu-ray release, but it's pretty good. And Headless is pretty fucking awesome in itself. Yeah, King of the Witches. Yeah, I haven't bought anything yet. Uncle Peckerhead. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was funny. I mean, I had to check out a movie called Uncle Peckerhead. I mean, come on. It's a penis joke. Come on. And now you're 22. Yep. Yeah, I started collecting, 88. So, yeah, that's a lot of time. That's like 35 years ago. 35 years ago. Holy shit. Man, I'm getting a lot of messages that are held for review here. I didn't realize that was on. It's annoying. I don't even... Project Wolf Hunt is... You know, I don't even think I've actually even heard of that. The Project Wolf Hunting. I don't know if I've heard of that or not. Watch Sallow. It's funny too, man. We're gonna have like I think we're gonna do like some type of food video or something like that. That'll be a great video to watch while we're doing a food review. Sallow. Them eating shit. Family's doing good, man. I'm doing good. Family's out of town. They're at a hockey tournament right now. I couldn't make it, so I had shit to do, like do lives. No, I actually have stuff to do. I couldn't go. So, yeah, they had to drive like 7.5 hours. It's just crazy, man. This time of year. Nice. That's the first edition of Body Count with Cop Killer. They pulled that shit real quick. Beers are calm, man. All right, Vinny, take her easy, brother. Enjoy the beers. Do you have an Instagram? Yeah, it's Moodz616. I think Moodz616 on everything. Actually, I'm not on Twitter. I hate Twitter. Twitter's stupid. I can't stand it. I post occasionally on Instagram. I mean, I do sometimes here and there. Sometimes I get in modes where I'll post a lot more. I need to be better about putting stuff on there. Yeah, actually, that's really funny. I'll mention that to him. Be like, hey, man, you want to watch Sallow? That's funny. Yeah, I just don't collect VHS, man. So, and I have Long Pigs on DVD. Canadian film, by the way. Yeah, I don't know why it sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm not actually 100% sure. Elon Musk. I just never really understood Twitter, I guess, man. Like, I don't know. Some of the shit I was seeing on there, I'm like, what the hell, man? This is like the weirdest culture. It's so strange to me. I think it's because I just don't give a shit enough to care. So I'm just like, whatever. Yeah, I think I had my Twitter I think I made a Twitter account years ago. I think when I deleted it, like after a couple years, I only had like 8 posts. Like it was pretty minimal. And I'm pretty sure all those posts were even probably like 22 shots related, promoting the show, which whatever. What do I think of Kanye West? I think Kanye West as a person has problems. I think he's a great musician. But man, he's got to keep his head straight, bro. Like shit. I actually just recently watched the Kanye trilogy. You know, the guy, how they documented his life from right from the start and stuff, which is really cool concept that that's actually even exists. But you can see the progression of him, and it gets he gets to be quite a dick. And now he's just like completely lost his mind. Obviously, he needs medication. I think he's bipolar and stuff, but you know, knock on him. But honestly, Kanye needs to just settle down and maybe kind of figure out his mental status a little bit before he moves on with the music and stuff. Because his music is suffering though too. Like the latest Donda was not good and stuff. So get his shit in order. I think Kanye is a good person. I think he's just got mental problems. Can't hate him for it. A lot of people do. Kanye's favorite movie series is the Ilsa the She-Wolf. Shut up. That can't be true. If that's fucking true, that's beyond hilarious to me. Man, we actually did the Ilsa, the official trilogy, I think, on the podcast years ago. And that fucking podcast went viral, man. Like, I think it's our most viewed show on YouTube. Like, I still post the shows on YouTube because a lot of people still, you know, watch on there. But we get most of our views and stuff from like the streaming, like the podcast network and Apple and like the streaming, which makes a lot more sense because it's a lot handier to stream on those sites than it is on YouTube. But I do it for the people that still actually. But yeah, that was before all the streaming platforms, and that one just went crazy, man. I don't know what it's at. I haven't checked it out in years, but last time I checked, it was like 20 or 30,000. I don't know. Twitter's actually the prolapse butthole of the interwebs, actually. Ah, fuck, that's too funny, man. The prolapse butthole. I like that. Yeah, it's funny because I've actually talked to a lot of people that were very Twitter centric. They were always on there for years, and a lot of people I know are getting the fuck off there because they just can't take it anymore. And I'm like crazy. And like these are guys that were like on their fucking Twitter accounts like all fucking day, and they just can't handle it anymore. It's pretty funny. So yeah, it must be bad. I have no idea. I just have literally no idea. So best and worst horror or non-horror reboot or remake. Well, best is a term that I don't like to use because there's no definition of what's best, but I mean, it's all subjective, right? I mean, if you consider The Thing to be a remake, which I don't really, it's more just another adaptation of the story. There's so many bad remakes. So, and I have nothing against remakes. I actually love way more remakes than I dislike. But I'll tell you, man, like April Fool's Day and like The Fog, Prom Night, like those are all really bad. Like the original Prom Night's not great, but the remake is God, it's even worse. But The Fog has to be one of the worst remakes. There's some really good ones, man. There's even remakes that are better than the originals. Hills Have Eyes, for instance. You know, I would probably consider that to be a better film. And I love the original one, but you know, it's yeah. The thing is more of a new adaptation. But if you consider it a remake, I think it's one of the best, if I was to use the word best, horror films that, you know, ever made. The full movie? No. It clearly says it's a podcast. No, I don't title any of my videos with clickbait. It's straight up. Okay, that's I like watching Man Behind the Sun and masturbating. Bro, that's actually disturbing. Kind of funny though, in a really disturbing way. Casino's your favorite movie. Casino's a great movie. I sleep. All right, man. Check you later. Have I seen Don't Fuck in the Woods 2 yet? Actually, you're the second or third person today to ask me that. That's the weirdest thing in the world. No, I have not actually. I liked the first one. It wasn't great, but I haven't really heard much feedback on the second one. Like, are people liking the second one more than the first one, or is it what's the status on it? I have no idea actually. When I got on here, I figured that the marathon thing would be asked a bunch of times. Yeah, like we would love to do another one, and Dylan's actually coming over tomorrow. We can't do a marathon, but we're gonna do some type of quick video or something like that, just to get something out there. Our schedules are just so they're so all over the place. He works shift work, which is like the toughest thing, so nothing ever lines up. It's crazy. Well, thank you for watching the videos and supporting the podcast since 14. That's long. That's long time. That's OG status right there. I never saw the Jacob's Ladder remake. I heard it was so bad, and you know what, man? I really didn't have any interest in that, so I was like, "Screw it, I'm not gonna do that stuff." So I really like the original movie, man. It's cool. It's cool. It's been years since I've seen it, though. It's funny. I we get those comments actually quite often that I'm not really into horror, but I love watching your videos or listen to podcasts. I'm like, that's really interesting. That is really interesting. I do that too with certain things. Like I'll watch stuff that I'm not really into, but like I find it so intriguing. It's weird. So props. Do you like the movie Death Spa? I do. I do like Death Spa. I'm a big fan of it actually. It's bad, but it's good. It's awesome. Yo, what's up, Maddie? What's going on, brother? Yeah, Death Spa is fun. I remember having an argument with a guy about Death Spa one time, and he kept saying it's terrible. I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying I like it, but he's like, yeah, it's terrible. And I'm like, I didn't say it wasn't terrible. I just said I like it. It was fucking weird. He just didn't get what I was saying. The guinea pig set, I believe that. Oh man, what's the story? I know Steven Byro from Unearth, they lost the rights to him. I think there's one in the works again. I think that they're doing another one, or they required, or something. I don't know. Maybe Dave knows what's up. He actually, I think he talks to Steven. He knows he's got the inside scoop on that stuff. I'm so bad with following social media, like on things that get announced and things that are coming out and stuff. I'm terrible with that shit. So, but I did hear something along the lines of that though, that we might be getting another one because I missed that box set. It's actually one of the very few Unearthed Films releases I don't have is that guinea pigs box set, and I passed on it too, man. At the time I wasn't really into it. Like I wasn't really gonna pick it up, and it's like early 2000s or whatever. And I regret it, man. I should have. Don't fuck in the wood to make my top 25. Wow. Oh man, Melissa McCarthy. My God. I just think that she's one of the most unfunny women in Hollywood, man. I just don't get it, dude. Like, and I'm one of those guys that laughs at everything. Like, I just love to laugh. And I find her so like she does the polar opposite. She's like cold water to a penis and balls. It just sucks back in and it's not a good time. It's like, bro, like, how does she keep getting cast and shit? People obviously find her funny. Well, her movies must sell. I don't know. I don't get it, man. I really don't. I like her cousin, Jenny. Jenny McCarthy's dope. I used to have her posters on my wall in the 90s. What's up, Joker NYC? Red Letter Media? Yeah, I did. I did actually watch that, yeah. Do I like any Sam Fuller films? I do. Yeah, we were actually just talking about Sam Fuller. I think I named a few. White Dog, man. White Dog's great. You got Ken Forey to sign the Death Ball Blu-ray, man. I love doing shit like that too, but I had to get Dawn of the Dead though. I do that, man. I'll bring up shit like, oh fuck, man. I don't know. I've done that a couple times with actors, and they're like, "What the fuck? Really? You want me to sign this shit?" It's pretty funny. What did he say? What did he say? Because it's really funny. Well, I'm sure, Matt, that you probably have Dawn of the Dead even signed by him, anyways. But that's really funny. I'm curious to hear what he said. Did he remember doing it? because I've had that too. And like when I got Tina Carrere to sign Nightmare Zombie, she didn't even know it was even out on DVD. At the time, it was just DVD. I was the first person she ever signed a copy for. She told me, she's like, this is crazy. She's like, this movie's terrible. I'm like, yeah, it is terrible, but I love it. I would have got a picture with Tina Carrere, but man, she wanted like $80 for a picture. I was like, holy shit, that's crazy talk, man. Yeah. Night, Bobby. Soulja Slim, yeah, I've got a Soulja Slim album. What the fuck is this? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Do you think Zombieland deserved a sequel 10 years later? Any film deserves a sequel. Like, I just didn't want the one they did. That movie was fucking terrible. Like, awful. Like, oh, I literally didn't even laugh. Like, I think twice I smiled. It was so bad. Well, I think that in the trivia, I think it says 87, so they fucked up. I had no idea. It says 1987. That was kind of the joke, but it does say 87. I have no idea, actually. I don't remember when Sam Fuller died. It's crazy. I just took the word of IMDb on the trivia because it said 87. So Scream Factory, man. I already mentioned that. All they're releasing is re-releasing their movies into 4K, and it's so boring. Death to Metal, yep. Yeah, I talked about it even on the extended list. It made my extended list. Death to Metal was fun as hell. You said you like that crap. I can totally see Ken for you saying that. It's so funny how many movies these guys have done. They're just like, that was a total fucking paycheck, man. The movie sucks. Yeah, Scream Factory is totally falling off, man. Like this, just re-releasing all their 4Ks. Like they got to stop with the exclusives. The exclusives are killing them, man. Their reputation is suffering hard from that, man. Like, how many people missed out on The Evil That Men Do? Bronson, man. I was so pissed. $80, isn't that your Shock Top budget for the weekend? Not drinking Shock Top. Skinny beers, bro. Yeah, $80 was fucked. I think it was like, I think it was something crazy. I think it was like 40 for the autograph, but I had to do it. It was like Tia Carrere. But there was no way I was doing a combo for 120. And it was like, that was the deal. 40 and 80. And I'm like, 120. I'm like, really? It's not even like 110? I wouldn't have done that anyways, but so. Yeah, that was ridiculous. That was like FanCon in the city. And like, I think William Shatner was here. Yeah, William Shatner was here. And it was like, I think it was like $100 for an autograph and like 150 extra for a picture. It was fucking crazy. And I'm not joking, man. The lineup for William Shatner was literally the length of a hockey arena. It was crazy. Me and the wife were just laughing. I'm like, people are gonna pay $100 to $250 for this. I'm like, I love me some Shatner, man, but come on, bro. That was nuts. We reviewed the Omen franchise. I like the Omen films. We actually talked a lot of good about those films. The remake, not so much. The remake is fucking pointless, man. It is so pointless. It's like shot for shot, man. There's really nothing great about it except for the guy that plays the priest, Radici. It's in the film. That was kind of cool. Tom McDonald. Nope. I have not seen Hilaria, and I want to, man. I heard actually the Mutilator talking about it. I think it's on Shudder now. I want to pick it up. It sounds like something that it's really up my alley. I think I'm gonna like it. So David Lynch versus Cronenberg. Oh man, I rewatched Blue Velvet the other night and just realized, like, I love Lynch, man. I always have adored Lynch, but to be honest, man, I would probably watch David Cronenberg more, and I think I have more of a love for Cronenberg. But they're both great for me. All right, Maddie, have a good one. Oh, fucking Mike. Right. Well, I used to just go to the beer store and just get them to empty out the beers there, and I just take home the empty cans and then just pretend all night. William Shatner has to eat too, man. I bet you. I always wondered like how much money Shatner brings in from like residuals from like Star Trek and all the shit that he's done throughout the years, all the syndications of his shows and stuff. Like he must. It's like Kiss, you know. They make a couple million a year just on all the back royalty. Like it's ridiculous how much money is always rolling in. Yeah, see, like photos, like that's what I love about Wasteland is that you can go to Wasteland and like it's like $20. Like everyone's kind of a flat price there. It's really, really cheap. So the top 25, or it's actually 22 or 22. I did that video before I did this video. So it's recorded and it's bounced down. And I'll have it live in a couple hours. I just still have to upload it. I'll just make it live in a couple hours. So it'll be for Saturday. So it'll be up. If I had to pick between Belly, Juice, and Menace to Society, what are you watching? Boys in the Hood. Out of those, Menace, hands down. Then Juice, which I love Juice. And then Belly. Yeah, their sales aren't even sales though. Like I find for the most part, man. Like they really they have like the worst sales I've ever seen. But sometimes you can take advantage. Sometimes they have decent ones, but I did not even check out Crimes of the Future from last year, believe it or not. I kept hearing from everybody it was a slug to get through, and it was like towards the end of the year, and I was like, you know what? And everyone's like, it's not gonna make your top 10. So I'm like, okay. I was getting close to 100. I said I'm gonna watch 100 movies, and I did, and so I was like, fuck it. Just passed off. I mean, I'll eventually watch it. It's Cronenberg, and I'm curious to see what he did with it because the original short that he did for Crimes of the Future back in the late 60s, early 70s is so weird. It is so weird. Yeah, Belly is amazing aesthetically. Done by a music video director. Have I ever hated a movie so much I destroyed the physical copy? I don't think so. I don't think I actually ever have. Yeah, Naked Lunch getting a Arrow release. I have the Criterion, so I'm fine with that. Thanks to Royce Bun. I was about to say Royce the 5'9" as soon as I saw Royce. Shatner's like the Canadian Jerry Seinfeld, bank-wise. I bet he is. Charging $250 for a picture and autograph. Come on, son. Like you got to be shitting me with those type of prices. It's ridiculous. I must have laughed about it fucking 5 times because I just couldn't believe the lineup. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm not gonna like it was pretty dorky, man. It was pretty funny. Where's the best horse shirts? It depends what kind of shirts you like and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of good. I buy a lot from Twisted Tees in Canada just because I don't have to pay the across the board and stuff. But just do a quick Google search, man. There's like 5 or 6. It's really like I can't recommend clothes like design wise. It's all different. Like I don't like mine crazy busy and stuff. Like I like mine pretty simple. So I don't know. Everyone has different taste in shirts, man, and clothing. I'm very simple. I like one logo on a hat and like just usually one logo. Like I'm very, very simple when it comes to type of shit. So and the Devil's Rain. Yeah. Well, Mike, I think you're the only person I've heard say that they liked it. But Hot Boys and Bell. You know, I've never seen Hot Boys actually. I love Terry Gilliam. Annoying? No, I don't find him annoying at all. I think his movies are very I mean, they're like beyond creative. They're weird and creative. Like he's done so many different types of films that he's kind of like a class of his own. He's like a David Lynch, you know. He's like he's not for everybody. You know, his type of movies. I don't really recommend Gilliam films to a lot of people. It's like David Lynch. Like they're an acquired taste, I think. Yeah, Twisted Teas is cool, man. Man, they've raised their prices like crazy. But yeah, I do love me some Twisted Teas. Well, Royce, I never the funny thing about me is that you guys always knew me as being fat because I lost my shit in my early 30s, man. But I grew up skinny. I started gaining weight in my late 20s, and then by the time I got on YouTube, I was fat, and then just kept getting fatter. And then I was like, "Fuck this! I got to get back to my old self." So yeah, like I hit like 280, man. It was crazy, dude. And I was like, "Bro, like I got to do something about it. This is crazy. I'm out of breath going up the stairs. Like this is fucking ridiculous." And I just got back to my athletic self. I grew up playing sports, right? I was a hockey and baseball player, so I was always skinny. Lost 100 pounds, and I'm like, "Yep." But glad I could be an inspiration. But I truly believe anybody can do it, though. No, our Run DMC show, yeah. I'm actually quite surprised, even because like DMC lost his voice, like literally lost his voice. Like it's the craziest shit ever. I'm surprised they're even still performing at all. It's so sad to hear him in interviews. You can tell that he's gotten his voice back, but like it's still scratchy and it's not like it sounds weak. He just sounds really weak. It's really sad. For like how hype and how much screaming they used to do and shit, like took its toll, man. It's crazy. Snow on the Bluff 2011. All right. What aren't I eating? You know, the funny thing is that I didn't really like, I mean, I guess I didn't eat the greatest when I got all fat and stuff, but it was more my job. Like when I was working at the airport doing supervising like out in the apron and stuff. It's the fact that like we had a lot of downtime and all we did was eat. Like we would have free food for like I worked like 12 to 14-hour shifts and basically eat all day. Like that was the problem. It didn't help drinking fucking way too much beers and stuff, but I just, I mean, I exercise a lot. I work out every single day, and it's first I just cut out a lot of heavy carbs and stuff like that. I never really ate a lot of fast food. People always said you eat a lot of fast food. I'm like, no, I never really did. It wasn't it. It was just eating everything around me all the fucking time, eating when you're not hungry, eating before bed, all that shit that you shouldn't be doing. So yeah, I have a ton of shirts from Rotten Cotton actually. Yeah, a lot of my older ones you guys see in my videos are from Rotten Cotton. Yeah, I mean that's why I drink these they call them skinny beers, man. No sugar, 3 grams of 3 carbs in this. It's ridiculous. I actually like these. This is from Amsterdam. Kind of has like a malty taste to it. It's kind of nice actually. Not for everybody. Not for everybody. Can we get a scalp reveal? Sure, why not, man? Look how and that light is totally. Yep, I'm old and bald. I'm old and bald. It's funny. Oh, that sounds awesome. In Prague, yeah, I've never been. The wife's been to Prague. Yeah, man. I started losing. I was about 24, and all of a sudden one day someone's like, "Man, you're thinning on top." I'm like, "Really?" Because I think you live in denial, right? And I looked and I was like, "Holy shit! I think I actually am fucking balding." Yeah, like it fell out quick, man. But it makes sense. Like my mom's dad was like super thin, like I think in his teens. You know, surprisingly, I don't have a lot of loose skin. I have a little bit in my stomach, but for the most part, like, I actually have full definition. Like, I have parts of my old six-pack back and stuff, but not really. I was surprised that, like, I didn't get it, like, in my arms and stuff. Like, I don't have, like, anything. It's crazy. Like, it's actually quite shocking. I get that question all the time because when you lose 100 pounds, you think you would, but I don't know. It's weird. Like, I've seen people lose 200 pounds and not really have too much. And I've seen people lose like 80 pounds and have like so much excess skin. I guess it depends on the muscle in your body. I don't know what the deal is with that, but I don't. It's really strange, but not much. Like man, I mean, I was wearing 40 jeans. I can fit into like 34s. It's crazy. Yeah, you know what, man? I'm yeah, I'm thankful that people get inspiration from it. And I truly believe like if you are having problems with weight and stuff, like you can totally do it. Like it just takes dedication. And that's the number one thing. Just, probably change your diet. But the big thing is exercise, man. Like I can eat pretty much anything and still keep weight off because I do exercise quite regularly, like every single day. Like today, I went for like an hour run on the elliptical and stuff. Like fucking probably sweated out like 8 pounds of freaking water. It's crazy. I'm a sweater. But shit like that. Friday's just my cardio day. I mean, I do cardio I do an hour every single day, but on Fridays I just do cardio. I don't do any weight training or anything on Fridays because I'm usually so tired by Friday because I go Monday through Friday. My body's just needs to recoup on the weekends. My legs are super sore from leg day the other day, and my pecs, like I'm super went hard this week. Yeah, exercise and diet. Like diet does help though. Like I mean the thing is with me, like I can't eat a lot of red meat because of my liver. Oddly enough, I drink, but actually the red meat is actually the worst thing for me. It's because I store too much iron. But um, so I never really ate a lot of red meat and like those high calorie things and pork and stuff like that. So I never was that. So I never really had to get out of eating those things. Like I like fish and chicken and stuff and veggies. So it was never a thing. It's just like I said before, I gained so much weight, probably 10 pounds a year, really. I think in 2012 I was 230. By 2019, I was like 280. So I was gaining like 10 pounds a year. And I just said, fuck it. Like I gotta stop doing like eating before I go. Like I'm one of those night eaters. 12 o'clock will hit and I'm like, oh, I gotta have a sandwich. It's like, why? Like, so that shit just adds up in your body. Yeah, a lot of people, when I tell people that I got up to like 280, they're like, "Really?" They're like, "Man, you wore that shit well." And I'm like, "I get that from everybody." I think it's because my body type, like I have 30-inch legs and my whole upper body is a torso. I have such a long torso, and I had a belly, so it was spread out evenly that it didn't look like I was. I think if I was 6 inches shorter, you would be saying I was obese. It's just a totally different body type. Like I got lucky with my long gated torso. It's a bitch for clothing, man. Like I can never find shirts long enough for me. Oh, I have like hundreds of Stretch and Bobbito shows, man, on tape from back in the day and shit, man. We used to get like bootlegged radio and shit. Listen to Stretch and Bobbito, and like I had a homie that was into all that. Like he used to record everything, and man, those tapes just get passed around in the '90s. I remember hearing like crazy shit, man. Early '90s, like early Souls of Mischief and stuff on Stretch and Bobbito and shit. And I'm like, this is fucking nuts. And then like hearing early Woo and then all the shit breaking and stuff. Stretch and Bobbito literally broke everybody. It's crazy. So, but yeah, even up in Canada, like we were getting that, like not getting it, but someone was recording it and feeding it to us and shit. That was life, man. It was the best show ever. I miss Stretch and Bobbito, man. I wish he'd just come back and do shit, man. But radio is just not the same. Man, Heavenly Creatures is a 10 out of 10. That movie's amazing. Peter Jackson, which I think he announced that he wants to do a horror film again. I'm curious to see if he's going to do on a big budget or what he's going to do, because what made his movies so special is using those low budgets and using his unique New Zealand humor with the ridiculous gore and storylines. Although Heavenly Creatures is not a horror film per se, but it's actually based on a real story. Oh, the body bag days. Shit. Yeah, that's old school shit, man. Fuck what you heard, but I'm the one that came up with the channel name for that. JP is like, I was like, no, I came up with body bags, you motherfucker. My thoughts on Barbarian. I like the first half of the movie a lot more than the second half, to be honest. I thought the ending was ridiculous. Like, honestly, falling off the building. Well, I don't want to give any spoilers, but there was some really shoddy CG, but that's not really it. It was just the way it kind of progressed. I don't know. I will watch it again, though. I saw it in the theater. First Fulci film, show them Zombie. Do they if they like zombie films? I've shown people The Beyond first. I've shown people City of Living Dead first. In that realm, in that like early 80s. I wouldn't show House by the Cemetery though. I would say Zombie. Like if they like Zombie, that one seems like a good start. Another marathon question. When our schedules line up. Actually, Dylan's coming over tomorrow. Like I said, we're gonna do a little video. So, well, the Stay Tuned Blu-ray that came out is a legit release. You know what's funny? I don't even think I've even opened mine. Is it a BDR? I don't even know. But I have the Stay Tuned Blu-ray. I love Stay Tuned so much, man. I love John Ritter. That movie's funny as hell. I love the end credits, man, with all the fictitious or the spoof names. Shit's funny. Yeah. See, yeah, I'm 6'1", and I wear 34s. But like, it's my body shape. I have such a long torso that like my shirts are never. They never seem to make shirts longer. If you go up, if you go to a large or an extra large, it gets wider. Most larges on me are too big. Yeah, yeah, I would say even the whole story of like Heavenly Creatures is just it's horrific in itself. The problem in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, what the original one? I don't think the acting is actually that bad in that movie. Why am I not doing body bags? Oh man, I left body bags years ago. I was the one that started the channel, and I did 150 reviews in 143 weeks, never missed a week. And I was like, you know what? I'm done. It was more the timing though, because I was doing Sundays and then shit was just coming up all the time. And I was like, man, plus it was, time to move on past the torch. I'm sure they've had like 150,000 different hosts since then. Every time I click in, there's somebody I don't recognize. Yeah, Wolf Creek's good. I really like the second one, man. The second one's like batshit. It's just more on like full-fledged, like loose horror. It's just like, fuck, like we're gonna do this, man. The Beyond is a masterpiece. It's like my second or third favorite movie of all time. Yeah, I think that showing zombie is a good start. I mean, only if they like zombie films, though. That's the thing, because like if you're not really into zombie films, like it would be tough to digest too. And also being Italian, there's that disconnect with first time viewers of Italian films. They don't really get the dubbing, and there's certain aspects the way it's filmed. They're like, oh, it looks cheap, it's dubbed, it's shitty. They can't get it. I've noticed that with some people. And I'm like, man, like you got to watch more of these. I need low budget 80s slashers. Hold on, I got to respond to this right now. Oh man, like there's like literally so many. One I really wish would get a Blu-ray release is Iced. That's a fun one. Ice is a fun movie. Um, what's the one I'm thinking of? What did I just watch? Girls Night Out the other night. I watched that the other night. That one's pretty good. It's fun. Yeah, I like to pray. Oh man, there's so many like low budget. But what time I have featured you? Oh, I've been on here for 2 hours. Holy shit. All right, sorry. I had to respond to somebody. Can you recommend? Can you your favorite best true crime? Favorite crime doc? Oh my god, I literally have watched so many. Can't even tell you, man. I just watched that the axe wielding hitchhiker the other night. That story, which is funny. I never even like that shit blew up the internet back in like 13 or whatever. I don't even remember the story, man. And I was watching it. I was like, yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy story. I watch like every true crime documentary that comes on Netflix, and I record. Actually, I'll be recording Dateline tonight because I'm a Dateline dork. I love that shit. There's almost too many to name. Oh, I'm actually gonna do that, my updated top 25 MCs and groups. Totally, it's totally changed, like, the orders changed, like I mean, it's pretty odd, like, I mentioned who my favorite MC is all time, he was always up there, but, like, I mean, it's just it changes drastically. Um, it's not like anybody I dislike, but it's yeah, the order changes, think people are on there and stuff, yeah, definitely changed. I need to do that. Kinda working on, like, doing a top 100 albums too, my favorite albums. I actually have a list. Why does everybody is that the internet joke with Sean C. Phillips? Everyone calling him Chauncey? Or do people actually think his name is Chauncey? Because I see every comment says Chauncey, and I'm like, his name is Sean C. It's Sean S. Cool or cool duder. It's not Chauncey. It's funny. It must be the joke. It must be the joke. Do you think Hip Hop Witch had party favors? Hip Hop Witch, man. That is like legitimately one of the worst movies I have ever seen in my life. Man, that shit's bad. It's legitimately bad. It's pretty funny. The Dahmer show, I loved it, man. It was so good. The dude that played Dahmer knocked it out the park, man. Like it was freaky good. Freaky good. Like really good. I thought it was excellent, man. It's a BDR release? Yeah. So I think mine's still sealed, man. I never actually watched it. I don't think I did. I loaned to get it forever, have the snapper case DVD, and then got the Blu-ray, never watched it. Typical fucking nonsense collector shit, right? Hey guys, Chauncey Billups. That I've seen people say Billups too, and I'm like, maybe he does say it sounds like he says Chauncey Billups. That's hilarious because I always see that thing. Yeah, okay, that's the joke. Cool duder is funny. Yeah. Skinamarink, yeah, we've talked about it many times. I really like the name of it, man. Skinamarink? That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's gonna divide people for sure. I haven't seen it yet, but I've been hearing, the division in it. Yeah. I mean, I wanna check it out. It looks like, it's up my alley though, so I love Eggers, man. Eggers is the new dude. I did watch Hell High. Yeah. Yeah, I have the old DVD of it too. Man, I tell you, what an upgrade from that DVD. Holy shit, man. Crazy. It's like night and day. Nightmares from 1980, an Aussie film. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty average. Pretty average film. House of the Laughing Windows definitely needs a Blu-ray. I have the Shameless Blu-ray or a DVD of that. And the Shameless was cool when it came out, but then you started to realize that like half their stuff was either cut or their transfers weren't the greatest, but they look cool aesthetically, like the yellow cases and stuff. But yeah, House of the Laughing Windows is a great movie. Iced. Iced needs a Blu-ray. I want to see Iced on Blu-ray. Top 180s horror. Man, that is a lot of brainstorming. VHS 99. I didn't care for it overall. I thought that there was a couple stories that were good, but a couple I didn't really care for overly that much. I like 94 more. It's funny because we were all kind of mixed on that because like I like 94 more. Most people like 99 more. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. That's anthologies, man. They're literally a mixed bag. You know, and it really kind of divides people. It's always fun. The VHS films are overall pretty decent. The third one's pretty bad though. I don't even think there was one short, and that one was good. Imagine being Dahmer's neighbor. That would be an interesting ASMR video. Dude, that's disgusting. That's amazing. I like it. Did I ever drink Lakeport beers? No. Trap music. Oh, can't do it. I honestly can't do it, man. Oh, fuck, man. My knees get all sore. All Eyes on Me, favorite album. That's cool. A Close Range with Sean Penn. I have seen A Close Range. Yeah, that's a great movie. Cronenberg, Astor Eggers, Peel, Flanagan, Bigos. Oh, Brandon Cronenberg. Okay, I was reading that as Cronenberg. I'm like, wow, that was kind of a weird list to throw Daddy in there, but no. Yeah, I actually like all those directors. I love Joe Bigos, man. I'm a really big Joe Bigos fan, so I think he's fun. Do I live near Plug One in Canada? Plug One lives in Canada? If he does, he most likely lives in Toronto, but so no. Enemy Territory, yeah. Top 5 Bronson movies? Holy shit, man. Death Wish 3, man, is probably my favorite Bronson movie. God, there's so many good ones. I like the one that he did with Anthony Perkins too. That one's really good. Somebody's knocking at the door or something. I think that's what it's called. I can't remember. Tiny Cinema. Finally, another fan of Tiny Cinema, man. That one had some really original shorts in it. Like some of the stories were so outrageous and so ridiculous that I'm like, wow, like, no, how come no one's ever done these before? The fucking boner. That was ridiculous, man. So funny. Really hated some. Wow. Michael Aquino, no. Yeah, Bigos hasn't missed for me. He's got 6 films now. It's like Mickey Keaton. Mickey Keaton's another guy that I really like. He's never missed for me either. His movies aren't as good as Bigos, in my opinion, but like I love Mickey Keaton, man. He's great. Like nobody liked Off Season from last year, and I did. You know, it's not his greatest movie, but I really enjoyed it. Hard Times is awesome, Bronson, man. Really good stuff. That's actually probably one of his really great movies. Yeah. I mean, The Mechanic is fucking great. I mean, there's so many good ones, dude. Like, I get rid of like tons of DVDs. In the last couple of years, I've probably gotten rid of over 1,000, like literally 1,000. If the DVDs are just standards, you know, like no features, whatever, shitty, whatever, I'll get them if I've upgraded to Blu-ray and stuff. And then some of the 4Ks will keep the Blu-rays because some of the shit's not ported over, different artwork. It just depending on the films. But yeah, I've gotten rid of so much stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, right. Madonna's soundtrack. Yep. Yeah, it does have good atmosphere off season. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, think about Mickey Keaton. He's done quite a few different types of films. That's what I like about him, man. He doesn't really, I guess, like Joe Bigos too. He does the same thing, kind of changes up a lot. Oh man, I got to go with my man Reggie from Phantasm. Probably the most unpopular opinion ever. I'm not saying he's Ash is probably like, I mean, they're both like, to me, they're both like superior icons, man. I don't know. That would be a fun one. That's a fun one. But I mean, you got to look at, I mean, if we're doing this present, if we're looking at age, Reggie's got to be like 114 years old now, man. 10 to Midnight's amazing. I know a lot of people actually consider 10 to Midnight to be a horror film. It kind of is like a serial killer type thing. So fuck with whiskey. Not like straight like I'm a Scotch person, but like no, not like general like whiskey. Like not really. Yeah, how do I find so much time? It's weird. I watch all my movies like after 8 or 9 at night. Like I'm a night person. I almost never watch movies during the day. Like I'm one of those people that lives off of like 4 hours sleep. So I'll stay up and watch 2 or 3 movies and then get up and then start my day after like 4 hours. And then I know it's crazy. Like I will spend all day listening to tunes, music, and then I all night watching movies. It's fucking crazy. Like no matter what I'm doing, I got tunes on like either my headphones or I think that Nightmare on Elm Street will get a respectable box set someday for sure. I think it's coming. I think it's honestly, it's just the whole rights thing. I mean, it's got to be what's holding us back. There might be more to the story too. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think anyone's ever been able to pinpoint exactly why Nightmare on Elm Street hasn't gotten the love that like Friday and Halloween recently, from Scream Factory has got. And like, there's more to the story. There's more politics to it, but it is ridiculous though. The Hemikuda and Phantasm. Fuck yeah. I'm a huge muscle car fan. Like late 60s, early 70s, man. Fuck, man. I love those cars so much. I want that Hemikuda so bad, man. Yeah, Bliss is fucking awesome, man. The whole stand-ups, yep. I've told the story many times on the podcast about when Fright Night came out back in 1985. I don't remember what video store it was, but they had a standee for Fright Night. And when I walked in the door, and I'll never forget it because I walked in and I looked up at this fucking horrific Fright Night standee and I was like, what the fuck? Like it scared the shit out of me, man. And I ended up watching the movie and that was like and it terrified me not knowing when you're 5 years old that that shit is more of a comedy, really. But it was terrifying to a kid. And that's what started my love for horror was that. And House, oddly enough, again, which is a horror comedy, which, I didn't know at the time. It's kind of funny, these stories, but I was watching those movies a little bit too young. I guess they're not really the worst things in the world, even though I guess Fright Night does have boobs in it, doesn't it? Yeah, whatever. I know more people are always worried about nudity instead of violence. Like, oh, you get your head chopped off. You can't show kids some boobs. Dawkins demanding too much money. Fuck, they probably are too, man. They totally are. These are sparkling waters, pretty much. 90 calorie sparkling waters. Wouldn't that be that would just be the most ridiculous diet ever. I'm drinking water and it's got 90 calories in it. No, fuck, you're drinking sugar water. Yeah, I don't know if the new Nightmare on Elm Street thing is a real thing. There's been so much speculation over the years, man, but who knows? Like, I mean, I heard that like I've heard so many things about so many remakes and so much things, but it's internet jargon, I think, to the most point. Who really knows? I don't know what to believe anymore, man, unless I'm hearing it from somebody that's working on the shit. Oh, I can't drink energy drinks, man. I get 2 sips into an energy drink and I have to go take a shit. I literally get the shits from energy drinks. There's something wrong with those things, man. Like, I'm a coffee person. I'll have, 2, maybe 3 a day, which that's a lot, but which is probably another reason why I can stay up so late because I'm just wired. I'm, like, very caffeine sensitive. Like, I get really hyper. Um, how many calories a day? Man, when I was first dieting, I'm not even joking. I was eating like 400. Like, it was crazy, dude. It was insane. Now I eat pretty normal. Like, I probably don't even have the requirement of 2,200. I'm really good at like living in a house with people that eat tons of junk food and shit and having it around the house and not eating it. I don't know. It's just I actually like to have junk food and shitty food around because it forces me not to eat it. I don't know. It's like a battle with me. It's like a game to me. I'm weird. But it really helped. It really actually helped. I think if it wasn't around, I'd find myself, I gotta go get a taquito at 7-Eleven or some shit. I did not watch the Wu-Tang Saga show, man. I know I need to do that. I'm always excited for a Friday the 13th. Anything Friday the 13th. So yeah, I mean, that's something, it's TV. Like I said, I don't really get overly excited about TV, but that's still intriguing to me. I'll have to check that out. I actually recently watched Chucky season 2 and it was like so hit and miss. I think it was New Year's Day. So we had some drinks that night. So I was a little hungover. And I was like, fuck it, man. I had the whole thing taped like, on the PVR. And I was like, well, taped, old school, like I had it taped on my VCR, on my VHS. And so I had to rewind the whole thing for 8 hours and then fast forward the commercials. No, I watched the Chucky season 2, and I didn't mind the first one. It was okay. And the second one was really kind of hit and miss, but it had some good parts. Just not like, I don't know. Pre-workout supplements? No, my pre-workout supplements is just my regular vitamins. I got B12 in there. It's like an energy shot, but I do a shake before I work out. It's just a protein shake, basically. It's just like almond milk, high protein yogurt, banana, strawberries. Very simple, cinnamon, and to sweeten it up or to give that flavorless because it's like no sugar in there. And then just my vitamins. But I have a cup of coffee, so that's basically it. But nothing else. Nothing else. I can work out pretty hard on that shit. You mean like a re-release of the Dawn of the Dead Blu-ray in Region One? Yeah, because Anchor Bay has that one. But yeah, it's got to come sometime. I actually have a lot of fucking Blu-rays of Dawn of the Dead. I have like 8 or 9. my box sets. So many of them. Well, when I first started, so I generally don't eat a lot of like I don't eat a lot of bread at all. I eat like keto wraps, which is funny because they're only a couple grams of carbs in them and like they're full of fiber and shit. I don't eat a lot of bread. I never really did, oddly enough. But no, I don't eat a lot of carbs to be honest, like straight up. Weekends is different though. I'll eat pretty fucking normal. Like tonight, I made myself like a big seafood dinner by myself. It was like tilapia and like some shrimp and scallops and shit like that. So actually, essentially, oh, and air fried Brussels sprouts. So essentially, I'm by myself and I could be picking out and making a big deal out of it, but I ate like a super low carb dinner. Not even thinking right now. I guess I'm just so used to eating like that I forget sometimes. Moodz, who is the Super Bowl representatives after Sunday? Oh man, 49ers. I'm gonna say 49er Bengals. I think the Bengals are gonna upset the Chiefs. And I'm not just saying that because they beat the Bills, and you guys know my feelings about that shit, but I honestly think that the Bengals have a legit chance of beating the Chiefs. That's the thing, man. Like, need more physical albums, man. If Romero made a Dead movie in 2023, what would the commentary be? He'd make a Me Too Oh, I guess that's already passed. I guess that movement's already passed. I don't know, man. I mean, we've had so many different movements in big social commentaries in society in the last 5 years, 4 years. I mean, obviously the race one's the big one, man. Maybe he touched like it's so sensitive, but actually I just watched that new movie last night about the whole black and white thing with oh, what the fuck's the movie called? Oh, you guys, I can't even remember what it's called. I'm so stupid. Um Somebody tell me what it's called. I can't remember. You People. It's actually called You People. Man, the soundtrack in the movie was fire though. It was really good. But it's basically playing off, white dude who's fallen in love with a black girl. The white good guy played by Jonah Hill. It's got a crazy cast, man. Eddie Murphy's in. He plays the black father, obviously the black father. Julie Louise Dreyfus is in the film as his mother, as Jonah Hill's mother. David Duchovny is his dad. Nina Long is Eddie Murphy's wife. Crazy cast, man. Crazy cast. But yeah, it plays off the racial tension and stuff and the stereotypes and what's wrong with people, like, in the situation. So it's pretty good. I thought it was good. Some of it was pretty cringe, kind of meant to be, but it was still fun. Do I ever not wear a hat? Yeah, actually, I don't wear a hat at all at home. When I'm walking around the house, I usually wear a toque or a beanie or whatever, wherever part of the world you're from. No, I literally been wearing baggy pants, t-shirts, and backwards hats since like 1989. I haven't changed. It's funny. You look at pictures of me when I was 9 till I'm 42, and I'm literally the same, just older and balder. Jeremion, I highly doubt that. Really? Christmas horror special. Wow. It's so into his scalp. Man, some people are just blessed with freaking with hair, man. It's crazy. You see guys that are like 75 years old and it's like, no, it's not a wig, man. Or not a piece. The Bengals have just gotten better as the season progressed, man. And I think that the Kansas, if you can stop Kelsey, you can stop that team. They literally, it's like a two-man team. It's like Montana and Rice. It's Montana and Rice, man. That's exactly what that team is, and it drives me fucking nuts. I was talking about doing the vlogs earlier tonight. I wish I could do more because I just don't have the spots here. I live in such a small city. I live in like a city with about 100,000 people. We just don't have a lot here. Like I have one cinema. We've got a few spots I could go to. It'd be like into Walmart we go. um, but no, like I really don't have. I would love to do them. Maybe I'll just say fuck it. Maybe I'll do some random shit at my buddy's shop, and I'll go to Sunrise and maybe a couple other places, charity shop. And I was actually thinking about going to a charity shop tomorrow. I haven't been there in a while, this one place, and sometimes I find some fire in there. It's crazy. Every once in a while. Springtime's a good time to go because everyone's like spring cleaning. They're just tossing shit out. Man, I found some fire in there one year. Favorite Cool Keith album? I was literally just talking about this yesterday. How weird is that? And I was like, shit, dude, holy man, to name a favorite Cool Keith, like solo Cool Keith, like excluding Ultramagnetic MCs. Funk Up Your Head's my favorite Ultramagnetic album. Favorite Cool Keith album, man, like Masters of Illusions, man, with Cutmaster Kurt. I guess that's more of a group thing. Still Cool Keith. I like everything that Cool Keith has done with Cutmaster Kurt, man. I wish he'd just keep doing albums with him, man. The archive sex styles is like it's like fucking amazing. But Dr. Octagon, I mean, I got Dr. Octagon sitting back there right there. Dr. Doom. Black Elvis is fucking amazing. I love Keith, man. He's such a weird dude. He puts out the weirdest shit ever. But I can listen to Dr. Octagon like all the time. That's a cool vinyl set. The Octagon set is awesome. You probably have it if you're a fan. Quest for Fire with Ray Dong, Sean, and Ron Perlman. Have I seen that? I can't think of what that is. Young Moodz, with all the shipping issues you deal with, you ever considered moving to the good? No. Honestly, if I moved to the States, then I wouldn't have the income to buy. I mean, it's like a catch-22, right? I started collecting music in 80. I didn't start buying movies until the early 90s. I remember started buying VHSs when they started to drop in price a little bit, like at the video stores, like, the retail ones. They were expensive up here, man. Tapes. Music was always kind of relative, but it went through phases. It definitely went through phases. Yeah, exactly, Matt. That's exactly what it would have been like. I've heard some Death Grips. I can't really quite remember it. I have checked it out though. Favorite ICP album? Um, Probably Malenko, Great Malenko. Probably the Ringmaster. Yeah, probably Ringmaster. Doom is a fucking legend. Absolutely, Maddie or Mike. Matthew's underrated. Matthew's dope. Matthew's dope. Yeah. I probably have like it's hard to say. Like Cool Keith, I probably have 30 Cool Keith albums, maybe more. If I include the maybe more. I don't know. I have so many, it's ridiculous. That guy puts out so much craziness. It's nuts. Hellraiser. Yes, I love Hellraiser, man. I got a few Hellraiser records, man. You know, man, he almost fucking died a couple years back. He had like a brain aneurysm and he pulled through it too. It's crazy. Am I aware of rapper Cage? Yep, 20 years plus. Been a fan of Cage for 20 years. Weatherman, man. Hell's Winter, man. Hell's Winter is my favorite Cage album. In fact, the whole Def Jux era is just phenomenal. Like coming like Ruckus to like Def Jux was the shit right there, man. That was amazing. Yeah, the Keith albums where he's literally talking instead of rapping. Exactly. So weird. He's just a weird dude. But he gets away with it because he's cool Keith, man. He has so many different personalities. Now you're just like, well, I guess we got talking Keith today. Fucking Eminem's or yeah, fucking JP. Yeah. Yeah, Hellraiser's dope, man. The album that he did with Blue Sky Black Death is fucking outrageous. It's awesome. Royal Rumble predictions? No idea. I haven't watched wrestling in probably since early, I would say probably 20 years now. And I grew up with it, man. 80s and 90s into just after like the DX stuff, I guess would have been probably about the time I stopped. Bedlam and Eshawn? Yeah, man. Eshawn's a fucking legend. It does annoy me sometimes that he claims that he created like horrorcore and stuff because that definitely goes to Gangsta Nip. Gangsta Nip was doing that shit in the late 80s. But Eshawn's dope. Detroit rapper. Doink the Clown will win the Rumble. Didn't that guy die? Oh, fuck. Almost every wrestler dies. But, Doink the Clown. Wasn't there a bunch of different Doink the Clowns, though? Like, wasn't that the funny thing about Doink the Clown? It was literally played by different dudes, like, all the time. I've seen Dear Mr. Gacy. I don't remember what it was like, though. In Jelly Roll. Really? Is that the dude that did albums with Haystack? Is that same Jelly Roll? Because there's a couple different guys named Jelly Roll. Yeah, Haystack did a couple. I think he did 2 albums with Jelly Roll with a Jelly Roll. Anyways, I'm not sure if it's the same guy. Yeah, the steroids is taking over their hearts, man. Yeah, it's not good, man. It's not good. Movies for Blind's great. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So Haystack is from Nashville too. Yeah. Yeah, Haystack and Jelly Roll did 2 records together. Yeah, I'm probably the only person in the world that has every single Haystack album. Every time I mention Haystack to people, they always laugh. They're like, "Man, that fucking name is funny as hell." But it's perfect. It's from Nashville, man. And he's good. He's fucking good. Doink, bro, making kids cry. Man, I miss those days of wrestling, man. Doink the Clown. Oh shit, dude, that was funny. One of my favorites, man, was the One Man Gang, and for the reason because his aesthetic was so funny, and then the One Man Gang, he like you know how Vince McMahon used to change up characters on people, and he would reinvent the wrestler. Well, One Man Gang came back as Hakeem the African Dream. Like to this day, I still think it's the funniest shit ever that Vince McMahon thought that that was a good idea. Like looking back on that, like, could you imagine back in today's world, Hakeem the African Dream's this fucking huge white guy wearing a fucking dashiki and shit. It was just like Oh my god, that shit is funny as hell, man. That guy's actually still alive. I actually saw an interview with that guy not too long ago. He's like, he's just doing it. He's just like a normal dude, man. Just like a normal dude. With Slick Rick is, man. Yeah, that shit was funny as hell. To getting into hip hop, oh man, it's so hard because like, a lot of younger people today, like they don't really care for the older stuff and shit like that. I mean, it's really, really tough, man, to recommend. I mean, for I don't know, man. It all depends on their taste and shit. Like to me, I'd be like, yo, man, go back to, listen to some Eric B. and Rakim or something like that. Um, Anything like EPMD, Tribe Called Quest. Like for me, I would recommend, and I've done this with people before. Anything like Native Tongues, Tribe Called Quest, Jungle Brothers, De La Soul, Black Sheep, fucking, everybody in those crews, man, like the Beat Nuts and all that type of 80s, 90s centric stuff and shit. But then again, like people recommend Tupac and Biggie and so more mainstream, more name centric stuff. Better than Illmatic. Again, I don't play the best things, so I don't really like my favorite album of all time is Midnight Marauders, by Tribe Called Quest. But Illmatic's amazing. It's one of my top favorite albums of all time. Like Hard to Earn by Gangstar's, is my third favorite album of all time, or my second favorite album of all time. You know, most people like Moment of Truth more. It is what it is. Um, I'm like a massive Ghetto Boys fan. Like I'm a huge, huge Scarface fan. Actually, I have his book. It's somewhere up here. Scarface's book is amazing. I learned a lot of stuff reading about him and stuff, and it made a lot of sense in his music to why he always talked about suicide and so much like personal death stuff and shit. Because like he was super suicidal when he was in his group home and shit like that, and it really reflected in the music and shit like that. So the Ghetto Boys are absolutely fucking dope. Reps in peace to Bushwick Bill. Actually, I have his book too, and that's a great read, by the way. Bushwick was batshit, for being a little guy, man. He was a fucking batshit motherfucker. That one. Ghetto Boys amazing, man. We Can't Be Stopped is classic, man. I mean, the Ghetto Boys Grip It album is like one of my favorite albums of all time. I love that record. I like it more. Rick Rubin kind of remixed the whole album and re-released it as the Ghetto Boys. I don't like that version at all. I mean, I like it, but I don't really go to it. Yeah, Easy's dope. I wouldn't recommend the Firm album personally. I mean, I think it was a huge, like, honestly, I mean, the lyrics even say the Firm was a huge flop, but like, it's crazy to think though, too, because like AZ, Nas, Foxy was hot at the time. Nature obviously replaced Cormega at the time, which sucks because that album probably would have been a lot better. There's no way Cormega was rapping on those beats. It would have been a lot different. They tried to make that album a pop album. That's what happened with that record, and it didn't come off properly. Um, yeah, I've listened to the Bob Dylan stuff. Yeah, Bob Dylan is definitely an acquired taste. Bob Dylan. I love Bob Dylan because he even admits he can't sing properly. That guy's awesome. The Guess Who, of course. Yeah, the Music Collection, hands down, hands down. It just this stuff in here is way harder to replace than the movie collection. There would be stuff in the movie collection, obviously, I would never be able to replace it in this also, but this is way harder because music doesn't get re-released. Like the albums they don't get re-released like movies do. The rights don't change like movies. So if it goes out of print, somebody else is probably going to release it. You can probably pick it up a year or two later. This just doesn't happen, man. It just doesn't happen. Like you're getting all the reissues and vinyl and stuff, but it's for certain albums. It's like there's so many albums in here that have never been re-released. Like their original pressings from their appropriate years. It would be so savage, man. Yeah. Honestly, man, the Buck Wild Digging in the Crates compilation. Yeah. I was talking about Buck Wild tonight, actually. I've got the album sitting right here. Oh, fucking stack. Where the fuck am I here? Oh, not in that stack. But yeah, anyways, Buck Wild. But yeah, that's like one of the greatest things. Not that I do have that CD actually, but I was talking about the Artifacts and Buck Wild rest in peace to Tame One. Buck Wild's like knocked it out the fucking park with that. But those 90s shit, man. The album he did with Self-Titled, using old 90s beats was absolutely amazing. That's one of the greatest like 2000s records, man. I love self-titled, but like those beats were so amazing. Features were awesome. Self was hilarious on the record. It's good shit. I agree, man. Digging in the Crates is fucking awesome. Meth, the Iron Lung. He is the Iron Lung, man. That guy smokes like Snoop. I don't know how they do it. Blasphemy. Yep, I've heard of him. Yeah, there's man. The metal scene in Canada, especially like in Quebec and shit, huge. It's massive. There's a huge hip hop scene in Canada too. A lot of people don't know, but like this like, back burner right here, man. It's like from the East Coast, man. Like that group alone has like over 20 members. It's crazy. But east to the west, it's everywhere. A lot. It's mostly underground. How much movie collections worth? No idea. I actually don't even like to think about it because I'm not a reseller. So I really don't like to know what I'm fucking spending, to be honest. Ghost, I love Ghost. I absolutely love Ghost. I have all their albums. I'm a big Ghost fan. Yeah, I get in those moods and I'll get in those moods. Haha, that was unintentional. And I'll listen to I love Ghost, man. Cool band. Cool band. Yeah, when I was writing like the records I recorded, man, I listened to no hip hop at that like not on I mean, I was, but I on purposely wasn't because I didn't want to be influenced by it and stuff. So I listened to like a lot of rock and metal and a lot of I listened to a lot of jazz and funk and stuff like that when I was in the studio doing all that shit. But right. I mean, yeah, when you have super groups like the Death Squad and Flip Mode and Boot Camp Click and stuff, yeah, for sure. Yeah, like, it's funny. Boot Camp put out like 5 albums, and none of them are like top shelf records. Flip Mode's album was disappointing. The Death Squad album over the years grew on me, man. I actually kind of like it, man. Cooperation, so how writing the script. He said the script or the property. Anybody can write a script, man. It is what it is. I don't think you can copyright your. Can you copyright your own story? I don't know how the fuck that. I guess you can. I don't know. My thoughts on John Waters? Brilliant, underrated, funny, eccentric, but totally likable. It's crazy how we can do such exploitative films, but like be so likable. It's amazing. No, I didn't hear the Pro Dillinger Mickey Diamond album. My favorite movie Parker's been in, probably the one that he showed his penis in. So all of them. I don't know, maybe Headless. God, he's been in a lot of movies, man. Probably Headless, man. I thought he was really good in that. I like the one Dustin Mills film he was in, the one with the Hornet Sting. Can't remember the full title. That one's really good, where he's pretty much getting tortured and shit. Actually, that's one where he's full on fucking penis hanging out. But no, that was a good movie. I like that. I haven't seen the sequel. Actually, it's one of the only Dustin Mills films I actually haven't seen. Hank Williams Jr. Yeah. I like Hank the Third, man. I know if Zach's still in here, he knows what's up, man. Hank 3. He's kind of he's like outlaw country, man. It's pretty funny. Oh, I actually lost track of my Jess Franco's, but it's in the 80s, maybe in the 90s now. Do I prefer 4K over the other formats? Not really. I can still watch movies on DVD, Blu-ray, it doesn't bother me. I mean, if the only way to watch movies on DVD, I'm fine with it. Blu-ray, same thing. I don't need to upgrade everything, and I'm not upgrading everything to 4K because I'm just finding it a little bit ridiculous. It's almost redundant in a sense. Some of these movies don't even look that much better, like older films, but it is what it is. Do I listen to non-English hip hop? Actually, no. I love lyricism, so, like, if I can't understand what they're saying, it drives me nuts. Like, I do have a couple French, like, boom bap albums from the '90s and stuff, but, like, it's I love the beats, but man, I have to hear what they're saying. There's no goth hot chicks, or no hot goth chicks. Yeah, I don't see a lot of goth chicks at horror conventions ever, to be honest, unless they're actually dressed up like a goth, like, on purpose. But I know it sounded weird, but, like, seriously, there's one that I go to, and there's actually, like, a costume event at the end of it and stuff, and yeah, Mike Zach wasn't here. He was commenting earlier. People are in and out, in and outs. That makes sense. I'm actually quite surprised there's still as many people in here as there is. Maybe it's not updated. There's probably like 6 people, but I'm like, I just can't believe it because like I came on here so late thinking, well, I'm going to be on here for an hour because it's so late. And I mean, because West Coast time, it seems like most people live in the East, but Gigi Allen, oh man, dude, that guy's. I have a Gigi Allen documentary, and the shit is just, it's batshit, dude. That guy was batshit, man. Gigi Allen, man. Gigi Allen all the way. The Neon Maniacs brother. Man, I wish Neon Maniacs was made the way it was supposed to be because there's a story behind the movie. They got their funding cut, like, and they had to like take out major parts of the script, which is why the movie doesn't really make sense. There's no backstory to where these creatures are coming from. There's so many problems with that film. It's ridiculous. And they actually had a 3-month hiatus and they had to recast all the people. That's why if you look in the credits, all the monsters are played by like multiple people and shit. It's ridiculous. It sucks, man, because that movie could have been actually really good. Apparently the story was that they came from outer space and there's this huge backstory. It's crazy. Yeah. Snow goons. I mean, I don't need to fully understand. It's more. I mean, there's a lot of experimental stuff I listen to, but for the most part, I like to hear lyrics sometimes. I mean, doesn't. But I mean, with foreign stuff like French, I would never be able to understand a word. Even though I'm Canadian, it's not true. We all don't speak French. In fact, in the West, like nobody speaks French out here. The thing is, I can completely decipher Aesop Rock. That's the thing. I've listened to so much Aesop Rock over the years that like it's kind of cool too, man. Like the Fast Cars EP that he put out, I have both versions. I have the one with the booklet with the lyrics in it too. It's like it's actually incredible. Like because he writes in like pure metaphors. It's like fucking it's insane. I know he's not for everybody, and I never push him on people, but so Clyde, come here, bud. Okay, buddy, what are you doing? Did you just do something? Buddy, you lay down. You know. Enya? No. I'm gonna have to take a leak here pretty quick. I'm actually quite surprised that I went this long. It's probably because I sweated out like 19 liters of water today. Probably dehydrated. Oh man, House of Pain's second album is fucking amazing. Psycho Realm's first record is we reviewed it years ago on the channel. I gave it 10. I love that album. Fucking love that album, man. Sick Jackin is actually one of my favorite rappers. His voice, man, is tantalizing to me. It's crazy. I like guys with unique voices. I guess that's why like having him and Be Real on the same tracks is like pretty fun. Blood Junkie by Trauma. Oh, dude, I've championed that film for years. I love Blood Junkie. It's great. Yeah, I reviewed that actually a couple different times. I might have even reviewed that on Body Bags. I don't know. Maybe go through the playlist. I have no idea. I definitely reviewed it at some point on something. Yeah, I believe Lupe Fiasco does that for sure. Yeah, it's crazy because he writes in metaphors and he writes from like perspectives of certain things and stuff. It's like so confusing at times. It's crazy. But the thing about ASAP Rock is that he's a really good producer too. The DOC had a great voice. Although I can listen to Helter Skelter when after he lost his voice and stuff, and listen to that works fine for me. Do I prefer vinyl tape or CD? I mean, I prefer CD and vinyl, to be honest. Either or is fine with me. Tapes, I love tapes, but like, tape, like, I don't know. It's tapes. It's super analog. I mean, I love listening to vinyl at the house. CDs for me are just mobile too. Like, I mean, you can listen to them in vehicles and shit. I read this funny story one time that Muhammad Ali actually put a fucking 45 player in his vehicle. He was like the first person ever to do that. That's got to be the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. I don't know how they stabilized it to actually play without skipping, but I thought that was the craziest shit ever. No limit, over cash money. Do you ever listen to Primus? Yeah. Yeah, man. I love Primus. Primus is such a weird band. Such a weird band. I mean, obviously, Primus became super popular when they did the theme song for South Park. But yeah, they're an interesting band. Very unique. Very unique. I have a couple Primus albums actually. If somebody says they don't like a movie that I like, how long am I willing to debate for? I don't even care. It doesn't bother me one bit. I've had people tell me that Dawn of the Dead 78 is the worst movie they've ever seen. I'm just like, okay. Then I just have another sip of my beer and just keep walking on. I don't care. It doesn't bother me one bit. It's like same with music, man. People are like, "Oh, that album's whack." I'm like, "Okay." It doesn't matter to me. Like, I honestly do not care because it doesn't affect my love for it. So I don't feel the need that I need to put people onto everything that I like because everyone does have different tastes, and that's a good thing too because if we all had the same taste, this would be pretty boring conversation. Does my wife have the same interests as you as horror and hip hop? Yeah, she actually loves hip hop music, man. She's a big Tribe fan. She likes she loves anything native tongues and stuff like that. Yeah. She listens to all types of stuff, but her main thing is she likes to listen to mostly 90s hip hop. Do I smoke or only drink? I do smoke weed, which is legal here every once in a while. I'll do more gummies though, to be honest. Um, I'm not I'm not really like I like it, it's fun. It's fun, Actually, I smoked a little bit one night and I watched what fucking movie was I watching? And I couldn't believe this shit made me zone in. And I was like deciphering things that I could never even think about before. I was like, man, this shit is crazy right now. It was fucking blowing my mind, man. So I get it. But I definitely drink more. I don't drink as much as I used to, but um do you punk or folk stuff like timber or vagger? But I have no idea what that is. I have no idea. No idea. Uh, you know what? I've actually all the girlfriends and all the relationships I had before I met my wife, I never actually had a girlfriend ever once. Oh yeah, one girlfriend back in high school that was into the same things as I was. Actually, she wasn't into horror films. She liked hip hop music, but she didn't like horror films though. And the wife will watch anything with me. Like anything. It's great. So she shares that. But yeah, she was the first one that definitely liked both. Yeah, man, I love just vibing out. Like I spend a lot of time in this room. If I'm not watching movies, I'm always in this room. This room is literally just music, as you can tell. So I spend a lot of time in here just chilling and relaxing and catching up on shit. It's a good place to. It's actually the only room in my house that has carpet too. So it's got a different vibe in here. It doesn't have an echo or nothing, but it just always feels different in here. Do they still print CDs most albums? Yep. I mean, I collect a lot of well, obviously underground stuff. So much stuff is limited now. So you got to get on it right away, man. Like I buy so much stuff that's limited to like, 150 copies and 300 copies. It's kind of like collecting movies. It's the same thing. It's really annoying. So, and most of the releasing companies are in Europe now. It's crazy. So, but most artists just are just choosing to have their stuff streaming because it's less it's more cost efficient for them. So it does make sense, but but they still see that there's a market for it, and it does sell quite well. So yeah. Torrent. I mean, whatever, man. I mean, there's some movies out there that like don't have physical copies or like impossible to find or out of print and stuff like that. Like that type of shit. I'm just like whatever. Um, but I mean, if you're putting up films like on these torrent sites that have wide releases and are available to people and shit, like no, I don't really support that shit because like I'm a collector. So if everyone did that, there'd be no market to put these things out, and then we'd have no physical copies. Like that's the big grand scheme of things, which sucks. And it's the same thing with music. I mean, that's what Napster did in the early 2000s, right? It ruined the physicality of music and stuff for a lot of years. And then it obviously came back because it became almost nostalgic, became like a cult thing. And that's why they're repressing even vinyl for like mainstream stuff, where if you're a hip hop fan, vinyl never went away for us. Like it went away in the mainstream, but it never went away for hip hop DJs and stuff like that and collectors and shit. It was always there. It's bigger now because there's more companies pressing up. But yeah, if it's readily available out there, I don't support that shit at all. I think that's kind of bullshit. Because like I said, if everyone did it, then we'd be fucking out of luck. Sucks. Doppelgangers at a retreat house. Ugh. Does not ring a bell. I don't know. Me and JP were talking about this too because we're a fan of like the Dahmer 202 and Gacy and Ed Gein, and there was the Bundy one. I think the Bundy one the Bundy one just got a release. I think that's the one. I don't know. I don't know what's up with those other two. I would assume that the rights would be this. They were all put up by the same company and all done in the same production realm. I think. So I don't know. I assume that they would come out sometime. Do I prefer Return to Nukem Volume 1 or 2? Part 1. Part 2 is it feels like leftovers. It feels like the nuggets of part 1. It's still funny, but part 1 is hilarious, man. I tell this story on the podcast a few times. When it came out, I watched it like 4 times in a row, and I think I watched it like 9 times one week. In 1 week, I couldn't get enough of it. It was killing me. Yep. I mean, that's the thing, man, with publishing rights, man. These companies, when they own the publishing rights, trying to get that shit back is the biggest nuisance in the world, man. Yeah, that's good though. 50 years later, right? It's crazy. Crazy to think. And it happens to a lot of people, man. Is there genuinely a good trauma, like trauma produced film or trauma released film? I would say trauma produced film. So like Lloyd Kaufman produced and directed, and there's a big difference. Like Trauma hasn't done that many films as a studio. They release more. I think that The Toxic Offender's fun. I don't know if it's great, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a huge Trauma fan, so um, but I guess there's an argument either way, right? Fun versus actually good. What shelved album would I like to see officially get released? Oh man, so many have just recently come out too. So what's one that I would like to see get released would be I want to hear oh shit, what's the name of the fucking I gotta look this up again. The Prince Paul album. I'm getting the name of it. What was the name of the group? Shit, I can't remember now. It's totally it's slipping my mind right now. Dude, it's driving me nuts right now. I can't think of. I don't know. I can't remember what it's called. It's driving me nuts. I know the Adolf one got released. Maybe like oh, you know what one? Actually, I think I have one like right here. This one's really good. Oh, where is it? this one right here. I made up copies. Oh, I don't have it here anymore. Shit. But these are the two. These are two that I would love to see get released. I actually made copies of myself. But the Trigger the Gambler record that was, I remember this thing was advertised on the Source for like fuck a year straight, and it just got shelved by the label. But Trigger the Gambler, man, that album was amazing. And the Supernatural Natural Disasters album. This one right here, man. Oh, dude, what the fuck? What the hell is the name of that Prince Paul produced group from like 92? It's totally slipping my mind. But anyways, that record too. If you can let me know what it's called. I can't remember. Really? The random. Yeah, he's good in that as Dahmer too. Yeah, I know. Like that's the Trauma loves to reuse footage, man. It's so funny. Like the car crash, we've seen it in like every movie they've ever produced. Greasy Strangler, amazing. Dude's got a big dick. Revenge. Black metal from Canada. Okay. Shelf by shelf. Yeah, they're coming. I think I was gonna. Yeah, I did all the Scream Factory and all the Arrow ones, which was crazy because those are like 6-7 part videos. But some of the other collections will be shorter. Vinegar Syndrome won't be short, but which Wise Guys album? Because Chop Hearing actually released one of the Wise Guys albums. Horror movies with hip hop soundtracks? Is there any besides Tales from the Hood? Like horror movies with, I mean, I guess like there's the Snoop one too. I don't know. Bones is okay. Like Bones has a decent hip hop soundtrack, but Tales from the Hood is probably the best one. Good movie, great soundtrack. I mean, the movie's great too. Tales from the Hood, man. Yeah, I love that soundtrack. It's great. I'm actually quite surprised that hasn't had a vinyl release, like a re-release. I think it was released on vinyl, or maybe it wasn't released on vinyl. I'm not sure. I do have The Fear had Eshawn on that soundtrack. That's funny, and it also had Mark Wahlberg too. Not as Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch, Mark Wahlberg, and he was doing like '90s. I don't. Does Leprechaun in the Hood actually have like? I can't remember if it actually has real music, and I'm not sure. But yeah, Mark Wahlberg actually had like '90s boom bap. It's hilarious. Like the beats are really good, but you're like, oh man, this is Marky Mark rapping. That's hilarious. Ah, shit, man. There's like 3 or 4 groups named the Wise Guys. That's crazy. Yeah, Wise Guys from Boston, of course. Yeah. I'd have to actually take a look to see which one that is. Actually, I'm not even 100% sure. Leprechaun in the Hood. Is it is that the one with Postmaster P? The running joke on is, or is it Back to the Hood of Post? No, it is Leprechaun in the Hood. Postmaster P. Oh, Killjoy. Oh my god, Killjoy is fucking terrible. Part 2 is better than 1. 3 is better than 2. I think 4 is better. It's crazy. That series got better as it progressed, which is weird because usually they get worse, technically. So, Little Dicky. I still want the Leprechaun in the West movie. Yeah, just keep making Leprechaun movies, man. Fuck, why not? Really? Killers from '96. Yep. Okay, I gotta go. 1 minute. I'll be back. Hold the thoughts. Ugh. Sorry about that. Favorite sense about urinating. Now as my dog is ripping upside, he had to, or rip upstairs, he had to go outside. Yeah, I've got the LQ and the Mad Mystery Crew album, released by Dustin Dope. Yeah, it's great, man. The Killer Must Kill Again. It's decent. It's a decent film. Favorite stance when urinated. The straight arm on the wall with your butt when you're backing that ass up right there. Dude, what is with all these comments being held? I actually ran upstairs because the dog had to go to the bathroom, and then I was like, shit, I might as well go too. I was surprised I was holding as long as I was. Yeah, he's getting really old. He can't really hold it too well anymore. No, I have not seen Urban Menace, actually. I know about it, though. I've never seen it, though. Snoop is actually in a ton of movies. It's crazy. Like, he did the Snoop Hood of Horror. Was it Hood of Horror? Which I remember the anthology not being the worst thing I've ever seen. Surprisingly. It's funny that, like, I swear, and I've had this conversation many times with people, like, I swear that that there's 2 Snoops. Because that guy's in more places at one time than he should be. Like, it's just crazy. Like, he's not doing cooking shows with Martha Stewart, he's coaching his son's football, or he's making a record, or he's doing commercials, or he's fucking like, it's crazy selling NFTs or whatever the fuck he does. It's the craziest shit, man. No, I didn't see Old Henry. Was it good? I was going to watch it, and I think it's Old Henry on Netflix. I think it's actually on Netflix. There is Snoop clones. I'm convinced there's Snoop clones because even me and the wife were laughing, but I'm like, how the fuck can this guy be doing 400 different? Like, he's at an award show, and then he's like in the West Coast, and then he's doing something, and he's coaching. I'm like, this makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. I mean, if anybody has the money now, it's probably Snoop. It's really funny, actually. You know what? I've been saying for years that Dust Devil needs its proper dues. End of the Line is an amazing Canadian film that gets no props. Frontiers, come on, son. We know that shit. That movie's amazing. Inside needs a fucking Blu-ray release, man. Martyrs just got a Blu-ray, and your boy, Mr. Parka, actually grabbed, I think, the last copy at Wasteland before I grabbed it. It's like it was an import. It's a European one or something like that. Might even have been Australia. I don't know. It might have been Australia. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's cool. I don't watch a lot of modern westerns, and I love westerns. I watch a lot of spaghetti, but I watch a lot of like older American ones, like in the 50s and 60s and stuff. But yeah, I'm curious. Like, I'm always down for watching a good modern one. Like, Proposition was really good from a few years back. Ty West should remake The Roost with a budget. I like The Roost, but yeah, it has its budget constraints for sure. It does. I like the look of The Roost, man. It's got a really cool atmosphere. It's got like, it's almost done like not even on, I just spit on my computer. It's got like that look that wasn't meant to be like that or something. I don't know. Or maybe he meant to do that. I don't know. Pontypool, another cool Canadian film. Really good idea. Kind of ahead of its time. That idea has been, people have tried to do that since, but it works, man. It's a good movie, man. But the foreign releases with extras and no English. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna import, I mean, check to see if it has English subs or what, if it's a foreign film and stuff. Excited for Maxine, yeah. Yeah, Pearl and X, I loved them so much. Maxine and yeah, Maxine is pretty much my favorite anticipated film of the year. Like, I loved, yeah, X and Pearl are fantastic. Do I play any video games? Not anymore. I mean, if I'm gonna play video games, I'm usually just playing like original Nintendo and or Super Nintendo Mario Kart and shit. I'll just dork out like that. Like I have a PlayStation 3 and 4. I don't have a 5, but um I've actually got two PlayStation 3s. But I will play sports. Me and the wife will play like old we like Tiger like I have like every Tiger Woods game, but like I think it's 2013 or 11, one of the two. It's like our favorite one, so we always play that one. It's fucking hilarious. But yeah, no, I don't really play anything but like sports games or like shit like that. Just shit that I can sit down and play unless I'm playing like Mario 3. Oh man, I'm so excited for Thanksgiving. It's about time that Eli and that was a weird conversation. I literally just said, "What the fuck is Eli Roth doing these days?" Like besides his like, world what his horror thing on that he was doing on Shutter, but um and then like the day later, it's like Eli Roth announces Thanksgiving. I'm like, you got to be shitting me! Like, what are the chance? There was just weird timing. High Plains Drift or horror western. Some people consider it. I can see the argument for it. Yeah. I don't think Pearl was overrated. I think it's fantastic. It's it's, uh, it's a character study. It's not gonna be like X, and that was the thing I kept hearing from people that they're like, "Oh, it's nothing like X." I'm like, "Of course it was nothing like X because it's not supposed to be. It's an origin story. It's a character study of how she became who she became." Yeah, it's funny about Ty West because I think his last film that he did before these X and Pearl was that Western one that I actually never saw. Yeah, I'd probably say supernatural Western could be that's Grandma's Boy. Gummo. Man, Gummo's such a fucking weird movie. Idiocracy. Killer Condom. Yeah, that movie's amazing. King of the Ants, actually, we just brought up, I think it was the last show we actually brought up Stuart Gordon. I mentioned I love King of the Ants. And JP was like, I think JP said it wasn't even good. I love King of the Ants, so I'm a big Stuart Gordon fan, though. I mean, it's nothing like his general films, most genre films that he makes, but History of Violence was done by David Cronenberg. Alec Baldwin, guilty or not guilty? I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, with the fucking when he killed somebody? Was it the gun thing? Is that what we're talking about? He's guilty of making boring movies? Oh, come on, man. Beetlejuice, come on. Gummo in HD would just be that would be something else. That's an experience and a half. Yeah, the shooting. I don't know enough about it, but I'm gonna say, well, I mean, it's not like it's premeditated. I would assume it's not. Valley of Violence. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Like, I have no idea. I just kind of put it off, and then I just kind of forgot about it. To be honest, I think it's because it was weird because he was doing a bunch of films, and he just took a break, and then he came out with this, and then kind of fell away. Like, just totally forgot about it. I don't really seek out modern westerns a whole lot unless something really sticks out. But um, I think The Searchers is great. Oh my god, there's so many John Wayne movies too. Oh shit, my dog's barking outside. I have to go grab him again. I mean, I don't think did anyone go down for the Brandon Lee shooting on the set? I think they just chalked that up to a an accident basically. 1 second, dog's barking. See, the thing is, I wasn't a big fan of Saint Maud. I know it's like modern movies really separate people so much with opinions and stuff. I know people that love Saint Maud, and I get it. It did nothing for me. But favorite guilty pleasure movie? I don't really have any guilty pleasures because I have no shame in what I like. But I mean, I don't know. I don't really have guilty pleasures. Like I just don't feel I promote it, but yeah, the John Landis thing on the Twilight Zone movie is kind of bad though. I mean, he should have been kind of responsible for that because they shouldn't have like, that went down on his word. I don't know, man. There's more to that story. It's kind of crazy. Like I think he was told not to shoot and blah blah blah. There's like a whole pile of little things to that. Defiance with Jan Michael Vincent. From 1980. What it no. What is it? Is it like an action movie or like a drama or something? I don't know what it is. What time is it in Canada? Well, there's different time zones just like everywhere else. But I'm in the far west coast, same time zone as California, so it's 11 o'clock at night. The Shrine, good movie. Teeth, love it. Under the Shadow, yeah, that actually made one of my top 10 lists. I love that movie. What's Up, Rockers? I don't know that. Wonton Baby, really? That movie is so fucking stupid. I actually own that shit, believe it or not. I forgot about Wonton Baby, man. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot to that John Landis thing where, like the rigging and like he was told not to shoot, he did, and like he put them right into the danger. Like that's a little bit different than like an accident with a fucking, a blank gone bad or something. I think those things happen. Like I don't think anyone's fully responsible, but I think there's more to the John Landis thing. And I think a lot of industry people agree with that too. 11:56 where you live, so it's hour difference. Where do you live? Yeah, that's such a sad thing, man, the John Landis or the Vic Morrow thing, man. Like I love Vic Morrow. He was fucking awesome, dude. And those poor kids, man, just brutal. What a brutal death. Like absolutely horrible. Twilight Zone. I don't know if I mentioned Twilight. Somebody asked me about TV shows, but Twilight Zone is actually my favorite show with Tales from the Crypt. But Twilight Zone, like I will throw on Twilight Zone episodes all the time. It's truly incredible when you watch that show how amazing the stories were. So ahead of its time, incredible. In Colorado, I've been to Colorado. Yeah, I saw the Jays play 3 games against the Rockies a bunch of years ago. In Alabama, nice. Yeah, Twilight Zone is incredible. Like some of those stories are just like a lot of those stories have been remade into movies and so many damn times because they're just timeless classics. Amazing stories. No, it's not that I don't hate Mike Myers. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the franchise. Yeah, I won't deny that. But it's more the fans that drive me nuts, dude. Like I've explained this many, many times, and like you say anything bad about a Halloween movie, and like they jump down your throat, they try to fight you, execute you, like Horace Pinker style. There's a big difference, and a lot of people agree with that and stuff. Like I don't dislike Mike Myers. Like I like the Halloween 1 and 2. My favorite Halloween, oddly enough, is part 3. I know, but um, it's the movies though, man. It's nothing to do with Mike Myers. It's just the franchise. Part 4 is so insanely overrated. Worst mask ever, slowest movie, worst makeup. Part 5 is bad. 6 is bad. 7's bad. I hate the ending of 8. It's just like 8's like a fucking Scream. It's like a love letter to Scream, and it came out fucking 2 years later. It's like, which makes sense given the filmmakers and stuff, but man. Yeah, Twilight Zone the movie. That's another movie that actually needs a Blu-ray. But yeah, the TV show. I like Twilight Zone the movie, but the TV show is amazing. Like the Demons Rook. Oh, I champed that movie. I think that made one of my top tens. Holy man, Wonton Baby, talk about guilty pleasures. Man, I remember watching that shit when I bought it, and I was dying laughing. I was like, "This is the stupidest movie I've ever seen," and I couldn't stop watching. It was so funny. What are some of your go-to 80s slashers that you watch all the time if you can't think of anything else to watch? Um, Don't Go in the Woods. All-time go-to film, man. I will watch that all this like, it's I always joke about how I always watch when I'm out camping and stuff, but I do. I watch that shit all the fucking time, man. Don't Go in the Woods. Straight up. One of my favorites. Yeah, see, I don't like it. Like, I thought I would like the producer's cut a lot more too, but it's the storyline. It's the whole super or it's not the it's the whole fucking that whole trilogy is just like makes literally no sense. I don't know. I don't think it's well written. My what's up, Simon? Favorite Bruno Mattei exploding huts film with all of them. Oh man, dude, Bruno Mattei is like he's got to be the classiest filmmaker of all time. Like I really like his later 2000 Cannibal films, man. That Intervision put out, man. Those things are so hilarious to me, man. They're so hilarious. They're just blatant ripoffs, like alien ripoffs and shit. Is so funny. But then again, what Bruno Mattei film isn't a fucking blatant ripoff? I still need to watch the 3 action films that just came out. Um, but I think I'm on that shit too, Simon. I think I've also become a Bruno Mattei completist. I got to get everything. Like he just never fails me, man. I own everything pretty much that's out right now, with the exception of 1 or 2. But I love Bruno Mattei. Yeah, see, I mean, yeah, that's Jason Goes to Hell. Like JP always champions Jason Goes to Hell. I can't stand it, but I'm a big fan of the first 6 Friday films straight up. 7's okay. 8's ridiculous. I mean, they took a boat from Crystal Lake to New York. What? Give me a break. Geographically, that makes no sense. Um, but 9, I get it. It's kind of like, the whole supernatural body jumping thing, possession thing. It's different. It's fun. The body counts. Yeah, I just find it a tedious watch, though. It's weird. It's got a crazy body count, and 10 is just unwatchable. I'm not a fan of the remake either. First 25 minutes are okay, and then it just goes all downhill from there. Unhinged is okay. From 82, it's all right. I don't mind it. I have it. Yeah, I noticed that, man. You're like, honestly, Simon, you are the Bruno Mattei quote king. Actually, you're getting tons of quotes, man. I always wondered how the hell do you get quotes on that shit, man? You know what's funny, actually? We I can't remember what happened, but we quoted what movie on the podcast, whatever, and then end up being Jeremy ended up getting the quote on the back of like the the fucking UK DVD for it. I think it was for Worm, the movie Worm, and it's like 22 shots or something like that. And I was like, it's hilarious. But I was the one that told him to watch that shit. Worm's a great movie. Mutilator 2 is going to be a sequel that came out 40 years later. Do the math. They never add up properly. Don't Go in the House is awesome, man. I have a Don't Go in the House shirt too. Love that movie. It's so mean spirited, man. Like fucking flamethrowers and just burning people. It's brutal, man. The tree, yeah. Are you serious? Like these are old reviews. I thought they were sending you like promo copies and like, hey, or I've even heard of these companies sending certain people like, can you just send us a quote to use? I've actually heard of people doing that. I'm like, that's ridiculous. I was watching, or what the hell was it? I think it was Discord Service 2 or 3 or something like that. And I noticed that my boy, Mr. Parker, had a quote on there. And I was like, Dave, you got a quote on the back of like Discord Service 3. And he's like, really? He's like, I don't even remember watching that. I was like, what the fuck? So we got a huge conversation about quotes on back of shit and like where they come from and stuff. And I'm like starting to think like, do I have any quotes anywhere? Probably not. Somebody probably would have mentioned, but I don't think I say anything ever quotable anyways. So, but yeah, your quotes are awesome. Your quotes are awesome. Strike Commando is like one of the funnest times ever. Robo War is awesome too, man. I gotta watch Cop Game. So much Bruno Mattei love. Yeah, Mutilator 2 is going to be a sequel 40 years later. I'm sorry, I love Mutilator, but we're gonna have a good time. Yeah, the classic, man. Amazing. I watched Friday 5 for Friday the 13th just a couple weeks ago. I love Friday 5. When I was a kid, I didn't really like it either. It had nothing to do with like the reveal and stuff. It was just the movie didn't feel like that they were, well, it's because it's like not at Crystal Lake. There was something about the feel of the movie didn't feel right. Like that, then you find out why it doesn't feel like that because it's not really a Jason slasher movie. Crystal Lake slasher film. You actually like 4 and up? Yeah, and you know what? The funny thing about 4 and up from like 5 and up from the Hellraiser films, a lot of those were not really conceived as Hellraiser films. So if you put a different title on those ones, people will be like, yeah, they're okay straight to DVD fucking type films, horror films. The Redeemer, oh my god, The Redeemer is like, I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember just thinking it was terrible. But that was also watching the Code Red DVD. That was horrible. I never did. I think they put out a Blu-ray. I never upgraded because I heard it was trash too. So the Paperboy, I love the Paperboy. In a kind of a weird, I mean, it's honestly the Paperboy is not that great, but I do like it. It didn't make, I made someone's list from 91, didn't it? On our podcast? Not the top 10, but like the extended list part, I think. Yeah, the Paperboy's okay. It's okay. No, there's parts in that movie I love, I should say. I don't really love the movie necessarily, but yeah, I Spit on Your Grave at the Valentine's movie section, like, are they unaware of what they're doing? Because it's like Walmart promotes, like, family-friendly atmosphere and stuff, but they got I Spit on Your Grave in the Valentine's section. Here, get this with some fucking nibs. Give this to your loved one. I know, it's ridiculous. Demon baby. Those, damn enchiladas. Takes place in a world where the mutilator exists. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really looked too much into it. I think it's funny. We're gonna announce by Shotzi 4K, Robert De Niro. Yeah, but again, it's another film that they'd already released, so it's just doing re-releases. It's really irritating. I mean, it's fine if you want the 4K and stuff, but for me, I don't give a fuck. Really, I mean, I'll buy a lot. I'll upgrade some things to 4K, but I mean, I'm not like going out of my fucking way. Ghoul School needs a Blu-ray. It's shot on video though, man. I mean, really, you're only getting the Blu-ray to have a better disc. I mean, stop playing frisbee with your DVDs and Ghoul School will look good. It'll look the same for eternity. Yeah, that's an old camp video release, man. Ghoul School. Fun stuff, man. I love that era of or all the camp, with the exception of Beauty Queen Butcher or whatever. Oh man, that's the worst movie ever. 2 hours. There's like a 45-minute pageant scene uncut. I swear it's like a static shot for 45 minutes. It's like they forgot to edit the movie. Literally, it's bad. Oh, yeah, that's probably the worst movie that they ever put out. And they put out Wood Chipper Massacre. Speaking of John McBride, I think he did that one too. The Hackers from 88. No, I don't think I've seen that one. Crazy. Does it have a release? Yeah, even going through my Analog Nightmares book, like I have seen so many, and there's obviously some that just don't even have really releases and stuff, but I swear I don't remember reading that one. King Gore. What's up? Yeah, I mean, if you bought the Scream Factory Blu-rays, I mean, you could have just skipped that whole era of Blu-rays. They're just re-releasing everything on 4K now. I just wish they'd release unique titles and not exclusive. That's my biggest problem is exclusive stuff, man. I missed out on Evil That Men Do by Bronson. Are you fucking with me? I've been waiting for that Blu-ray for so long, and then when I found out it was exclusive, and I couldn't have ordered anyways because it was US only. Oh, Scream Factory, you are so disappointing these days, man. So disappointing. Yeah, Beauty Queen pageant, man, is like the epitome of filler. It's exactly how you don't make movies. It's bad. Like, from what I remember, like I think there's only like a kill at the end or something, and it takes like fucking 2 hours to get one kill. Yeah, see, yeah, I know, Simon. I watch all your videos, man, and I'm the same way too because a lot of those exclusives, I know they don't ship to you anyways, but if it does say Canada, US, they'll ship. But a lot of these are just US now. They won't even ship to Canada. I'm like, I live 5 minutes away from you, literally, like on the same landmass. Fucking prejudice, motherfuckers. No, but the exclusives drive me nuts, man, because they're expensive, they're limited, they sell out. And like, are we going to see another release of The Evil That Men Do? Because that's one that's eluding my collection. That's I have pretty much every Bronson movie from '68 up until his death, the exception of the odd TV movies he did in the early '90s. But that's one that I don't even have a DVD copy of. Actually, it's one completely missing from my collection. So kind of pisses me off. Curse of the Zodiac, 100%. 10 horror movies from the last 30 years? Wow. 10 in the last 30 years. Holy shit. I mean, I struggled with 2022 for sure. I barely could make a top 10 list. Like legitimate, like ones that I loved. But on Blu-ray, I want Iced on Blu-ray. I want Iced. Oh my god, I reviewed Red Crocodile. I think it's on my channel. It's got to be on there somewhere. That movie's a hard ass watch, man. That's really, really savage. That drug dude, which I had to do research before I did. I was like, what the hell's Red Crocodile? So I did research before I watched the movie. I was like, oh my God. I was terrified. I was horrified what I was reading. I was like, oh my, this shit is crazy. People do this. And then I watched the movie and I was like, brutal shit, man. I liked it. Actually, the movie was good. It was really hard to watch. It's just one of those things you just don't show sensitive people because it's really hard to watch. Mausoleum's one of those movies like I always liked. It's funny when you watch like the old like full screen version, you can see like cameras and tracking shots and you can see like microphone, like it's just like it's so bad, but then when it wides out you can actually you don't get that, right? I like Mausoleum. I have a Mausoleum shirt that I bought when I was really fat, so it's like, wait, I can't wear it. I only wear it around the house because it's like a nightie on me. Once Upon a Time in the West. Would you? As a full lead, he's like more of a lead supporting cast, and like Bronson as a lead. Like honestly, my favorite Bronson film, man, is Death Wish 3. It's got to be the most ridiculous thing ever made, but it's got to be the funnest thing ever too. Like it's so much fun. I really like Canon Bronson is amazing. In fact, I actually just picked up both those Canon books. I actually saw him on Simon's channel, which I knew about him, but then he picked him up and I was like, bro, I got to get these things, man. I started reading them a little bit. I'm like, it's like information overload. So much reading involved, so much reading, which, is fine. I read a lot. Yes, Psycho Cop. Finally, I have a UK DVD of Psycho Cop. I think it's a UK DVD from like 20 years ago, man. Yeah, but it definitely needs an upgrade. It might even be cut. I'm not even 100% sure, but yeah. Yeah, I actually said The Mechanic earlier too, Simon. I said Death Wish 3 and The Mechanic are like two of my favorites. Yeah. I like the one that I can't remember the exact title, but I like the one that he did with Anthony Perkins. It's like Someone's Knocking at the Door. I think that's what it's called. I know Kino put it out. It just kind of slipping on the title completely. But yeah, that's a really fun one too, man. It's great. I just love Anthony Perkins. Like, it's great to me, man. What's up, Sam? What's going on? Yeah, Death Wish 3 has had a few differently. It had the Ronin or the Scorpion. Was it the Ronin and the Scorpion? I have the Umbrella. I have the Standard. I have like 6 copies of Death Wish 3. It's ridiculous. Uh, do I enjoy Miss 45? I love Miss 45. It's one of my favorite rape revenge movies, which sounds so stupid to say. One of my favorite rape revenge movies because I go out of my way to watch rape revenge movies, but in all honesty, I love Miss 45. I've champed that movie for years and years, even before it even had a nice release from is it Garage House? Not Garage House, but you know what label I'm talking about. Yeah. Not Garage House. The fuck am I talking about? Yeah, Hard Times is awesome. There's another one that got brought up earlier. Mausoleum and Savage Streets were funded by mob money. Interesting little factoid there. Fun fact, according to JP. Psycho 3 is awesome, man. I always champion Psycho 3 because like Anthony Perkins directed it and he's like really good with transitions in that movie and like but directing a movie that where you played a character already a couple times like you really know it and it shows in it. I think Psycho 3 is incredibly underrated, man. People don't give it enough credit for like the actual filmmaking aspect of it. But Perkins is good in everything though. I don't think I've ever seen a movie where I was like, fuck, he was terrible. Um, I would take Miss 45 over Thriller. I love Thriller. I've loved Thriller forever, but I would take Miss 45 over Thriller. I think honestly I do have a top 10 rape revenge top 10 Tuesday, and I'm probably have Miss 45 over it. And if I didn't, well, I was obviously being raped myself. I don't know what that meant. American Mary is good, yeah. Yeah, those girls grew up very close to me. The Cisco's uh yeah, Death Sentence is an awesome film, man. That's an underrated one too. Yeah, it is really underrated. Does it have a it has a Blu-ray, right? I think I just have a DVD of it. All right, man. Notorious PNG. Chicky leader. Slater would say, Chicky leader, Chicky leader. Such a dork, man. Psycho 3 is my favorite. Nice. Nice. It's one of my favorite part threes. I think I've done a list like that before too. My favorite part threes. Dream Warriors part 3. It's like yeah, The Horseman's awesome, man. That's the Aussie film, right? Is that the one I'm thinking of? The Horseman? It's the Aussie film? Or was another film name? No, I think that's the one from 2008. I have it on Blu-ray. Pretty sure it's an Aussie film. Yeah. Yeah, that's really good, man. Really, really good film. I love revenge films, and I always think that, like and I always try to explain it, like, when it comes to revenge films, the ultimate revenge is rape, because rape is so despicable. Like, there's no better way than to just go fucking straight vigilante on people and fuck some shit up for being violated, right? So, I feel like it's the best worthy reason, most acceptable reason to go rogue on society. Well, not society, but the people that fucked you over, literally. Yep. Yeah. The Horseman. Yeah. Oh, Zach is still up in here. Crazy. He must have not broke his pot of coffee or pot of coffee. With your people squealing like a pig. That's very honest. That's very honest. I like that. The remake of I Spit on a Grave is brutal, man. I actually like it. I actually really do. We reviewed the whole Spit on a Grave franchise, and we even threw in like the shitty shot on video one and stuff. And honestly, man, we've reviewed a lot of franchises. We've done a lot of shows in our time, a lot of 6, 7, 8 hour shows. And to be honest, man, that was one of the hardest shows I ever had to do, because it was so exhausting to watch that much rape films and then talk about them for hours. And then we had to review Deja Vu, which is legitimately one of the worst fucking movies I've seen in the last 20 years. That movie sucks so bad, especially that it's an actual sequel to I Spit on Your Grave. It's really bad. Jason, what's up? Yes, he clicks on here and I'm talking about rape revenge movies. I did not bring up the rape revenge. I was asked about the rape revenge. But yeah, it's one of the most exhausting shows I ever did in my life. I think by the time we got onto Deja Vu, I was so I think I was in like some kind of weird psychosis, like just talking about rape raped my mind into pure fogginess. I couldn't even handle it anymore. And all of us were like that. Dave, JP, we were all just done. We couldn't do it anymore. And I don't know if I could even watch those movies ever again. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean the sequels aren't bad. Like they're definitely watchable. What's the one from the shot on video like unofficial sequel that we did? Oh man, that one actually has one of the funniest dry hump rape scenes I've ever seen in my life. Is it even rape if you got your clothes on? Like he's dry humping and it's like, oh my god, it's raping me. I'm like, no, his jeans are totally up. His belt is done up. I can see his belt buckle. It's crazy. Oh man. You know what, Sam? I just recorded my top 22 of this year. I did it tonight before this video, so I just need to upload the video. I've just been on here for like the last holy shit, almost 4 hours. Jesus. I haven't even uploaded it yet, but I'll upload it soon here. Well, thanks for listening to the show. Yeah, I mean, the show has been interesting because like we've had a lot of different lineup changes and stuff, and but Dave's great. I love Dave. Especially like I like angry Dave because Dave on his own channel is a lot more polite and he's more on the level, I should say, but it's like he even admits like when he gets on our show, it's like something just goes off in him and he's like, I can just say whatever I want to say. And I'm like, yeah, man, it's no filter fucking 22 shots. I mean, obviously we have a little bit of a filter now. I mean, it used to be a lot worse, but it's still really fun. We have a blast. I mean, we're getting older too, man. I mean, there's other people that listen to the show and stuff. I'm not really about trying to offend people on purpose like some people are. Ooh, this might be the longest breaking questions. You know what? Gee, I actually have the menu in my queue. I missed it last year. I didn't even realize it was on Disney, and I have Disney. Um, I haven't. I have it in my queue ready to go. So yeah, probably I might actually watch it this week. I might watch it on Sunday actually. I'm really curious about it. I've been hearing from everyone it's really good. So I was just surprised it was on Disney. I couldn't believe when they told me it was on Disney. I'm like, really? It's bizarre. And last thing I was watching on Disney was Darkwing Duck, and they got the fucking menu on there. It's like, oh yeah, weird. And that's actually not me bullshit. I actually was watching Darkwing Duck. Yeah, Dave is funny, man. Dave is like, he's almost like two different people. Sometimes it's crazy. Like if you watch his channel, he's very different on his live video podcast, which he does upload the audio to and stuff. So like you're getting that version of, and then you get 22 shots version of Dave, and it's like he just does that show with like no pants on. He's just like, fuck it, free range in this shit. Yeah. Am I a fan of Skinned Alive? First thing I thought it was Skin Deep, but what's Skinned Alive? I'm actually not even sure what that is. Mean Tang. Thanks. Kind of ironic your name is Mean Tang, but you're saying something nice. Mad love. Props, brother. Strangers Pray at Night. I did not care for it. I love Dave, man. There's like multiple layers to Dave. You have to know Dave for a long time to really understand him, I think. And it's not like a bad thing. He's just got a lot going on in his life all the time. And like Dave is Dave, man. Like I said, I've known him for years, and like he was just good. Like his addition was more of an accident, really. But yeah, I love working with him, man. He's great. Working with him. I love recording with him. Working. Yeah, working. Like you're getting fucking paid to do this shit. Jesus Christ. If I have to say work and podcast, I'm gonna stop right now. Oh. So Jay, what the hell you been up to these days, man? Fucking dog's snoring down there, and you guys can hear him. Oh, even Zach liked the menu. Crazy. You know what? I don't think I've seen that Book Walter film then, Skinned Alive. I at least I don't think I have. And it's funny, I just met Jared Bookwalter like 2 months or 3 months ago at Wasteland. Really, really nice guy, man. Really nice guy. Yeah. Why, thank you, Mark. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I gotta check it out, man. It looked really good. And the premise seemed really good. Is it like, does it have minimal like comedy to it? The trailer kind of made it seem like it was more like a comedy, but and you know me, I generally don't watch trailers, but I was in the cinema, so I had no choice. I was forced to watch the menu, but it's not like I turn my face, and I'm not that anal about it. Have I watched a dentist? Oh yeah, I've owned 1 and 2 for as long as I've seen the dentist approximately around, I guess, when it first came out. Yeah, yeah, I've owned the DVDs for years. Yeah, apparently I'm the only one that hasn't seen the menu, which is funny. I spent all this time watching 100 fucking movies last year, literally 100, and I didn't see the menu. But you guys can't watch them all. Some movies I wish I had replaced with the menu. Apparently, what's the best horror movie about people making a horror movie? I have no idea. Yeah, the HBO Max, they get what the yeah, it's on Disney too. Which I was so shocked. And I was so pissed off too, because someone told me after, like, it's on Disney, right? I'm like, fuck, I got Disney. Shit. I was kind of pissed off about that. I'm like, damn, I never even thought to check Disney because I never really go to Disney to watch horror films. I go there to watch fucking Darkwing Duck and geek out on shit like that. Although I noticed that they got Snowfall in there, which I heard is so amazing and comparable to the Wire, which I'm gonna start watching. I'm actually because if people are talking about it like at the Wire and Skyzoo just put out a record talking about he did a whole record from the perspective of the main drug dealer in Snowfall. And I'm like, fucking what? I'm like, that's the craziest shit ever. Nobody in here probably knows who Skyzoo is except for Jay. But but I'm like, bro, I gotta check this out. And then I actually heard Bun B just talking about the show, and they're like, man, this shit's amazing. It's like amazing. And they were comparing it to The Wire, which I love. The Wire is actually one of my favorite shows of all time. Love The Wire. Season 2 on the docks, man. I love that shit, dude. It's bad shit awesome. So anyways, I think I just went off. I wasn't even answering a question, but checked out Pieces the other day. A little surprised you weren't the only one to have it in your top. Yeah, I don't know. I love Pieces, man. It's one of my favorite movies. I can watch this shit all the time. It's gory. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, Vestron. Yeah, I wish Vestrons were available in Canada now. It's like the weirdest thing that they're not. It's the craziest. So cheap down in the States, so expensive here. When was the last time I hung out with Godzilla? Well, he's actually coming over tomorrow. So I think we're just gonna do a quick video, man. It's like spur of the moment thing. Like I just mentioned it today, and I'm like, yo, man, we'll just grab some shit to try. Maybe we'll watch a movie and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll just put some shit together, I guess. But yeah, oddly enough, he is actually coming over tomorrow. 330, well, 332 2022 films or 322 overall. Yeah, I watched, I don't know, 750 movies total last year, but 100 of them were 2022 movies. It was actually an off year for me. I didn't watch much in the summer. I wasn't home. Yeah, Fresh is on Disney also, and I didn't even know that. I actually watched it on a different site. Someone told me Fresh is on there. I was like, you got to be shitting me, man. I loved Fresh, man. Fresh was awesome. Yeah, I knew you were gonna say the sleeping thing with Skyzoo. Skyzoo puts out good albums. It's just like, it's funny, man. You hear him talk like in interviews. I just watched the Skyzoo interview with Talib Kweli, and like his voice, he's so different in like when he's talking, but then he's rapping, it's like so different. It's so subdued. It's like weird. But he always has great beats, great concepts, great fucking, rhymes and shit. But yeah, hold your attention is a different thing. What, my lightweight numbers? Yeah, 750 movies last year was shitty. I think it was no, not 750. I only did 660. I'm totally lying. Yeah, it was like the lowest I ever had since I've been on Letterboxd the last 5 years. But during the summer, I was home like 7, 8 days through the whole summer. Like I was literally like away. I was just not home. Wasn't watching movies. Got too much shit going on. 100 films of 2022. Which is 100 films from 2022 is still a pretty hefty amount. Like no one even came close to me in my realm. So, which I wasn't trying to win that battle. I wish I hadn't have actually. Skinamarink? No, we won't get that. I'll have to watch it when it comes out on VOD or whatever the fuck. There's 5 empty cans. And that's like in the last probably 6 hours. I think I drank half a beer while I recorded my top 22 video. On Lamb, I thought Lamb was cool. I mean, it's metaphorical or allegoric. Is that a word? Maybe that's a Canadian word. I don't know. I'm kind of burnt out on those type of films, to be honest. Like, I get it, making these, these conscious, like, very metaphorical films and stuff like that. It's well done. It's well done. It's a little bit boring, but I thought it was decent though. I like Lamb. Snowfall. Or is that what it's called? Yeah, Snowfall. How many seasons does that shit have now? I think they said like they're on to the 6th season now. Yeah, Snowfall. I think it takes place in the 80s Los Angeles crack epidemic. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it's all about. Yeah. The premise caught me and I was like, when they were compared to The Wire, I was like, oh, fuck. Amazing. Love that shit. I mean, there's a lot of people making pretentious films. I wouldn't just put it on A24. I think Blumhouse has done some too, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. They put out so many damn movies, these two companies. Like, I forget sometimes that they put out a film. Like, I was actually going through my stats on Letterboxd, and I was like, man, I watched a lot of Blumhouse films just by chance. I'm like, what the fuck? I guess, last couple of years is doing prep and shit like that. So, a worst horror films episode. Why did that get? Why are these? You know what? I'm gonna next time I do a live, I'm not gonna have comments hold for. I don't know why. I don't know why that was even on. I didn't even see that thing. But worst horror films. Yeah, why not, man? I've done a top 10 worst of my collection and stuff, and explain why they're there. But you guys watched Torn Hearts? No, I did not. The Lighthouse is the best film. A20. Yeah, I mean, The Lighthouse was my favorite film. What, a couple years ago, I think. I love that movie, man. Jesus, so good. It's really in depth, and like if you know kind of where it's deriving from, it makes it even better. It's actually really cool. I don't believe that Dark Glasses wasn't in your top 10. It was on my extended list, which no one really watched or listened to the podcast. I like Dark Glasses. It's the best Argento film he's put out in the last 20 years. In fact, it's probably got the most production value of all the films even combined in the last 20 years. Yeah, I mean, Megan is like it's box office gold, man. It's remaking early 90s Killer Doll. It's like using the same format, same everything. It's really like I said, A to B. It's really by the numbers. It's not even a bad movie if you like those type of things, but for me, I'm just like, fuck, man. Like, I didn't mind it. I was entertained, but I'm just, it felt like a PG-13 constructed 1992 Killer Doll film. It's what it felt like to me. I know. I really just found out about Snowfall about a month ago. Someone mentioned it, and then it got re-brought up when the new Sky Zoo album came out. And they're like, "Yeah, the Sky Zoo's talking from the perspective of the main drug dealer in Snowfall." I'm like, "Oh, I just heard." I'm like, so I kind of looked it up, and then they were talking about. I was watching the Sky Zoo interview with Talib Kweli, and I'm like, "Oh shit, this is like all coming together." I'm like, "Man, I gotta check this out. It sounds really good." And then Bun B mentioned it, and I was like, "Okay, this is crazy." They're like, everyone's like, it's their favorite show. I'm like, how the fuck have I not heard of this? They're in their 6th season. And it's on Disney. It's on fucking Disney. That was the crazy. I think that's why I brought it up, because it's on Disney along with The Menu and Fresh, which doesn't seem very Disney, does it? Cannibalism does not seem like Disney friendly stuff. Either does crack epidemics. Spill my beans. What do you mean spill my beans? The fucking extended list has been out for 2 weeks. Fuck, there's another show after that, Mike. Come on, get with your shit. Yeah, Neon. I can see that. Yeah. 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 They basically just, I think it was shot for it, and then they cut out. I mean, really, the movie only has like maybe 4 kills in the whole thing. So I can't see it being up that much from the the uncut footage, but I guess we'll see. Maybe they'll show a little bit of the one dude getting hit by the car. That would be awesome. Kids dying is always funny. Oh, Titan. Oh, I fucking hated that movie. I couldn't stand it. I think I was like the only one that didn't like it, man. We were talking on the podcast and I couldn't stand it. Above the Rim soundtrack, dope. Love it. Don't Go in the Woods versus Just Before Dawn. It's funny. I just met Jeff Lieberman too, wearing my Just Before Dawn shirt and everything. And it's funny. I was like, man, I love a slasher film. He's like, no, 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 no. Don't call it a slasher film. It's not a slasher film. When I was making this movie, it wasn't a slasher film. But I'll go with Don't Go in the Woods. If I had to pick one of the two, I would go with Don't Go in the Woods. It's one of my favorites, man. I loved it. I just love that movie. Fucking music in that movie is it's so bad. It's amazing. Pig. Oh yeah. Megan is just fly by the numbers, man. That movie's been done 1,000 times. Exact same way, everything. But it was. I saw it in the theater by myself because I'm a dork. And I was entertained. It was what it was. But I mean, like I said, like we don't get a lot of films here. So when we do, I have to go. And I was like, well, Megan, gotta do it. Yeah, I love me some Maniac, man. I think Maniac's one of my all-time favorites. It's in my top 5 favorite movies of all time. But you're talking about the remake, right? I'm joking. I love the remake, though. The remake's great. It's how you do a remake, actually. Different. I think if anyone's going to remake Nosferatu, it's got to be Eggers, right? Why not? I don't actually have a problem with it at all. The Slayer or the Prey? The Prey. The Slayer is like, it's coma inducing at times, man. The Prey is fun, man. I like the Prey. It's got a great atmosphere. That whole woods thing going on. The Slayers is boring, man. It's not a bad movie, but it's like, it's just kind of boring. You know, it doesn't surprise me Elijah Wood did that, man, because he's a massive horror fan. Massive, massive, massive horror fan. He's talked about this for years and years and years, and he's always talked about how he loves Maniac and all his favorite movies are always horror films and stuff. And it doesn't surprise me. Elijah Wood is a fucking horror dork. So him doing that type of role did not surprise me one bit, man. I just at first was shocked that like I was like, whoa, I couldn't believe the casting and stuff because just his stature, right? To play, because I'm thinking like Frank Zito, I'm thinking that type of character and stuff. And I'm like, how the fuck is they gonna pull this off and shit? But they did it a totally different way and it made it believable. But yeah, Elijah Wood is just a big horror dork like we are. Yeah, the soundtrack's amazing to Maniac. It's totally awesome. Herzog's Nosferatu is outstanding. It's really, really how you do a remake. It's really good. Kinski, come on. He's just a presence, man. Kinski's like, he's that dude that like when you see him in a film, you can't help but just like it, man. Like Crawl Space, come on. He's just a creep. Literally, that dude's a creep. Was a creep and harder than shit to work with. Wrong Turn 2021. Yep, didn't care for it. Blood Rage versus the Mutilator. Ooh, that's a good one, but I got to go with it ain't cranberry sauce. But then the Mutilator is we're gonna have a good time. Come on. I'd probably go with Blood Rage because it's a little bit more ridiculous. That's a tough one though. He did take that Lord of the Rings money. Fucking Frodo money, man. It was Frodo, right? I think so. You know what? I love Come to Daddy. A lot of people didn't like it, but I loved it, man. I thought it was really good. Orphan First Kill. Honestly, man, I was like, I'm sitting there watching Orphan First Kill, and I'm like, man, this twist better be pretty damn good in this movie. And all of a sudden, the twist happened. I'm like, oh, that's really mean. Like, I actually didn't mind it. It's not mind blowing, but it was the twist caught me off guard though. It wasn't bad. Is 4K worth upgrading? It depends what kind of 4K movies you're watching, really. I mean, a lot of like old films that are upgraded to 4K, depending on the elements and stuff, could be if they, I think a lot of like if you have, say, like a Black Christmas on Blu-ray and then you're going to 4K, I don't know if the upgrade is going to be crazy different. I don't know. I haven't seen the 4K yet, but stuff like that. But if you're into like watching newer films on 4K, why not? Because they're shot in 4K most likely and stuff, and they'll be amazing, be better looking than the Blu-ray. But I think it's really what you're into. I mean, I just got Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things on 4K. It does look better than the Blu-ray, we'll say, and it sounds better too. But I mean, really, that type of movie that Bob Clark made for fucking $10,000, no, 10, or I think it was 50,000. It does look the best it's ever looked, though, I will say. Oh, everything Kinski's in is just ridiculous, man. I always liked watching his movies and thinking, like, I wonder what it was like to work on this film with him because he just seems like he's the grumpiest bitch in the world. He's like he's like a Madonna, like a prima donna, man. Gotta have it his way, man. Udo Kier, yeah. Udo Kier has like really crazy eyes or something. There's something about that guy that Kinski looks like a villain, right? Udo Kier just looks evil. A lot of 4K, a lot of black and white films, like on really good, even Blu-ray transfers look really good too. The Shining 4K. I still haven't. I've heard that from a lot of people actually, and that's one I would actually upgrade because I just have like, the double disc kind of standard fucking Warner Blu-ray, which I think was just the Blu-ray that was out before, right? So is it? It's obviously still Warner did the 4K. They must be because they have the rights to it, right? You see Arizona with Dynamic. No, I didn't actually. I did not see it. I did not see that one. Yeah, Steve McHattie, I think, has always been what you would call a legitimate, underrated kind of character actor. Like he's done a lot of really good stuff. I can't think of the movie I reviewed of his years ago. Oh, I can't remember what it's called right now, but it was really good. And I praise his performance in it, man. Really underrated screen presence and actor for sure, man. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of like a poor man Lance Hendrickson or something. I don't know why. I don't think I've ever said that before, but I just thought of it. But I don't know. There's something about McHattie just kind of reminds me of like a poor man's version of fucking Lance Hendrickson. If there is such a thing, I don't know. I'm just making shit up. I have no idea what I'm talking about. So it is what it is. Oh, fuck. My allergies are just fucking acting up so bad right now. Maybe it's COVID. No, it's not COVID. Man, I can't believe there's still that many people watching this. This is fucking nuts. I thought I was going to be off this in like an hour. Like no one was going to watch. Like this is. Thanks for sticking around, anyways, or sticking it out all night. It's been 4 hours. This is crazy. I'm glad that I didn't have any beers before I really got on here because if I'd have been drinking all day, I could be blasted right now. Shit. The most popular question of the night is the marathon. Yes, we plan on doing more. It's just a matter of finding the timing, which because Dylan works, Godzilla works like shift work, which is really hard to schedule around because it changes too. And my schedule's tough too. I have a family. He's married with a kid now too. So since the last marathon, he's now married with a kid. So that's changed. Shift work has changed. Um, it's tough. He's actually coming over tomorrow. We're gonna put out a video, do something on that lines. So we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. I would love to do another one anytime with Dylan because we always have a blast. So I should probably work on uploading this video. I could have uploaded it hours ago, but I kept forgetting. Excuse me for my ignorance. That's the right one. Uh-oh. Memory here. There we go. There we go. Probably always super chill to listen to. Super chill? I never heard anyone say super chill, but thanks. I mean, you might be meaning something else. No, it's good. Thanks, man. I enjoy. Thanks the compliment, MJ. MJ, like that. Yeah, man. I've been wanting to do this forever, and like I had no idea what I was doing when it came to like live streams and stuff. Like I'm really good with a lot of technology, but I'm really bad with a lot of technology at the same time, and I just thought it was hard to do. So I was like kind of putting it off, and then I had the time to do it tonight, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna try this out, and it seemed to have worked. So thank you for joining me. Without you guys, I wouldn't be on here for 4 hours. I would have been off in 8 minutes, and that's what it would have been. So it is what it is, right? Oh, the chicken sandwich. That was kind of a spur of the moment thing too. Like I was at my cabin for a while, and I said to Dylan, I was like, yo, man, I'm like, you want to get some chicken sandwiches? And he's like, yo, let's do a video about that shit. And so that's how that came about. So, but, I'm thinking that's probably this is totally going to fuck this up, isn't it? Am I lagging to you guys? I'm just wondering because I'm uploading a video now and it's like a big one. It's going quick, but. Oh, Jay, you had COVID a month ago? Really? In your restricted area? Damn, I'm surprised anybody actually gets COVID in Nova Scotia because y'all got some serious ass rules over there. It's crazy. It's like a bad cold, yeah. The early podcast with Jeremy was tough. It was tough, man. We've done a couple commentaries. I would never want to do a commentary like on something that was really good. I know that sounds funny, but like I like to do a commentary on like a really bad movie, like when we did the Hip Hop Witch, because then you can be funny with it because we all know it's bad. We're watching, we're hearing it for that. Like doing a serious commentary, like, yeah, I'm doing a commentary on fucking like Philadelphia. That's not fun. Like, which we would never do Philadelphia. I don't even know why I brought that up for Christ's sake, but you get the point. What the hell is a donation option in effect? I see this on live streams when people are like getting money and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is that about? I have no idea. I'm so not hip to like promoting, and I'm bad with this shit, man. I have no idea what I'm doing. I really don't. I just sit here and make videos and talk. Like when it comes down to like the semantics of shit, I have no idea what I'm doing. But you're right though. I was watching Brandon the Garbage Disposal the other day. And like he's doing a live stream, he's getting money like left and right. And I'm like, but where does it goes into YouTube or your account? Like, how does it work? I have no idea. Someone let me know. I have no idea. I mean, I was opposed to having a Patreon on the podcast for so long because it kind of felt like e-bagging, but then it became the point was different than it was more about paying for the website and all the other shit that goes along with the podcast. And so we don't make money off it. New Year's party. Yep. Fucking New Year's. Yeah. I don't know how, like, I always see people like they all of a sudden are making money. I'm like, what? I'm like, it's crazy. I was watching Brandon's video one day for about a half an hour, 45 minutes, or something like that. He must have made like $150. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, man? All he's doing is talking and trying fucking sodas. I'm like, that's amazing. Oh, doing these two things at one time is shite. Well, at least I made the thumbnail like last week for this. That's good. At least I was preparing myself a little bit for anyone that cares about the video. Oh, this thing is so slow right now. And I got like batshit fast internet. Oh, no, it's actually not that slow. Damn. I think it's just the video that's fucking me up. I'll be back in the questions here in a minute, peoples. Just trying to get through this. All right, so that's actually not doing too bad. For like an 8 gig video, it's uploading super fast with this playing too. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I guess I could look into. Like I said, it's the first time I've ever done a live stream, and I just was testing it. I had no idea even what I was doing. I was like going through it, and I was like kind of clicking shit, and I was like, okay. I saw there was an option to make a thumbnail, so I clicked out about, oh, I'll make a thumbnail, whatever. I always wondered if people did that, but I guess you do them first. So. All right, Jay. I will talk to you later, brother, man. We got to catch up. We got to do some more. We got to do some more videos, man. For show. Where can I find the Hip Hop Witch commentary? I believe that is a Patreon exclusive. I'm pretty sure it's on the Patreon. I've actually never heard it myself, to be honest. Like I recorded, I've never heard it. I always wanted to listen. I've never once ever listened to a podcast back. Ever once, and we've done 237 episodes, but I wanted to listen to that hip-hop commentary because it was funny. Oh yeah, the wife, man, the Elm Street. That was a really early video. I think that she was still shot in full screen, for Christ's sake. But yeah, that was, I think, one of the very first. That was a fun one. Yeah, she's a good sport. She did the Friday the 13th one with me also, which was pretty cool. Last House on Dead End Street. It is a weird film, man. Really fucking strange. I like it though, man. It's different. It's kind of like experimental, psychological. It's just like trippy, man. It's like, it just feels of that era, I like that Vinegar Syndrome released that on as like a Easter egg on, that one film with the porno. And that's how I have it. I have one of the special. I didn't even know I got it. And then I was like checking to find where the Easter egg was, and I actually had it on there. I was like, oh, that's crazy. I mean, it's on the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray if you have that special edition, which I don't think anyone knew that they were getting it. Like you couldn't pick to get it. It was luck of the draw. Can you add people to live chats? Like it's not like Google Hangouts. I know you can give people the code or whatever. JP never even clicked into here. He probably saw that I was live and he's like, fuck Moodz. Dave is in bed by like 8 o'clock. Actually, it's Friday night, so he's probably at the bar right now. And that's the other thing, man. Dave wasn't drinking forever, and then all of a sudden he started hanging out with us, and he was like, I got a drink. I was like, oh my God, like the worst influence ever. So, yep, that happens, I guess. On the Easter, yeah, I mean, I have a German hard box, a DVD hard box of Last House on Dead End Street, and it's definitely better than that transfer, man. Way better. And it's actually, I think it's the uncut version on the Easter egg too. I think the cut version, like the German one, I think it was cut a bit too, which doesn't surprise me. Tons of German releases are fucking cut, man. But the hard box is really nice looking. It's a really good looking one. But I did watch it actually. I go to my letterbox. I watched it, I believe, again last summer. Not last summer. Was it last summer or maybe before? I don't know. Maybe one of the times I was home, but it wasn't bad. Corruption. That's what it is. Yeah, it's like I think it's an adult film. I've never actually watched Corruption. I just watched it for the Easter egg. Luck of the draw, and I got it. So, oh yeah, Dave has been killing it with he drinks the skinny beers, but he'll dig into other shit too. It's kind of funny actually. So can you add people right now to a live stream? Like if you have it going, or do you have to like have them from the start? Because I literally have no idea what I'm doing. I'm an elementary school kid. Corruption borrows the score from The Thing. When the hell did Corruption come out? Was it in the 80s? Oh shit, that's crazy. I guess so, right? Yeah, man. The soundtrack on You People is amazing. It's awesome. Dude, when Compton's Most Wanted came on the soundtrack, well, I want to ruin it for you, but I was like, damn, this is fucking awesome. Jonah Hill, man, he even wrote the movie too. I thought he did a good job, man. Like he's actually really convincing in that movie, and it's down to earth, and like it's obviously playing on what's going on in the world and stuff and making light of it and stuff, but also bringing attention to everything that's going on. It's good. It's good. Mad Metal Man Midwest. Wow, that is a lot of M's. MMMM. What's up, man? If they have your chat code thingy, they can get on live. What the hell's a chat code? Damn, I'm just learning on the fly here. Pop-out chat, toggle times, community moderation. Oh, you can have moderate. Oh yeah, that's what people do. They moderate. Oh yeah, that's why people are always like, oh, can't say that shit. Huh, I don't know what that is. Your chat code thing. I have no idea what that means. I'm going to have to look into this. Dude, I love Scooby-Doo, man. It got brought up earlier too, man. I'm a big fan. I'm only missing, I think, 5 of the DVD movies now, like the actual full-length movies. I love it, man. I'm a big fan. I actually just got the I might have showed in the last update. Yeah, I did. The latest one, the Halloween one that came out too. So that's cool. Haven't watched it. I'll watch it on Halloween next year since it's Halloween. Love me some animated Scooby-Doo. I can't fuck with the live action shit though. I can't do it, man. Even though Lillard, like, he's like the live actor and the voice from, the last like 10, 12, 13 years, whatever it is, I still can't do it, man. Watching Scooby-Doo in live form, seems like you're completely high as shit when you're not. It's like some shit you shouldn't be seeing. It's really weird, man. It's really strange. I like how those trolls just like dip in here just to fucking say some shit and then dip out. Trolls are the funniest shit ever. I'm actually quite surprised in almost 4.5 hours. I've only had, I think, one person, maybe two. I'm sure there's more thumbs downs on the video than that, but there always is. You should start doing the podcast live together and turn your super chats so people can donate. Super chats. I don't even know how to turn on a super chat, man. I have no idea. Do you have to be verified to have super chats? Like I said, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just bullshit with people. I would love to do more like streaming, like podcasts and stuff. Like we have done extra shows, video for the podcast and stuff, but I would love to record because we record on Zoom now. Record's better. It's like boxy and stuff. So I would like to do a little bit more podcasts like that, like on video and shit. Yeah, now that'll look better. Like you have your boxes and stuff. Like Zoom's just a better program. Skype is just trash. It's just pure trash. On the new Evil Dead coming out, well, I don't really have many thoughts on it, to be honest. I'll tell you one thing: the artwork looks pure trash bags, though. It's not enticing. I'll tell you that. I'm confused. I will admit, though, I'm confused on the new Evil Dead. I have no idea if it's a sequel to the remake or the reboots, or if it's a sequel to the original film. I'm unclear on this. Can someone clarify this? Because it seems like I've heard both, and I'm like, I don't understand what's going on here. Like, it makes sense to be a sequel to the newest Evil Dead, but the way franchises have gone the last few years with TCM and all these things where they keep making sequels based in the original series, like Halloween, the new trilogy is a trilogy based off the original film. Texas Chainsaw Massacre did that too. They made a sequel a couple times. Yeah, it seems to be a thing, but I don't even know what the hell's going on. All right, so that's 7 gig video while I'm live streaming, uploaded in like shit, man, 8-9 minutes. It's pretty good. Gravity Falls, I have not. I have to check that out. It should say invite a co-streamer if you're on Skype, and I'm not sure if you need to be verified. If I'm on Skype, no, I'm straight on YouTube right now. Did you get around to listening to Ghost new album? Yeah. Oh shit, Impure. When the fuck when did the new Ghost album come out? Am I just tripping balls? Did it just come out? Or am I just tripping balls? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, no, I've got it. I didn't recognize the title. Fucking stupid. Oh, right. So, yeah, we talked about this on the podcast, and I was like, yeah, so it's like set in an apartment building. It's kind of like Demons 2. Which, I'm cool with, man, because I'm a big fan of that setting in horror films. If it's like in apartment buildings, shopping malls, another thing I really like too, man. But like sky rises and apartment buildings and shit, I like that. So I'm a big fan of Demons 2. So you believe it's a follow-up to 2013. Yeah, so I've heard both ways, and I for some reason I just think it's fucking unclear, but either way, I'm still gonna watch this Evil Dead film. So yeah, the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie, the reason why I think it's so stupid is because it's a sequel to the original film. Based on the narrative that they gave it, made it stupid, but it's gory as hell. And it literally had a Chainsaw Massacre, which was amazing. The gore was awesome. The narrative was stupid as hell. Characters sucked. The ending was fun because I like those type of endings. But the narrative was really stupid. Like, it's a bad sequel to the original movie. And I hate using stupid as an adjective, but it actually was. It was really bad. I hate the new age technology shit and social like they're biting at that, and it was done poorly though. Yeah, I love Monster. Monster was awesome. Great film. I know my man Tom Horsball loved that one too. I think it won Film of the Year actually. And was it 2006? Is it that old? Damn. Oh, Eddie Murphy's great. I've come to the conclusion that Eddie Murphy is not aging because he's like what in his 60s and he looks like he's in his fucking 40s, man. I'm watching the movie and I must have said it 4 times out loud to myself. Eddie Murphy looks like he's 45 years old. He doesn't age. Nina Long looks excellent in the movie. She doesn't age either. It's insane. Like they're the youngest looking 60-year-old couple ever. Poltergeist 3. I love Poltergeist 3. It actually, Poltergeist 3 has one of my favorite poster arts of all time. That the high riser, the color scheme. I love Poltergeist 3 artwork. The artwork's better than the movie, but I actually like Poltergeist 3 more than 2, believe it or not. I'm just not a big fan of part 2. It always bores the hell out of me. Oh shit, X-Files for kids. Interesting. If you're streaming through YouTube, you just send them an invite to join the stream. How do you send an invite though? Norbit over 90%. I actually was laughing to myself too. I'm like, besides doing the Rudy Ray Moore film, where the hell has Eddie Murphy been the last like 20 plus years? Like he's so good in this movie, you people. Like he's just good. He's a supporting character, but he's, more of a lead, really. It's both hip hop and horror. Talk about everything. I've had many conversations about both things tonight. Yeah, the characters were like the least of my problems. Like, I honestly expect shitty characters in these type of movies, but it was just the stupid narrative they gave it. It's supposed to be it's a direct sequel to part one, and like what they did with certain characters was ridiculous. Like even Leatherface, like where he ends up and like how he wasn't found, and there's so many things that are just unexplained. Considering it's so many years later, it just nothing makes sense. There's so many plot holes. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I got a pee break, guys. At the bottom, tap create plus go live together. Invite a coaster. Oh, okay. What? I don't have a thing that says at the bottom create. Tap create. That's funny. I totally don't have one. It's probably different in Canada. I probably don't have the same options. Fuck. Another thing we're getting screwed on up here. Come on. Yeah, the whole age factor of Leatherface too is like it's so funny when you watch the fight scenes. You're like, this is ridiculous, man. Considering he hasn't been practicing murdering for 45 years. Like, he's been holed up. How is he moving like this? You know, axe wielding, chainsaw wielding, and murdering people isn't like riding a bike, bro. It's you still need the mobility. Come on, get your back straight. I advise you to check out none of those films I talked about on my channel. No, I'm joking. I give my honest opinions, man. If I like something, if I do it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. So it is what it is. I actually I'm looking forward to doing the next 31 Days of Horror. I know it's like, just did it, but like I had a lot of fun this year, man. I think I took the year off before, not on purpose, because I actually was out of town for the first week and I didn't pre-record. I should have pre-recorded some stuff, which I don't like to do. I like to do it every single day. It keeps me in check. It keeps me, striving to get it finished. And I've actually never not finished one. I've never missed a day in the 7 years I've done it, I think. Is it 7 or 6? 7? I like doing it though. And, I kind of I'm going to build up this year, get some films to review and stuff. But, last year's actually was pretty successful considering, just the algorithm now really hurts the channel. Like I don't get views like I used to. Just fine. It's YouTube, it's politics, it's bullshit. But like, my updates used to be 5,000 to 6,000 views. Now I barely can even hit 2,500. It's crazy. And like, it's still the same old moods and the same old big ass updates. Nobody's watching them because nobody knows. I had so many people message me and be like, yo, man, when are you going to upload a video? I'm like, man, I uploaded like 5 videos, bro. Like, so it is what it is, man. The algorithm, which I've been hearing more and more people talk about on other channels too, that it's like, it's crazy how it's affecting. Like if you don't have a big channel, you're not getting anything done, man. You're not getting shit. It totally caters to the big channels. And, it's unfortunate that like these smaller channels will never grow. Yeah, it's the way it is, man. It's the way it is. I think this video is already ready to go. I'm not sure though. So if anybody wants or is interested in, okay, you know what? Fuck this. Is this done? I know I'm talking on my ass right now. Sorry, guys. I think this is good to go. Yeah, it's good. All right. So if anyone's interested in the top 22 of 22 hip hop, and it's not working. Why is this not working? Because it didn't. Oh, that's why. Why is that doing this to me? Why is YouTube being junky? All right, there we go. So there we go. So I just uploaded that video. I had it done hours ago. Apparently, more than 4.5 hours ago, I finished. So it's up on the channel if you guys are part of that part of the channel, which not very many people are, but I still like making the videos and it's all good. But you can get more people live. Says, yeah, I'll have to. I'll figure this out. I'll talk to somebody that. Sorry, I keep like shaking my like giving you guys fucking like vertigo and shit or something, if that's possible. But yeah, honestly, Matt, it's funny because I've been actually working my way through all the Saturn Core titles, and like a lot of the sister labels, like just man, some funny shit in there, dude. Culture Shock doesn't release a lot of horror films. A lot of like kind of action, early late 80s, early 90s. The small label you thought had the best releases of 2022. Fuck, man, Mondo had some good ones last year, man. Visual Vengeance, I thought was amazing, which is like the sub label of Wild Eye. But don't, you know, if you're not a fan of that, it's totally different. It's like good shit. They put out some great shit, man. Great shit. Really top notch release, Blu-ray releases too, man. Fully loaded with shit. Kino always, I mean, Kino's not small, but they always put out so much good stuff. But Mondo was really good. Visual Vengeance. Oh, so many labels now. It's just crazy. I mean, Scream Factory is probably the most disappointing of any label last year. Hands down, just super disappointing. Oh, man, I have seen it, man. All my friends hate me. So I talked about this on the podcast a few times, and that movie was beyond trash bags. So it's labeled as comedy horror. First of all, there's absolutely no comedy in it because it's not funny at all. There's not 1 ounce of horror in the film either. It is the worst slugfest ever to get through. It is fucking terrible. I hated it. It's actually one of the worst film, like one of my most hated films. I wouldn't say it's a bad made film or nothing. Not for me, not funny, hated it, couldn't stand it. And it's funny because like guys like Dave Z from Exploding Head podcast, I talk to him every single day. Good friend of mine. Um, Loved it. I'm like, what? What do you do, man? You know, it is what it is. Yeah, you know what, man? There's so many people out there that are just way bigger challenge. You know, like I'm not really overly concerned with. I just, like even having like a small channel, like I don't mind it. I really don't. Like that's why I don't spend a lot of time promoting shit. Like I just do what I do, and if it, it does what it is. I know that there's so much now that it's all watered down. Like you have to promote your stuff. Like we didn't really have to do it a lot before. Now it's kind of like, we're just kind of pushed off to the side and shit like that. But the thing is, like, if I'm gonna do live stream, I'm doing it with my friends. Like, I don't like to podcast with people I don't know, and I turn down a lot of podcasts, like, to go on there because I don't really know the people and stuff. Like, I do it with my friends. Like, I like to talk with my friends and bullshit with people I know because I don't want it to feel like I'm doing it for the sake of doing it, or they're gonna have me on because, oh, hey, I'm bigger than the podcast, and then if they have Moodz on, we'll get view. Like, no, I'm not doing it for that shit, and I'm not gonna do it for myself either. But there's like I mean, like with Dave and stuff, like and other people in my realm, I will do it all day. I will do it all day with those people. The Visual Vengeance, Sam, are great, man. They're actually really amazing releases. I'm just blown away by them. Yeah, they have taken a hot shit on themselves, man. Fucking Scream Factory. Like, all they had to do is just release some unique titles, and then we know that they have them. They're more concerned with the mass market of re-releasing in 4Ks. It's like it's ridiculous, man. Like when 8K comes out, they're just gonna do the same thing. Like Scream Factory is doomed. They don't give a shit. And all the unique titles are these exclusive onlys, which is the biggest fucking tragedy ever. Yeah, I got the Ted Bundy one. I love that. I like that movie. I like all those films, man. Like all the 4 serial killer movies from that era. Do you like All the Kind Stranger 74? I don't think I've seen it. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. Did I used to post on Underground Hip Hop? I was a moderator on the hip hop forum for 6, 7 years. I started posting on undergroundhiphop.com in 2002. Um, I became a mod in like 2000. Actually, 2002 was early. Then I became, everyday poster by 2004. And yeah, I modded for 6, 7 years on there. And Phila Flavor, which has the podcast now. Don't take it personal. Take it personal podcast. I talk to him all the time, like every day. Underground hip hop was like a life. It was like I have so much underground hip hop stuff in this room, like stickers and shit. Like it's all over the place, man. Um, there's one right on my mixer right here, undergroundhiphop.com. Yeah, I went under the name Moodz. That's why a lot of people that click on my channel like, man, are you the same dude from the forums? I'm like, yep. I didn't post a lot on Philo Flavor though. I did. I was over there. I mostly read and stuff. I didn't really post. I didn't want to be on two because it was like too much. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to become that person that does it for, that type of aspect. I want to, still have fun with it and shit. That's why I like doing this right now is like a blast to me. I could care less if there was, 47 people watching is way more than I thought I was going to get. I thought I was going to be on here for an hour or 20 minutes. I didn't think anyone was even going to click on the video. And to my amazement, man, like there's still 45 people watching. Apparently, I don't know if that's updating properly, but it's been like that all night. And I'm very thankful that people are still interested in, talking and shit like that. It's crazy to me that this is actually happening. So yeah, Saturn's Core is fucking, oh man, so many good SOV films, man. Like when we were prepping for the 94 show, they'd release like 4 or 5 from that year. At the time we were prepping, it was amazing. And like 3 of those made my top 10. It was crazy. Good films, man. Legitimately good shot on video, well-made films. Fucking Savage Harvest, man. Like that movie's legitimately amazing. And I use the word amazing loosely, but for shot video, but it's really well made. It's good. Yeah, Delic, I know. Yeah. I gotta dig a little bit deeper into it, but I know the group though. Yeah. Yeah. Right. With the Scream Factory and Anchor Bay, totally. What do I think the worst horror franchise is? Well, I can tell you one thing for someone that's reviewed on a podcast many, many horror franchises, and we've kind of stayed clear. We haven't done Friday or Nightmare because like everyone and their dog is on them. So we did things like The Howling and Children of the Corn. And I will say The Howling is very miserable. Children of the Corn is funny because a lot of the movies, later sequels, are decent movies if they didn't have the Children of the Corn banner around the subtitle. Like Revelations, I think is part 7. It's actually not a bad movie. Take the Children of the Corn off, people would be like, yeah, it's a good movie. Children of the Corn sequel, fucking shitty. Yeah, so that's the way it is. Used to be a film mod for film. Oh, nice. Yeah, man. I'm on Instagram all the time, and I listen to Take a Personal podcast all the time. I'm a big fan of the show and stuff. I even bought their book. I have their book up there and stuff. And yeah, big fan. Big fan. Yeah, I am so mad about the whole infinity pool thing not coming here to my town. And I don't think we're getting it either. So I am pissed. I'm super pissed. Is my most anticipated film with Maxine. So I started a Yahoo Answers rap and hip hop. Wow. Killjoy was the worst horror franchise. The funny thing about Killjoy is that it's the only franchise that got better as the sequels went on. That never happens. 2 is better than 1, 3 is better than 2, 4 is better than 3. It's funny. The first, if you can get past the first one, they do actually get better. But yeah, they're still shitty though. Do I still drink beer? I drink skinny beers, I call them. The low cal, no sugar, 3 grams of carbs. This is it's a beer from Amsterdam. My wife is Dutch, so this is actually not by design. It's just kind of funny I found this, but my wife is pure Dutch. 90 calories, man. It's actually pretty good though. Skinny beers. So making thumbnails with Dr. May's face expression. You have to start making. I think I did one actually on this. Well, no, actually, no, I just did my thumb. I think I just did this. Yeah, like I got a CD update. It's literally every fucking thumbnail. Every single one. Same thing. It drives me nuts. Honestly, man, the thumbnail for this is probably the only time you'll ever see me actually on a thumbnail, unless it's me and Godzilla doing something. So, yo, what's up, Cork? What's going on, brother? Yeah, I can't stand that shit, man. It drives me nuts. The Silent Night, Deadly Night series, yeah, man. I mean, I part 2 is funny because, it's rehashing a lot of the first one, but 3 is like the worst film. 4 is better. It's not a Silent Night, Deadly Night film at all. But part 5 is not bad. And Andy Rooney being in that film is like the funniest thing ever because he was the one outspoken about the original film and how it should have never been made and how it was bad for everybody and stuff. And then he ends up in a sequel. Fucking guy. What a sellout. I did cop the new Children of the Corn. Yep, I did. From Hip Hop Enterprise. Yep, I did. I caught that. I caught both of the new Dust and Dope ones, and I also got the DJ the Fat Flavor release too. Yeah, I did got that. So spending some goddamn money. And he ghostwrite his post. Yeah, right. Ah, fuck. From Beyond in 4K. Yeah, I got it. I love From Beyond, man. It's great. I was a little annoyed at the price. It was really expensive though. I mean, I've been saying that for years about Turi, man. Like, why even do the update? You literally just showed every movie you picked up in your update right here. Like, you could make a 1-second video and be like, that was it, and then you're out. Save the time. No, I don't think paranormal. Like, honestly, man, I was a big hater of the first movie, Paranormal Activity. Um, when it first came out, I couldn't stand it. And I never even watched any of the sequels ever until we actually covered the franchise. Somebody fucking Patreon that or something. And it turns out that that movie has nothing but continuity, or the series has nothing but continuity. And I was like, holy shit. So when you watch them in sequence all together, it's a little bit different story. Way better than I thought it would be. There's The Howling is the worst franchise, one of the worst franchises, man. First film's great. Second one is cheesy fun. And after that, it's just batshit nonsense garbage. It's ridiculous. Bottle farts and light bulbs. Ah, shit. That's awesome. Yeah, I miss the underground hip hop days, man. That was a website that I loved, man. I bought so much stuff from there, man. So much stuff. Like I couldn't even account for how much money I spent. I used to make an order every 2 weeks, every paycheck. I'd make a huge order. It was crazy, dude. It was just fucking nuts. Like I still have stacks of underground hip hop stickers. I'm sure I probably even have some sitting right here. If I even like I have tons that are stuck on shit, and I bet I still have tons that aren't. Like, oh yeah, here's some. Like this is, and you gotta remember, like this website's hasn't been around forever. Like, look at all these things. I think there's even some old ones in here. Like that's the newer. Oh yeah, so this is like one of the older ones. It's crazy. So many. There's like tons more in here too. But yeah, I miss that place. They always had the bomb shit. I never made it before they shut down, man. It's just such a shame. Just such a shame. Always wanted to go, and I was gonna make my way there, and one of our trips got canceled, so that never happened. And then actually, we've had 2 Boston trips canceled. It's kind of funny. Well, not funny, but this last one was actually COVID. But yeah, you know what, man? The second sequel, or the sequel to Jaws Part 2. I find that movie so boring. I actually like Jaws 3D, man. It's so bad. It's good to me, man. I always catch shit on that, man. Everyone always hates on me when I say I like it. I'm saying it's good. It's not good. It's not a good movie. I just personally like it. I think it's fun. Astro Creep. Yeah, man. I know it's my first. I've never done a live stream, and people have asked me, and I was just like, I did my top 22 hip hop video tonight, and I was like, fuck it, man. I was fucking around going live, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go live. I had no plans to do it. I just got on here and did it, and it's been like 5 hours. It's crazy. I feel like I've been talking to my computer because that video was like an hour long, so I've been sitting in front of my computer for 6 hours. So I have nothing but time tonight because the wife and kid are out of town for hockey tournaments. So yeah, nothing but time. Do I like ICP? I actually don't mind them, believe it or not. I know it's not really my thing, but generally, but I don't mind them. They're okay. The early stuff's good. I like the Ringmaster. Great Malenko is good. Denzel, you know what's funny, man? I didn't really know much about Denzel Curry for the first couple albums and stuff. And then my buddy actually mentioned to me, he's like, bro, you got to check out the new Denzel Curry. He's like, I know you're not, like you're not really into him that much and stuff. And he's like, you got to check out the new album. I have it somewhere around here, actually. Oh, where the fuck it is. But anyways, the new album, and it's actually really good, man. It was a little bit more boom bappy, a little more jazzy. And I was like, holy shit, man. But Dude can rap, though, man. He's got some lyrics, man. I respect him. He's good. Jaws Revenge. It's so bad, it's AIDS of cinema. That reminds me, man. I actually had somebody, I think it was a week ago, asked me, and they're like, man, how did you lose so much weight? And I said, bro, I got AIDS. And that was like dead silence, man. I was like, oh shit, man. I was referring to the South Park episode. I got AIDS. Like, not the blood disorder. AIDS. Like, I got AIDS. That was funny. Sometimes the jokes just don't hit, do they? Ticks or mosquito? Good question, actually. I just watched rewatched Mosquito again for the 91 show or whatever. Or 90, was it 94, 94, 94, or whatever. And then we were actually just talking about ticks and like how Carlton's in that and he's totally miscast. It's hilarious. I would actually prefer, oh, that's a tough one, dude. I don't even know. I don't know, man. With fucking Carlton acting all gangster and shit is pretty funny. I think I would probably take Ticks, though. I think I would take Ticks by a slight edge over Mosquito. Julian Sands still the missing man. I know it's safe to assume the worst now, but it sucks. Going death and it's true. What's up with Julian Sands? I mean, he made the right decision not appearing in Warlock 3. That's actually what created the Hall of Pain was Warlock 3. The guy that started was Pain, and it was so fucking bad we created the Hall of Pain. It's actually not just because it's painful, it's literally based off a dude's name. 2001 Maniacs, the remake? Are we talking about, or are we talking about the Herschel Gordon Lewis? I don't mind 2001 Maniacs. It's okay. It's probably better than Herschel Gordon Lewis's. Zach's gonna pipe up here, just in Herschel Gordon Lewis. Yeah, I'd take Ticks. Yeah, what the fuck happened to Julian Sands? I missed that one. Ticks all day, twice on Sunday. Yeah, I'll just watch that shit for Carlton acting like a gangster. I think it's so funny too because that movie was totally filmed when he was still on Fresh Prince, and it's like try to get out of this typecast, but then he goes back and does another season. It's like, well, you just got back into the typecast. So, oh shit, I don't think anyone heard about this because JP or Dave, and they're pretty good up on the news and stuff with this. Never even mentioned it. Mount Baldy, where the fuck is that? It's probably somewhere I know, and I'm like, he's been missing for 2 weeks, man. If you're missing on a mountain for 2 weeks, you're not coming back alive. This time of year, I'm assuming he was winter hiking. That's even worse. Yeah, missing the mountains for a couple weeks is generally not good. Missing even anywhere around where I live for 2 weeks, like just not even the mountain, you'd be dead within 5 days. I must have put the fucking. The hell did I do with the other stack of? I don't know what the fuck I do with these. I'm losing fucking albums around here. I don't know. Yeah. I do not know what I'm looking for or where it is. Shit. Okay, never mind. Can't find it. That's fucking bizarre. Oh, here's this one. What the hell happened to fucking... I just wanted to... Oh, fuck, it's right here. So, actually... Fuck, I thought I put it over there. I'm being stupid. So, yeah, hip-hop 50 volume. I was very confused on why there wasn't more of these. I thought there was supposed to be more of these. Like, I get what they're doing for, 50th anniversary hip-hop and stuff, but... So, it's obviously volume 1, but I thought they'd be coming out a little bit more rapid than this, having 5 tracks. I mean, I get what they're doing. I'm not sure what the whole story is with these, if they're going to have a different producer do another EP and stuff like that. I'm not 100% sure what's going on with this, but yeah, this is really good. I actually like Beat Breaks by Nas is really dope. It's good shit. So I thought they would like the weirdest song ever, Slick Rick and Lil Wayne doing a track together. How weird is that? So trip. Yeah, but here's the new Denzel Curry album right here. It's actually really cool. Really the only stuff I've ever heard by him. So, but watch the top 22 and you guys will, I have some of all my favorites are sitting right here. So, yo, Luke Ducky, what's up, man? It's in California. So yeah, it's probably up in the mountains, snowing up in there. Yeah. Up on my end of the woods. Munchies. Oh shit. Munchies is fun. Is that Don DeLuise does a voice? Munchies? Don DeLuise? It's fucking hilarious, man. It's not really horror, is it? It's not horror. Yeah, the triple shots in Moodz and horror. Actually, the first person ever to say the triple shots because I stopped saying 22 shots. Mosquito reminds me a bit of Scream Factory's movie Stung. Stung actually was not bad for was it a sci-fi film? Was it not a sci-fi film, but it was a TV film or something? I didn't mind that. The artwork's great for that. Intruder or Blood Rage? Intruder. Hands down, I love Intruder so much. Used to watch that trash right. He's Don DeLuise, yeah. Don't Go in the House or New York Ripper. Oh, come on. New York Ripper. New York Ripper is actually one of the most watched movies I've ever watched in my life. I've watched New York Ripper, like, I actually have a New York Ripper hat. I've watched that movie so many times, like, I feel like I'm molesting myself sometimes with a foot. You guys get that if you see it. You never seen Blood Rage? Oh, man. Blood Rage is, it's not cranberry sauce, that's for sure. God, stop saying that. Oh, Munchies. Yeah. Oh, fuck, man. Is there 3 of them? Yeah, there's 3 Munchie movies, I think. How's the new Cronenberg son? Tried to go tonight. Haven't seen it yet. I didn't get it in my town, so I'm pretty pissed off. Critters, Ghoulies, or Critters? I'm assuming Critters or Ghoulies. Critters. Well, the original Ghoulies, I'm not actually a big fan. Part 2 is the best. Like, I think it's the best one. It's my favorite one, too. Way better than the original one. The original Critters is great, man. Dee Wallace, my homegirl. Part 3 has Leo in it. That's right, Leonardo DiCaprio. I go with Critters, though. If we were comparing Ghoulies 2 to Critters 1, that's a different argument. But if we're going Critters and Ghoulies, hands down Critters. Skinner? Yeah, I love Skinner, man. It's great. Raimi. The porn star. Fuck's her name? Sometimes my brain's not working. I like it though, man. It's good. I still have my VHS tape of it too, actually. Tracy Lords, fuck. How stupid am I? Yeah. And Tracy Lord looks good in that movie. No. I know what movie it is. I own it. I have the one. Yeah. Yeah, it's that early full moon stuff, man. But it wasn't full moon at the time. Craven or Carpenter? Carpenter, hands down. No question. Not even a battle. It's not even a battle. I think Carpenter directed. Is it cold in Canada tonight? Well, where I am in Canada, no. It's warm. It's in the pluses. That's a good sign. Don't Torture a Duckling, New York Ripper? New York Ripper. Even though I think Torture a Duckling is probably a better movie, but New York Ripper is just like, and like, man, like Torture is, it's amazing. I mean, we actually just did it on the podcast, but it was my number one of 72 when we did the 72 show. And Ripper was my favorite film of 82. So isn't that funny? Is that why you did that? Because you knew that Duckling and Ripper were my favorite films of those respectable years? That's kind of funny. More top 10 Tuesdays, man. I haven't done one in so long. I did 110 episodes, man. I mean, it was like, it was kind of time for a change. It's not like I was kind of running out of topics. I actually had this idea. I don't know if you guys would be down for this, but I had this idea uh, not too uh, not too long ago, but of taking the top 10 Tuesday episodes that I'd done before and incorporating new ones too, but almost like redoing some of them because it has been so long since I've done those top 10 lists to see how time has changed my opinions on what my list would be. Because they are favorite lists. I don't make them as best lists, but like favorites change um, and stuff like that. Even doing that because they're fun, they're easy videos to make, they're fun videos to make. But I mean, there's only so many ideas you can really make kind of interesting. Like I said, I did 110 episodes, 110 different themes. It's kind of crazy, actually. Um, but there is more. Like, there's different labels now, which I incorporate because I did a lot of label ones too, like top 10 Scream Factory, Arrow, fucking Mondo. Um, it's just Unearthed Films, 88 Films, all that type of shit. So there's newer labels I don't think I ever covered back in those days because they've come up since then. You do Visual Vengeance, it's so I can incorporate those type of things along with redoing some ideas because I know some of those lists have changed drastically. 100% have changed drastically. 100%. I mean, if I was to do my top 10 zombie films of all time, Dawn of the Dead is still anticlimactic. Let's face it, people, because that hasn't changed. Um, but yeah, a lot of them definitely have. So okay, well, that's cool. It's good to hear because I wasn't sure if that was gonna fly. It's like, oh, you're just kind of rehashing videos and stuff. But I'm like, I can incorporate other, like I said, label stuff too. I like labels and even directors. Like there were certain directors I did top 10 lists for, but there's a whole pile of other directors I could totally do lists for that I never did before. So I could actually change it up with new and old, kind of rehash or like re-upped, I should say. I wouldn't say rehash, but yeah, it's a thing with like Carpenter versus Craven is an interesting conversation because they're both household names, but if you actually sit down and compare, like Carpenter has such an amazing filmography where Craven has hits and he has a lot of misses. He has like a hit, miss, miss, hit, hit, miss. He kind of back and forth, back and forth. But like when you get into Carpenter's catalog, man, with like Halloween and The Fog and you know, The Thing and Christine. He's got this long lineup of films. Like he really just, I mean, yeah, Carpenter has, Last House on the Left, and he's got Hills Have Eyes, Craven, and has Scream and shit like that. I mean, he's got Game Changers too, Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah, Castellari, man. Castellari's done so much good stuff. Fernando De Leo, I was actually just talking about the other day with my buddy, and he had never even heard of Fernando De Leo before. And I was like, really? I'm like, holy shit, man, crazy. He's done so many good Euro crimes. Did a couple like kind of off genre films like Madness and stuff from 1980, which is kind of like it's kind of like a home invasion film in a sense. It's a weird one. It's kind of off for Fernando De Leo, not one of his better ones, but different. Castellari, I love. He's got such a wide range of films. He's like Martino. And it just journeyman, true journeyman. I like Castellari's post-apocalyptic films. Martino did a couple good ones too. Oh, my top 30, definitely. I mean, even the last time we did our top 50 on the podcast has changed. There's definitely films that are in there. Like you see films that, or maybe you just kind of re-up yourself on films over the years and like, holy shit, I really love that film. And then sometimes films like, man, I don't know if I really like that one as much. Like, so well, Dawn of the Dead is my favorite film, but I got to go with Dawn of the Dead on that one. Which, zombie. I have so much zombie stuff in my house. It's ridiculous. Like actual Fulci zombie stuff. I think I have more zombie, like Fulci zombie stuff than I have Dawn of the Dead stuff, which is crazy. But I do have a fair share of stuff. '78 is like one of those. Man, there was like 5 or 6. It almost seems like anticlimactic films at the top of that list. Like '78 is really top heavy. Like Dawn of the Dead and Halloween, and yeah, there's a few, man. There's a few. And I think we're talking about the American or the original release. I think, yeah, '78 would be Dawn of the Dead. Zombie '79, right? So my favorite Giallo. I don't know if I actually have a bona fide, man. I love Deep Red. Deep Red is one of my favorites. Deep Red and Tenebrae are probably two of my favorites. Well, Fulci for me over Argento. Fulci's my favorite director. Cosmopolis, man. I actually still don't know how I feel about that movie. It was a weird one. It was an odd film. I tell you, man, I definitely prefer genre fucking Cronenberg than I do to later oddities that he was making and stuff. I get where he went with his career, but at the same time, I'm like, man, The Strange Vice Miss Worth. We just actually did that on podcast recently. Good film. Really good film. Martino's amazing. Martino has like 6 or 7 great giallos. It's crazy. I don't think he ever missed with one. He never missed with one. But you prefer The Living Dead of Manchester Morgue. Yeah. I love that movie too. I just rewatched it actually not too long ago. Like I got the Blu-ray in from Synapse, waiting on that Blu-ray for fucking ever because they dropped the Steelbook, and I'm not a big Steelbook fan. Well, I'm not a big Synapse Steelbook fan because those things are like $90 for me to get. They're crazy. But I'm fine with the standard edition. I got a couple DVDs, but that's a good one, man. It's a really fun film. It's great atmosphere. It's just a totally different type of film, especially for the time it came out. Oh, you're actually saying or Castellari or Fernando De Leo. Fuck, man. I probably have to go with De Leo on it, man. Sam, for your Castellari, it's so good, man. I know. It's tough. Yeah, what other steelbooks did they just put out? They haven't dropped on. Oh, Tombs of Blind Dead still hasn't dropped. They haven't dropped the standard edition, which is so annoying. You know what the most annoying thing is? Like, I love the Tombs of the Blind Dead box set from Blue Underground, the coffin set. It's amazing. Great set. Glad to have it. I just feel like we're never gonna get a Blu-ray set of all four because like the rights are all distributed through. I know Screen Factory has one, Synapse has one. Who fucking knows who has the other ones? It's so weird how that franchise was all put together by Blue Underground, and then all of a sudden rights are everywhere. Like, how come nobody tried to scoop up all of them at the same time? Like, hey, let's bank on this. Let's put out a coffin box set, but like in a Blu-ray format, kind of thing. It's crazy that that happened. It's really strange. Dude, I ordered the Martin 4K also because I thought the artwork was to die for. Some of the coolest artwork I've seen. It's so plain and simple, but I love that shit. White background with a fucking razor blade. Oh my god, I love Martin too. It's like one of my favorites. It's such a cool film. It gets you thinking, right? It's a thinker. I did like Dark Glasses. It's not, I mean, honestly, it's better than anything he's done in the last 20 years. The thing I liked about the film, it had great production value, and they were also speaking their native languages, which really helped because it helps with the acting. Aja, I will say, his daughter, man, her voice is getting deep though. It sounded like a gripe on. I just couldn't believe how deep her fucking voice is getting, man. She's got to stop smoking. Holy fuck. That shit was out to lunch. No, there's no coffin box set coming, man, unless there's something I don't know. Because like I said, Scream Factory had the Seagulls one, Snaps has the first one, and like I don't know who has the other two. Um yeah, I don't know. So when is the actual release date? I pre-ordered the Martin. I don't actually think I even looked at the release date. Oh, I think Aja's still pretty. She's getting older. I mean, fuck, she's older than me. She's a few years older than me. I think actually, like 5 years older than I am. So she's got to be in her late 40s. Yeah, it's still one of my favorite releases too, man. I love that coffin box set. It's great. Current top label, Finger Syndrome. And just to break into the sister labels too, man. Like Culture Shock and Saturn's Core, I love. Fun City Editions is another label. It's not horror. It's more films that don't kind of fit into categories and stuff. Really good stuff though. I'm a big fan. Like I love Kino always puts out great stuff too, man. Arrow I feel has been lacking too. They've been doing a lot of stuff I'm not really overly interested, or they're re-releasing a lot of like Shaw Brothers stuff that I already have through 88 and stuff. So they haven't been interesting. Screen Factory hasn't been interesting. Mondo's always interesting. They're one of the most unappreciated, underrated labels out there. Cheap, good stuff, good transfers. Um, Synapse is great when they release stuff, but you know, like Blue Underground just made a career on fucking re-releasing their products, man. Remember, like the 3-disc Blu-rays coming out, and then the 4Ks come out a month later, and oh my god, seriously. Yeah, I know that she was all fucked up from drugs and shit. Yeah, that's what I said. I knew that she was smoking and doing a lot of shit, but yeah, you can tell her voice is getting so deep, man. I was like, holy, she's starting to sound like she's like in her 60s and she's still in her 40s. I was like, damn, dude. Yeah, I've met a couple guys from Vinegar Syndrome too, a couple of the Wasteland and stuff. Awesome dudes. Am I a fan of Paul Nashi? Absolutely, 100% yes. I love Paul Nashi. I have so many Paul Nashi films. Um, Paul Nashi is one of those guys that's been getting lots of love the last few years, man. Vinegar Syndrome or not Vinegar Syndrome. Scream Factory put out the two box sets, and various people have been putting out his films. It's great. Scorpion, and so on and so on. Into the occultic stuff? Really? She's taking her shit serious. It's hilarious. That's not what I want to do here. Oh shit, I'm losing my fucking memory again. Why am I losing so much here? Uh, February 27th? Oh shit, I thought it was in March. No, I'm a fan of Herschel Gordon Lewis, man. I always joke about it. I thought Zach was still in here because every time I diss Herschel Gordon Lewis, he always gets pissed off. It's pretty funny. No, I'm a fan of Herschel Gordon Lewis. Some films I do dislike, but I am a fan of Herschel Gordon Lewis. Like, for the most part. The thing about Herschel Gordon Lewis that's kind of off-putting is that he was really just making movies. He didn't really put the love into it, and it was done on purpose. He didn't care. He was more about the end result and stuff. He didn't even really care about the horror. But I do respect what he did. Really nice guy, great talker too. I have not seen Candyland yet. I really want to see it. I'm just waiting for it to drop. Yeah, so Zach still isn't here. I was surprised he didn't come back with a snarky comment because I always bug him about HGL. Yeah, I know Candyland actually looks pretty interesting. And I've heard from everyone that's watched it, they really liked it. When I read the premise, I was like, oh shit, man, that sounds sleazy as hell. Fucking prostitutes at a truck stop and shit. I'm like, yeah, sign me up. Yeah, exactly. He didn't care, but he made masterpieces. Exactly. He really didn't. He actually openly admitted he just wasn't into it. But yeah, Kino's the thing about Kino that blows my mind is that they release so much movies, but so much quality. I don't know who the fuck they have working for acquiring rights to films and shit, but it's incredible. People that I've seen there, I think there's a dude on YouTube that collects exclusive. I know there's a guy that collects only Criterion. He has every Criterion release. It's crazy. And there's a dude that collects all Kino, and he's got all 10,000 releases in Kino. It's so funny because it's a black wall, and then the other titles too. But it's crazy. Did I order the Sidekicks 4K? I did not. And the funny thing is, I own every Norris film up to that point in his career, and I still pass on that one because I actually can't stand that movie. Sidekick getting that crazy edition from Vinegar Syndrome is so weird. I noticed it's not selling at all too. I actually was on the site the other day just looking to see, and actually none of the new titles seem like they're selling at all. It's all the sister labels. Everything is 200 left, and everything on Vinegar Syndrome is 1,000 plus, and so that means they're still maxed at yeah, Kino's great, man. They released a lot of great stuff. Is the Criterion guy? Yeah, you know that dude. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit, dude, that's a lot of Criterions, man. But he literally only collects Criterions, I think, from what I know. I'm like, but still, that's a huge catalog, man. It's that's extensive with the cash flow. Yeah, that's the thing that blows my mind. You get the odd title from Kino that doesn't look the greatest, but that's also Elements too, but it's not their fault. But holy shitballs. For the most part, man, Kino just puts out top quality stuff constantly. It's ridiculous. Oh, okay, that just completely weirded me out. My wife just said, "Hey, babe," but she's under my kid's account name. I'm like, "What is" I'm like, "Troy better not have said that to me. That's weird. You shouldn't even be up. Got hockey in the morning." Um, yo, what is up? Wow, you're still up. 1 o'clock in the morning. Early night for the hockey partiers, I guess. Runs over 5K. I still think Vinegar Syndrome. Well, Vinegar Syndrome has the one and only. They have that machine that Peter Jackson created, right? For the prints and stuff. It's one and only existence, and that's why their prints are so good. They clean those shits up like crazy. Trash humpers? Nope. Yeah, and that's the thing with Kino, right? That's right, because like old school horror films, like the Mario Bava stuff, to like the 50s sci-fi, to spaghetti westerns, to fucking some contemporary like comedies, like so much cult shit. Like it's ridiculous, man. It's crazy what they're doing. Yeah, I love them for the fact that they release a lot of good spaghetti westerns. It's nuts. EGFA, yeah, man, got tons of EGFA too. Actually, I have the whole catalog. No, I watch older stuff all the time. But I have been like recently I've been trying to watch everything from like Culture Shock and all this shit I've been picking up from the sister labels. Been doing a lot of that. Mixed up. But I'm always prepping for shows. Like I'm prepping, for 2 or 3 shows at a time all the time. So I got to mix that in there. So I end up watching various things all the time. But I mix it up a lot. I did hear the Damu and Raw Poetic album. Yep. It definitely was interesting, that's for sure. If I'm not mistaken, there was like super long tracks on that one. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, I mean, if that happens, I mean, we're kind of expecting something to happen maybe with that Peter Jackson stuff, but honestly, I've never seen Begotten. Believe it or not, I've never seen it. I've never even been able to find a legit copy, like, and I refuse to watch it like as a bootleg or whatever. And the there was supposed to be a re-release of it a couple years ago. Whatever happened with that? Does anybody ever know? Like, I can't remember who was going to put it out. It's like some weird indie company or whatever. They announced it, and it was like all this, everyone's kind of freaking out about it, and then it never came out. So I've never seen it, believe it or not. So that's like the third movie tonight that someone's mentioned I haven't seen. So I guess I wouldn't say that's a crazy blind spot. I don't think a lot of people even heard of Begotten, but I do consider Sallow to be one though. So, oh, it is. AGFA is the Blu-ray version of Something Weird, 100%. No, thank you for joining, man. I appreciate it. Luke Dookie. So yeah, that's awesome. I don't think there's a definitive answer why TerraVision left, but it does suck because now they're dropping some pretty crazy stuff, and I'm like, fuck. And it was just cheaper for me to get over Vinegar Syndrome, but I wasn't fully collecting them. I did buy the majority of the TerraVision stuff. I passed on, I think, Norway and another one, but I think they have like package deal. You buy like 10 films or some shit like that, or something they got going on over there. I'm assuming they just wanted to branch out. But it's kind of funny. They left, and then Umbrella has a US affiliation with Vinegar Syndrome now. Crazy, man. Undead being the first release, man. I've champed that movie for years. I couldn't believe it. Getting a Blu-ray release, unreal. Really curious to see what Umbrella is going to bring to the Region 1 table, man. It might get pretty fucking interesting. If they start releasing some of their back catalog and shit, like, over here in Region 1 is going to get crazy. Jesus. Am I a fan of Vinny Paz? Fuck yeah, I am. I have every Jedi Mind Tricks album. I have every Vinny album. I have every Army of the Pharaohs album, every Heavy Metal Kings album. I would say very sufficient to say that I'm a fan of Vinny Paz. His new album, wasn't it wasn't blowing my shitter out. Even though I did like it though. I did like the album. I don't know, fuck, I got it sitting here somewhere. I don't know why I can't find anything tonight. But I could pull out every Vinny Paz album, but I'm not going to do that because it's just stupid. But yeah, here's a new one. It's right here. It's good. It's solid. It's not his best work, but it's solid. Am I subscribed to Fangoria Rue Morgue? I've been subscribed to Rue Morgue for 10 years, I think. Maybe longer, maybe no. 13 years, 14 years? Yeah, since like 2009, I think I've been subscribed. I was subscribed to Fangoria for years until they fucked me over. They stopped when they had that kind of breakdown and they stopped delivering the magazines. And then they were supposed to make it up to the subscribers and give you subscription. And you're supposed to get magazines. They never gave me nothing. Took all my money and just ran. Fuck. I was like, fuck Fangoria. I'd been subscribed for them for years too. So fuck Fangoria. I actually haven't even read one of the newer ones since they came back or nothing. So I have no idea how it's doing or whatever. But Rue Morgue's my shit though. I love Rue Morgue. I'll support them to the day they go under. If they do. In limbo, probably tons. Boutique hip-hop labels. Oh man. Hip-Hop Enterprise is killing, but man, Chop Hearing, I have every CD in the catalog, so it's like 120, 122 or something like that. Killing me, man, with the releases, man. Hip-Hop Enterprise, but all their sub-labels, like the Southwest and stuff, really good. Smoke On is really good. Back to the Source drives me nuts, man, because their shit's like impossible to get. It fucking drives me nuts. Like the second something gets like it's gone. I can't, like, I've got like 4 or 5 releases. That's it. I've missed out on so many because I can't get them quick enough. I think Smoke On has done a really good job with some of their stuff, but Chop Hearing, man, I love Chop Hearing, man. Fat Flavor is pretty. They're stepping up their game. Fucking dope. Who am I missing? Who am I missing here? I have like a huge stack of 90s tapes, man. 90s tapes. What the fuck am I talking about? 90s tapes, man. 90s tapes, like literally have this massive stack of boutique label shit here. Those are the big ones that I collect from. Some of the indie stuff and shit, but yeah. I think Chop Hearing has been killing it. But 90s tapes, man, I mean, honestly, it's more, I mean, they do release some things people have heard of. And then they release gems like Godfather Don Hazardous. And I mean, come on, man. Ridiculous. Yeah, I've got the Fear of Black Planet VPM. Yeah. Yeah, I grabbed that. Instagram, follow me on Instagram. Pictures are on there. VPM. Yeah, that was an amazing release. Actually, the Low End Theory release was crazy. That album never sounded better. Playback on 45 on the 12-inch. Oh man, crazy. Paula Brown is the fucking amazing, great Detroit producer. Love of Paula Brown. Pretty much everything that Paula Brown has put out. A couple of B tapes I'm missing, but yeah, fuck Fangoria, man. Been saying that shit for years. It's been a running joke on the podcast. Actually, been said it a long time, but who do you think is the head in the boutique label, man? There's like 5 or 6 really good ones right now. Maybe 7. Like, actually, fucking these guys too, man. Black Buffalo Records. These guys are really cool. Out of Canada. Really good shit, man. This is dope. I like what they're doing with their shit. But 90s tapes, man. Oh, the fact that they released Mathematic and fucking Down to Earth and shit, I was just like head over heels, man. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't fucking believe it. All right, I have way too much shit. Out of control here again. Whoa. I actually don't have any thoughts on Death Grips. I've only ever really checked out minimal stuff. But I think this is like the third time that's been brought up in this chat. It's funny how people always ask me what Death Grips. I mean, I must have to check this out. Christ. Yeah, back to the source. Yeah, I've heard about with Diggers of Gratitude. Yeah, back to the source is brutal, man. Like I was lucky enough to get a couple releases, but fuck me, man. If I didn't miss out on a couple, I'm just like so pissed about. Not even missed out. Like I literally tried to get them and I couldn't. Like the one release from 90s tapes, the only one that I actually missed was the OGC pressing. That was the only one that I missed out. Like I literally was on the site and tried to get it and it was gone. I was like, what the fuck? Like it sold that quick. And I'm like, they didn't even, I mean, I have the original CD and stuff. I think I have the tape too. But that was the one and only where I didn't get. Like I literally have everything that I wanted. Drove me nuts. Nice. To reissue, dude, nobody reissues Rap-A-Lot stuff, man. Rap-A-Lot was re-releasing some stuff on vinyl, but they were like cutting tracks from the records. They were just half-ass releases, man. I was like, fuck that shit. I'm not buying that shit. I own the majority of the original Rap-A-Lot stuff from the 90s anyways on CDs. So there's a couple albums here and there I was missing. Menace Clan was one that I could never get up here, and I just picked it up a few years back. That is some pure fuck whitey shit right there, man. Holy fuck. Yeah. I want that Def 4 album from Rap-A-Lot, man. I've never had a copy of it on any format. Yeah, I know. I keep mentioning, people keep mentioning Death Grips. I gotta check. I know the name. I've checked it out. Like, I gotta peep more. No, I don't think Snoop can put Death Row on the map again because he could have done it by now already. He's too concerned about his NFTs and all that bullshit and selling shit on this virtual weird fucking Plan 9 from like weird planet shit. I don't know where the fuck he's coming from. He's like out in space arena or some shit, man. But the crazy thing is, man, when he bought Death Row, he bought the whole catalog. And it's insane how much unreleased stuff Death Row has that he could be putting out. Why would he not, like, he's obviously not thinking about the fans as like, we want some of that shit, man. Like there's albums in there. He just bought the rights to an album that he has that wasn't released. I want to hear that OFTV shit. Other stuff, the Daz and Pac stuff that they could release. That was Death Row stuff. But he's had it for how long? He hasn't done anything. Literally not a fucking thing. He hasn't even reissued the classics. He hasn't done anything. He needs to get his shit together, man, because how could you sit on that bank right there and not do anything with it? But my problem is, and going back to what I said about Snoop having a fucking, a clone, he, if he doesn't actually have one, he needs one now because he needs to start doing some shit with Death Row Records. I mean, this motherfucker's in like 5 spots at one time, but he ain't doing shit with Death Row. It's frustrating, man. It's really frustrating. He's so damn busy doing all this other shit. Like I was watching the Talib Kweli podcast the other day, and they have Mount Westmore on there. And of course, you got Ice Cube, E40, and Too Short on there represent Mount Westmore, and Snoop's not there. And I'm like, what the fuck? But apparently he hasn't really done much promo shit at all. Too busy fucking working on virtual paintings and shit. Living in that digital era. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he does. And I hope he puts out that shit that needs to be put out, and I hope it gets back on the map and stuff. But the fact that nothing has been done, maybe it's in progress. I don't know. But as far as I know, I haven't heard shit. Nothing's happened. So it's very disappointing, man. Because who doesn't want to hear that, that original Pac and Daz stuff, the Machiavelli shit, and there's just so much unreleased stuff. There's literally so much unreleased stuff. It's crazy. Like, there's so much. It's crazy. Yeah, Nate Dogg is that hurt the soul, literally. Yeah, and they just keep going and going and going, man. It's just insane. Like the last 3 years, man, in hip hop, we lost so many people. It's just unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. I mean, this year already, we've already lost 3 notable names in hip hop. It's just crazy. Like, we're not even a month into the fucking year. It's just blowing my mind. Yeah, it's just crazy. Why did that get flagged? We'll hope you do this more often. Means I'm out like a boner in sweatpants. Going out with a bang, unnoticed. All right, man. Thanks for joining in, man. It was awesome. Oh, Bismarck Ian too, man. Like it's just fuck, man. Blackistan for me last year was like it hit so hard with me, man. I was like, fuck, you got to be kidding me, dude. I love Blackistan. I always champ Blackistan for years. Even Coolio dying though, man. Like I was listening to Coolio before Coolio was Coolio, man. Like WC in the Mad Circle, when he was part of WC in the Mad Circle, WC from West Side Connection, that WC. This is early 90s, 91 and shit. And he just took him as Coolio, man. And all of a sudden, like, he has a solo album a couple years later. Like, what the fuck? Blew the fuck up. Well, maybe not so much on that album, but Takes a Thief. But then, yeah, we all know Gangsta's Paradise. But yeah, like, it's just crazy, dude. Like, but the fucking crazy thing is, though, is like everyone's dying so young. Like, late 40s, early 50s. That ain't old, man. That's not old at all. It's just scary. Like, people are dropping like fucking flies, man. Like, Tame One like really hurt me too recently. I talked about that in a new video, and like he was like 50, man. Like, fuck, getting to that age. Prodigy was young, but been sick his whole life though, right? The sickle cell shit, man, is brutal. I actually have Prodigy's book. It's an excellent fucking read. Like, I learned so much about Prodigy, man. You want to hear a fucked up thing about Prodigy? He actually could have been Carlton on The Fresh Prince. I'm not going to tell the whole story, but that's the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. Could you imagine? It's the craziest shit. Yeah, but Prodigy, like the stories that are in that book are so unbelievable. Man, the lives that Havoc and Prodigy led, man. They were fucking crazy as shit, man. But yeah, Prodigy unfortunately has sickle cell, which is a common disease in African Americans. So very unfortunate, man. Yeah. Amazing read. But Prodigy also left with a lot of fully finished work. So they're going to release a couple albums and stuff, like not even copy and paste, like they're fully done. It's going to be pretty cool. He was working on a trilogy at the time, and they haven't dropped him yet, though. Oh, no, the part 2, I think, did come out. Fantastic Voyage, yeah, it's a good song. Fucking dogs upstairs, I can hear them. I just go let my dogs out. Oh, Bonnie, you want to go? Come here, Bonnie. Yeah, Gangsta Boo, that's crazy, man. I think Gangsta Boo is like the exact same age as me. Pimp C, yeah, brutal. I think it's just called My Life. Or My Infamous Life. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah. My Infamous Life. Excellent read, man. Really, really informative. Like the shit that you just didn't know. It's crazy. But highly recommend this. My Infamous Life. Good stuff. Put that back later, I guess. Yeah, Granddaddy IU, man. Are you kidding me, man? Cold chilling. Cold chilling, man. It's my boy. Man, 3-6 Mafia has literally lost like half the group. It's crazy. It's unreal. Pimp C was a huge loss, man. It's just crazy. So musically inclined. Like the guy was so good at what he did. The transfer on Massacre at Central High and Crater Lake are just ridiculous. I watched Massacre at Central High the other night again. It's just insane. Insane. Because I remember when I watched it for the prep on 76, I'd watched like not a high def transfer, let's put it that way, full screen kind of thing. Synapse does amazing work, man. It's crazy. Actually, Crater Lake is from 76 also, so same year. Same prep. Weird. Man, I have like, yeah, like I buy so many hip hop. Like I must have. I don't even know, man. It's just crazy how many I have. Can't get enough. Can't stop reading them. Oh, Zach, they're really amazing. I was blown away. I was like absolutely blown away. It's crazy because like most of the time, you put in a Blu-ray snaps and you're like, yeah, it's great, you know. And then sometimes you're just like, holy shit, I can't believe it, man. Especially with something like Crater Lake because it's like, um, I'm pretty sure it was public domain. I'm pretty sure it was public domain. But they obviously got some good elements to work with because that shit was bad shit. Well, we are definitely getting low on the comments now. Man, it has been almost 6 hours on here. Crazy. This is crazy. I think this is the longest in a long time I haven't listened to tunes. 6 hours? I'm fiending. Yeah, shit. Bullet with Mickey Rourke and Tupac. Yep. I actually don't own. That's the only Pac movie I actually don't own. I was kind of waiting for it to come on Blu-ray because um, I think I'd borrowed my buddy's DVD back in the day when it came out. It was like fuck, must have been mid 2000s. Never picked it up. Night, Chris. Have a good one. Yeah, it's a good film though. It's different. It's got I think I can't remember Pockies. I don't want to give away the ending, but the amusement I have not grabbed it yet, man. I'm just waiting for the price to kind of drop here. It's so expensive. I've seen it though. I watched it. I liked it, man. I liked it. It totally feels like Romero. All right, Luke, have a good sleep. Yeah, I guess we're getting into that territory where it's like super late for people now. It's like 1:30 here. Oh, yeah, people are dropping like flies now. All right, Sam, take her easy, man. All right, Luke, you take it easy too, bud. Yeah, I've had that shit in my cart for so long, man. I gotta grab that. Like, did you like it, Zach? Did you like the music park? I mean, I can it's like it's really a PSA, but it's well done though. It's cool. All right, peace, man. Yeah, it's like it's totally like a well done. It's probably like the best PSA you've ever seen kind of thing, right? So, yeah, it's good. It's kind of crazy that that was never released, right? Just so it's so well done. Unreal. See, Mike must have passed out as usual. Hit 11:30 and he's fucking snoring. Yeah, it is even more relevant. I know that's that. Well, that just goes to say with pretty much everything that Romero does, man. It's like it's so relevant. Like Dawn of the Dead, the consumerism shit, man. It's still like that. One of the best filmmakers, man, ever. With conceptual, like conscious, social commentary and stuff. Like you can't deny it, man. Guy was fucking smart. Super smart. Super ahead of his time. It's almost like he knew, right? Like, yeah, he was a prophet. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a shame that that Romero really struggled in his career with getting movies made and stuff. And like, it's kind of funny. Like we just did Salem's Lot the other day, and he was actually originally asked to direct Salem's Lot, and he turned it down when they told him it was going to be made like for a television series. Like, well, I can't fucking make that movie for TV. It's crazy. And then Toby Hooper actually ended up being one of Toby Hooper's better movies that he's ever done. It's kind of funny, but just the problems, man. Like the fact that we never got a Dead film in the '90s sucks, but that just goes to show like how the film industry was really just ramming him up the fucking cornhole, man. Such a shame. My favorite hip hop movie soundtrack, probably. Oh, dude, it's a toss up, man, between like Menace to Society and Friday. Um, Soundtrack wise, yeah, man, I like my soundtrack collection is gone. It's just ridiculous. So it's crazy. Friday, Menace are two of my favorites. I love the Soul in the Hole soundtrack too, man. I'm a big fan of that. Uh, Fuck, there's lots of good. High School High is really good, man. Shit, excuse me. So many good ones, but Menace and Friday, the first two that always come to my mind. Yeah, Friday is legitimately like even like it's cool because you get the Friday soundtrack and then you get the old school Friday soundtrack, which has all the old school fucking R&B cuts and shit on it. It's pretty dope. It's pretty cool. Next collection, Carnage dropping. I'm good to go. I'm good to go now. So I got these videos out of the way and stuff like that. So I don't know. What do you guys want to see next? I don't have like I just did the 6-part Arrow one and the Screen Factory one, which I wouldn't say just did. Those ones got finished. I was thinking maybe just starting because I'm actually rearranging the whole room right now. Maybe I'll do like Snaps or something. Maybe I'll do like a Code Red Scorpion, something relevant, maybe 88 films. I don't know. I haven't done like any of those. My vineyard, my VS stuff, man, is like fucking everywhere right now because, like I said, I'm in the process of doing the room again. It's gonna look completely different. Getting rid of a ton of stuff. So, Unearthed films, a lot of people have asked for. So maybe that will be next. That I could probably do that one in one video. Just kind of rip through it. Code Red, I could do Code Red. I have pretty decent DVD section and more Blu-rays and stuff. It's funny, man. Like I don't even really go to my way collecting Code Red, but I end up with so goddamn many Code Reds. It's fucking bizarre. Code Red be fun. Above the Rim, yeah, Above the Rim. I really like the movie too, man. I love the OFTV has a song on that soundtrack, right? It's crazy. Yeah, it would have made sense because it was released by Death Row, so OFTV would have had a track on there. Do Code Red and Scorpion, yeah, those would be fun. Scorpion, like those collections are actually pretty decently huge, and it's funny, man. Like, but I put a lot of like the Scorpion titles that are have the mass production by Kino in there. They're still Scorpion titles. They're just distributed through Kino for the bigger distributor, but they're still Kino titles or Scorpion titles. Holy fuck, I can't talk. You guys get it. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. Yeah, Code Red still puts out good stuff. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I guess it's probably I don't want to say literally dead. I guess with Bill passing away, but with Dark Force, I mean, Code Red had really kind of died off before that, anyways. But the Dark Force stuff, man, I feel like it's just a mess. It's like a mess. Like things come out and stuff, and they have issues, and like the dude that runs it is just like, what the fuck? Like, what is going on with that guy? I don't know. I like the Dark Force stuff though. It's actually a little bit easier to get, to be honest. But they got some good titles. They got some good titles. I was really collecting those drive-in ones there for a while, and then I'm assuming he probably inherited it because I'm sure that Bill didn't give it to Walt because they were falling out, and I'm sure well, I don't really know if Walt's in bad health or not from Scorpion. I have no idea. But he was smarter though, man, because he was the one that was smart and got the distribution deal through Kino, put their titles through there and stuff. And it was cool because they still fully looked like Scorpion titles, but they were just getting the production or the through Kinos, which is cool. So, but I have no idea the status of Code Red as a company because I feel like Bill was like the only person that was in charge there. So like he's that dude that I feel like that like was running a company and was so ignorant to like write a will. He's like, I'm not fucking. So it's just lost in limbo now. Funny or not? Fucking I gotta go grab my other dog. What horror box set? Man, I would love to see a Blu-ray set of the Blind Dead films. Yeah, I mean, there's somebody actually put it like how even like the Howling, like I mean, honestly, I don't need to box set the Howling, but I would probably buy that shit because I'm insane. But I'm a box set whore, man. I love box sets. But the Blind Dead I've been wanting to see on Blu-ray forever. The whole franchise. Good films, man. Really, really good, solid films. Okay, Bonnie, what are you doing? Okay, I'll be back in a second. I got dogs. God damn. I'm sorry, guys. Dogs are, it's hard to maneuver with 3 dogs late at night. There we go. Barking at the door now. Yeah, it's getting really late too. So I'll come back for a few. Oh shit. Whew. I had to go outside and get my dogs. And apparently it got colder out there. Shit. What is it out there? Damn. Ooh. -9. What the hell just happened here? Yeah, it was like +7 earlier. What the fuck is going on? Got weird weather. Oh, I haven't seen minuses like all month. All right. Well, holy shit. 6 hours deep, man. 6 hours deep. It seems like no one's got anything else. So I think we talked about everything tonight. I think we did. Make sure that video is working. Okay, I did. Good stuff. Cool. All right. All right. Well, I guess yeah. It's pretty much what happened. Just the thing that annoys me about Screen Factory is that I know they have rights to a ton of films right now, but they're just not releasing. They're banking on the 4K releases. It's annoying. By the time that bank train rolls out, man, people are gonna be moving on from them. They're not gonna give a shit about the releases. I mean, they are releasing Dr. Geekos on Blu-ray, which is kind of cool, but it's not saving grace. So. All right. Well, I guess that's probably going to conclude it, man. 6 hours and 5 minutes. I mean, really. All right, guys. Thanks for joining me tonight. This went a lot better than I thought it was going to. I thought I was going to be on here for 20 minutes and no one's going to join. So that obviously was not the case. But all right, guys. Check you later. Deuces. Check you in the next one.